I think we're live.
Yes.
Is it working? Yeah, it's gone through onto Facebook now. So, what's up, guys? So it's Shane and Jamie.
Yeah, it's a new Shane and Jamie show.
It's a new Shane and Jamie. We've actually sacked Al.
Yeah.
Al's now gone.
Well, Al is on the floor. I think he's trying to do something technical, but I think he's having.
I know what he's doing now. I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope everybody's managed to find their way back through to stream 2. Because
hopefully we should be in the same place at stream 1 was, so it shan't be too hard to find.
I hope so. I really, really hope so. But anyway, without further, look at that. My wife's here.
That's all you need.
That's all I need. I'm all happy now. So anyway, what we've got for you right now, we've got the guys from over at Smash Life. I don't think you've come across Smash Life yet, have you?
No. So this will be interesting for me.
I've spoken to them before. You're going to enjoy this because these guys are amazing. So without any further ado, is Matt and Andy from Smash Life, and I'm going to make that better. There we go. Guys,
how are you, buddy?
I'm all good. You?
Yeah, looking well, mate. Looking well.
Thank you. I do try. You know, he's looking much better than me, though.
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't know. He's a good-looking chap. So what's new? What have you been up to? What's? Talk to me.
Go on, Andy.
Hey guys, how are you both? Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I don't know why Matt said you're looking great. 'Cause you've got a hat and earphones on. You can't really see you properly.
It's probably for the better, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's just trying to be nice, which is what we're meant to be to kids and what we kind of say all the time within Smash Life. So for us guys, since we last spoke to you, it's just been quite crazy, to be honest. We've been supporting a number of children. We've had some more staff join us. We've just spoken at the National Commissioning Conference. We brought out new merchandise. We've been able to go face-to-face with kids and do group work and that all-important kind of planting seeds face-to-face. And I still live in Shrewsbury. Matt still lives in Telford, so we still got that healthy distance away from each other's brothers.
Just what you want, really. Yeah. That's awesome. Man. So obviously, Okay, so I just realised that Jamie doesn't actually know what Smash Life is.
Hi, Jamie, by the way.
To Jamie and anybody else who's listening, exactly what Smash Life is, what you guys do, and how you guys help people.
Okay, Smash Life was set up in late 2018. It's born out of real life lived experience of my brother Andy and I's experience growing up in the care system in the UK. Which we were placed into by social services when we were 5 years of age and 4 respectively. We then went on and had foster placements, and one particular one went on to abuse us for 8 years. And then we were just shoved into the real world, so to speak, at the ages of 16 and made to just get on with it in the leaving care team, without any real support. So what we found is we both were working with young people in the youth work kind of arena. And we were working in different jobs for the NHS, for the council, safeguarding, schools. And we just saw a lot of frustrating practice and a lot of barriers to actually just do a lot of work that isn't, I don't think, rocket science, just very simple, supporting young people, being there for people in a crisis, putting your arm around people, telling them that they're doing okay. And just being, a signpost and a bit of a light in their darkness. So we go out, we do mentoring for young people throughout Shropshire, Telford, the West Midlands. We go into schools, colleges and primary schools. So we work with anything from 8 years of age to 19 years of age. And as Andy said, we do tell our story as well, which has important messages for not only young people, but for practitioners on how they can improve their practice. So we deliver talks all around the country about our story. It's quite a hard-hitting, emotional story, but that's why it's designed like that. It's a real life lived story, so people can actually hopefully not relate to all of it, but relate to some of it, and it really drives home those key practice messages. We also offer group work for young people, so getting them out into nature, doing music experiences with them in the studio, because we believe having a positive hobby is really important for young people to keep on the right path. We do consultation to companies as well who want to improve their practice and hear young people's voices. So I've actually done pieces of research with young people asking them, what do you think of social services? What do you think of social workers? How could we improve practice? So we're really trying to gain young people's voice. And instead of having a top-down approach, we're having a bottom-up approach. Hashtag bottoms up. So that's it really. And we've even got our own merch out now. Look, we've got water bottles and t-shirts and posters, and I've got a video that's being released on Sunday of my own music video. So that's a free resource for practitioners. So guys, any questions that you want to ask today, fire away.
That's amazing. You need to turn the bottle around. The product placement wasn't quite on then.
Yeah, you need to.
There you go.
So that's I mean, obviously we talked quite a lot last time you guys were on the biscuit. Sounds like you guys have been like insanely busy. Do you think it's picked up for you guys during COVID and off the back end of COVID?
And
now things are opening back up again.
Yeah, during COVID, we were really, really busy. Obviously, there's a lot of children that were at home, and that naturally has its triggers. You know, school can be a massive release to children. We normally go into schools and see them because we kind of like to see them away from their home environment. And that was something that no professional really did with us growing up. It was kind of come around our house, and that's where we felt we couldn't open up. And maybe if we had that relationship, we could have. And trusted someone. So we see a lot of children in schools, and off the back of COVID, I think it has really picked up again now. It's been crazy during COVID, but then now everyone's back at school. Schools are finding themselves back at full capacity, and they're kind of seeing them knock-on behaviours, you know, an effect of COVID. You know, children are actually having to kind of interact with each other in classes of 30 again. Even teachers are finding it hard. You know, that anxiety of going in and kind of, I wouldn't say boo to a goose before, and now kind of really kind of loud in lessons. And it's about us all trying to understand and work and grow together. And for us, we're almost, you know, at capacity of what we do. But the good thing is we're bringing on really good staff, the right staff. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. And the main thing is we love what we do as well, and I think that shows.
Yeah.
You can tell that just from when you're telling us what you do, like the passion in your voice and like in the body language is everything. Like, right, we do this. It really comes across. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm fed up of going to meetings, to be honest, and you know, over the years, and people going, "Yeah, I've been in this like for 25 years, son," you know, and it's, you know, I'm the director of this and that, and they just don't look like they're enjoying it. Oh, it's another Monday, you know. And I'm just like, you've got to love what you do, you know. We absolutely love it, and we say we want radiators, not drains, within Smash Life, and all our ambassadors have that ethos. All of our staff, and that rubs off with the kids. Yeah, some of these kids have got the worst worlds in you know, happening for them, but we're that ray of sunshine. We listen. We bring in sports, music, anything to kind of really kind of engage them and to build that trust and relationship. And we show our vulnerability, but we also say to them, hey, that was back then. We still have struggles now, you know, every now and again, but we've kind of identified what we need to help us going forward. And we've got to show them that we absolutely love what we do, because I want more children in care to go back and help, you know, the future generation of children in care.
It probably helps you with that. You guys have been through that life, and you've been through that journey, and you know, followed that same trend, and you're now providing that help to other people, and you're like the example. You know, you're like you could do this as well. You know, just come and I'll show you how. You know.
Do you think it helps doing it together as well as brothers, going through the exact same thing?
Yeah, definitely. I think if we would have set up Smash Life maybe 15, 20 years ago, where we were still trying to work out the stuff that happened to both of us growing up in care, I don't think we'd have had that synergy. I think there would have still been a bit of jealousy, a little bit of kind of resentment of each other. And we're very honest about that. No one worked through what happened with both of us growing up in care. We effectively had to fight each other most days as kids. So in our 20s, it was a case of avoidance. But the funny thing is, and what you find with a lot of people that have been through pain, is they want to go back and feel the pain of others and want to go back and help others. and we both have been on a journey working 21, 22 years each, working extensively with children and families. And we just felt it was the right time, because I think we started to respect each other again more, and see each other as brothers, but also see each other as, a real force together, actually, with what we do.
Yeah, I do remember you guys saying that you two didn't see eye to eye for a little while, actually, there in the past, and I kind of relate to that. Obviously, nowhere near on the scale that, you guys been through. Like what you guys went into it in quite in depth before, and it's an amazing story to hear. Not in the it's difficult to digest sometimes a little bit. Difficult to hear some of the stuff you guys have been through, but it's amazing all the same, if you know what I mean. But I kind of understand that, because I've sort of been through this similar sort of things. I mean, all siblings fall out, don't they? All siblings fall out occasionally, but I think with you guys, it was rooted in something that wasn't your fault. It was nothing to do with you, really, and somebody imposed that on you and made that happen. And what I really think is beautiful with you two is that you two managed to find a way back to each other, and you're like, you know what? Despite all of that, we're gonna carry on. We're gonna get this sorted. And I think that's a beautiful thing.
I think for me, people often ask me, Shane and Andy, we did that talk last week to 300 professionals in Derby, all managers, all policy holders, all giving out money left, right and centre like they're sweets. And what they said to us is, how do you get through it? How are you so positive about it? Andy and I used humour growing up to not only deal with the abuse that went on, but to also mask it and the pain and the hurt from all of our peers. And a lot of my peers at school, when I came out and said, this is why we're doing Smash Live, I had a lot of private messages saying, oh, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't realise. A lot of them felt guilty because they may have treated me like an idiot. But I was like, look, we're all children at that age. And the beauty about it is now we're all able to reflect as being older men, but also young people now using those masks, hard men, the drug dealers, the jokers, the big lad, toxic masculinity, always covering some sort of pain or insecurity. And I'm able to look young people in the eye and say, take the mask off. Who are you really? Let's have an honest conversation, and we're able to do that because we're able to show our vulnerability. But when I came into this sector, there is an attitude amongst still quite a lot of professionals of, you've got to be professional. You can't show any weakness. You can't be relatable. You can't be human. It's like, yes, we can, but we can do it in the right way, in the professional way, and at the right times. And it's saying to young people, look, Andy and I are an example. Everybody's journey is differently. Shane, your journey's differently. We've chatted about some of your struggles. But at the end of the day, you either have a choice. You can either let it beat you, or you can let it make you who you are. And this is so relevant now with mental health. It's like, are you going to let that beat you, or are you going to go, do you know what? I'm going to make something of myself. And I am good. You've got to give yourself positive messages. And we're saying to young people, words are powerful. What you tell yourself is powerful. So if you think of rubbish, or you've taken on what other people have bullied or said about you, you're going to feel like rubbish. So change the conversation in your own mind to say, what did you do? 3 positives that you did today. Tell me, change those negatives into a positive. It's hard. Even I have to do it now, Andy does as well. It's a constant daily thing. I'm not saying I'm the finished article. Nobody is. No. But for those young people who are 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, they need to hear these conversations at a young age because their brain's still developing.
Yeah. And the irony of it is that a lot of the time when you say to somebody, what positive things have you done today, they're trying to think of the biggest, most, what's the thing that they can think of. In reality, if you got out of bed and you managed to brush your teeth and get dressed, that's a win.
Well, I think putting on the same colour socks in the morning is a big achievement. Especially when my eyes are like half closed. What?
If I could find some socks in my house, mate, that was a win for me.
But it's all relative, isn't it? And it's all relative to your experience. We're all here. We've got an experience. We're not on Earth for a very long time. I'm 40 next year. I am the older brother, as Andy always jokes in the talks that we do. But we did use humour to get through and to mask that pain. But it does catch up with you in time, and that's what why we see a lot more people who are got addictions, who are accessing mental health services, and it's usually, not saying all the time, it's down to childhood trauma.
Do you find that now having been the person who puts that mask on and hid behind that and put that sort of front on and that show on for people, do you find that like you could spot them from a mile off? They got a flag above their head and they're just waving it around, and you're just like, got your card marked.
I think it's how you observe people as well, isn't it? I think as I get older, I hope I try and shut my mouth a bit more and just observe and listen. And yeah, but I think for me personally, the job we do, you do pick up signs, you do pick up body language, you do pick up cues. And I remember this guy I was mentoring a couple of years ago, and he was really cheeky and cocky, a bit like I was back at school. And within 10 minutes of the session starting, he was crying, telling me about how his parents were on drugs and he was living that hell at home, but at school he was this fun guy, and it's just being able to trust a professional, an adult in their life, because let's be honest, most young people don't think they can tell their parents or open up to them. It's like, my parents aren't human. They haven't lived a life. They have, and they've made mistakes, and they are human. But sometimes it takes somebody outside of a social worker or a family member to come in and go, what your mum and dad is saying is actually right. Listen to them. Oh, really? Yes, they care about you.
And it's also, something I actually said, so I'm doing a bit of like an anger stress management course thing recently. One of the things I said on there was that I'm trying to retrain my mind into being less of a parent, to be like, I know best, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm big, you're small, and there's nothing you can do about it. Full on Matilda.
That's how I'm mistrustful.
And I'm trying to sort of get my head out of that and be more of the fact that, like, I don't know everything, and there is something that my 8-year-old probably knows that I don't, because I haven't grown up in 2021. The schools are different now than when I was a kid. And what, she might actually have an insight to something that I don't know about. So if she was if I say, it's this way, and she goes, no, it's this way, I'm like, well, is it? Yeah. and it's, I think as a parent, I think all parents should do it. I think that we shouldn't just dismiss kids. I think if these kids have thoughts, they have feelings, and they have ideas, and they have a mind of their own. I think that as a I don't know what to call it, as a body, parents as a body, as a group, should all be open to correction from our kids, including you. What?
They're absolutely right. It's like a lot of times when people say, well, their kids say why, and they're just like, because I said so. It's like, no, explain why, because
is that what you say to the kids?
Yeah. Explain why, because at the end of the day, they're not going to learn if they don't know why they have to do what you're asking them to do.
Yeah, and sometimes I think that saying to the kids, no, why? Explain that to me, is actually helping them learn, because they can then start, they'll start working through those decisions themselves in their own head, But
I think, guys, when you're talking about parenting, look, it doesn't come with a novel or a hardback paperback. Andy can talk more a bit after this point. But it's about saying to your child, maybe, look, I don't know all the answers, but let's find out together. But then you've got the other element of it where you're living day to day and you're thinking, you need to get ready and your butt outside to get to the school gates now, and they're going, what?
Shoes on.
Yeah. And you're like, because I'll get fined by the Education Welfare Office if you don't. That's an honest point. What? Who's the Education Welfare Officer? Well, you'll find out when you don't get any Christmas presents.
Them switch on after school, not happening. Daddy's got a fine to pay.
Matt must have picked up a few of my bills then, because I've been forwarding on the fines from my kids to Matt.
As far as the school's concerned, mate, you're Matt.
Yeah. Cheers, Dad. But I think, you know, it's totally right, isn't it? It's more what we say as well in schools and with our training. It's sometimes about negotiation. What we see sometimes is people screaming and shouting at kids. We want to see more adults saying sorry if they've done wrong. But trust me, some of them find it very hard to say sorry to children and say, I was out of order there. I was out of line last week, or I did this and perhaps it wasn't right. I didn't consider you. And what they don't understand is the long-term impact of that a child is actually seeing, you know, an adult actually noticing them, recognizing actually they did something that could have contributed towards a certain behavior, and they're repairing, you know. And I just see it too much. It's when people get to a certain level, it's like, I don't have to respond to emails. I don't have to say sorry. I said to Matt, you know, honestly, I say it to Matt, sometimes we'll get emails off directors of service. I'm saying it like the X Factor voice, and it'll just be, I'm available next Thursday at 9 o'clock. And they'll send a link to you, and you're like, well, just to let you know, I've got a life too. And, you know, perhaps we can't make that because we're not in Smash Life going, okay, we'll just jump to we'll be there. Like, working together. And I find that sometimes in the power, the status, and when you get to a certain level, people seem to forget about other people's feelings. And I think that's one thing that we're always staying true to, you know, always remembering how we felt growing up, always remember how we felt as like maybe the smaller guys within a company, and that's when we go for meetings, we always say, listen, I would like to hear from the teaching assistants. I would like to hear from, you know, the football coach, all these people that people look at and think, well, actually, they're just the lower level. No, they may be having a huge impact on that child's life. So we all need to be working together more instead of listening to just one voice. Yeah,
you're right. I mean, when I was growing up, I can remember one of the people that I really got on with at school was the caretaker.
Yeah.
You know, and he used to drive the minibus to college. Because when I was at school, I went to college one day a week to engineering because I went to the vocational pathway. And yeah, like he drove the minibus to college, and me and him really got on really well, and you know, and I really related to him, and he related to me, and we had quite a lot of really good conversations like growing up. But you know, people wouldn't have thought that. They would have been like, well, do you know what I mean? Because he's just the caretaker. What does he know? You know.
He would have been dismissed because he hasn't got the qualifications, but what he has got is something called a personality, and he's able to connect and, you know, and you know, listen to you as well. And honestly, it's a massive frustration of mine where I just think if we look around, there's sources of inspiration and connection everywhere.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, you're right.
Absolutely. But everyone finds inspiration from different places, whether it would be completely different things. Somebody, you might inspire someone as an artist, you might inspire someone, I don't know, as a musician, but you might also inspire someone just as a really good person. So it's always important to be that, you know, if you're in the public eye, I've always believed.
Who did we relate to the most, Matt, when we grew up?
So Andy and I were lucky enough, and I don't know whether the people we lived with were just trying to palm us off for cheap babysitting, but we used to go to something called a play scheme. And between the ages of maybe about 8 till 14, during the summer holidays, half term, it was like £1.90 for the whole day. And you could go to a school and just play football all day. And for me and Andy, that was heaven. And they used to have what was called play leaders there. And we used to go to Meal Breaks, Longdon Road, the AstroTurf. That was our stomping ground for a few years in our teenage years. And you know, but we love those play leaders who are in their late teens, early 20s, and you know, some of them now are deputy heads, some of them now but they're really good with people. And I played a wedding of one the other year. Just a lovely person. You don't have to have all these qualifications and titles, because what they do sometimes, without you even knowing it, they create a distance between you and the clients that you're actually aiming to serve.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, you hear about it all the time, or you see it. You know, certainly I've seen it. Is that a lot of these people that work with these kids, they turn up in their, you know, in their suits and you know, in the ties and whatnot, the briefcase, they smack on the table and go right there. You know, and that's the kids aren't going to relate to that. they're going to be like, well, who are you? You know, they want somebody that's going to turn up in a pair of jeans, you know, and just have a chin whack, and like, so get a football. Yeah, come on then, Matt. Come on, let's go have a kick about, and not grill them like it's a job interview, you know, and just have a natter. And I think the way you guys go about that is just absolutely perfect. It's certainly something that I would have opened up to when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think we learned from a lot of bad practice, and this might have been people, you know, that came into the sector as a social worker that really wanted to make a change. But I just remember being a child sat at home, you know, and social workers coming in very formal, scribbling down everything that I wrote. And when I tried to ask about them, they made it very clear they weren't there to talk about themselves. So if you're a child, you immediately just shut down. So I think within our mentoring sessions, we're like, right, we go armed with a lot of games, a lot of sports and resources. Even we say in our training, there's inspiration around us on YouTube. There's so many things we can use now. But we also say to the child at the start, it's really daunting for you to meet an adult. So sit down, you know, and hear more about us. Here's a little presentation with some pictures of me growing up and what I'm interested in and things like that, just to really break down them barriers. And I just think surely we've all got the time to give someone 15, 20 minutes to go, this is me. And if you don't feel that vibe, if you don't feel that you can connect to me, that's fine. You know, you have a choice. Not, I'm here to talk about you. Right, okay, so what did you eat for tea last night? What time did you have a bath? Yeah, and it's honestly, sometimes it used to be that formal that you got the feeling that they would, that stress, they needed to get that information and just leave to go to their next place.
Yeah.
So I just feel like I was the youngest person in the UK to have a coffee, because back in 1990 we were attending meetings with professionals, and you know, I felt like I was that character out of Boss Baby. You know, just it was all suits and drinking coffees and stroking chins and going, yeah. And I just think we need to step away from that, make informal environments for young people to open up to adults. Who can actually invoke change in their life for them. Because when you're younger, you don't really have any of the power to make any decisions for yourself. And we want to try and change that. So professionals are really considering what young people are telling us. And if they don't understand, we need to explain it to them in a way that they understand, so it's not all hidden from them. Because I know what it feels like to get my file 20, 30 years later and read what professionals have put about me and what the carers thought about me, and no one had told me. It was all like, oh, wow. You don't need to hear what they've been telling us about you. We need to focus on you. You know, it's like, let's have an honest conversation. And you'll find a lot of professionals, not all, there are some out there, some really good ones, will avoid honest conversations.
Yeah.
So how is it you'll encourage kids to open up, to speak up, to not be afraid to ask those questions? Because obviously, if, you know, they're having issues at home, being browbeaten and whatnot, you know, how is it you get that out of them? Is it different for each child, or is it, you know, something that you've learned over the years will work?
I think vulnerability is key, is massively key. And that's something that in 2006, when I worked for the local authority, you know, I was challenged about being vulnerable with kids and being, you know, sharing a bit of, you know, my world, and saying to them, yeah, I used to be really angry and get into fights and fear because I struggled and I wasn't in the right environments. Now I was told you can't really share too much about your past. I was working with 16 plus kids. It's not like I was sitting down with an 8-year-old and telling them about certain things in my life. It was very age relevant and saying to them, if you take that anger into the world, you know, it will come back to you. So what we need to do is to get to the root of that anger. And then what you see is when you start kind of showing that vulnerability, you just see them thinking, wow, this isn't a robot, this is a human being. And I can feel comfortable to share and maybe tell them where my anger's coming from. I just think it's just unraveling that kind of that process and that life journey just through honesty from us, you know, the environments. So not in a very small room, and just showing them that actually we have had things happen to us, but you can go on to achieve. But if you keep them, you know, locked and hidden away inside your body, they might come out at the wrong times. And I think there's just different ways you can do that. You meet the kids that, you know, that this will take a long time because, you know, it's very traumatic for them and they haven't been in the right environments. And you meet some kids and literally the first session or second session, they're like, phew. And it's just myself and Matt kind of, you know, using them years and them tools and things that we've done to kind of, you know, find the best ways to kind of work with each child, I think. Matt, would you agree?
Yeah, trust. It's all about relationships. We go back to youth work. This is where we've trained. It's all about relationships. It's all about human connection, and everybody wants that because that gives your life meaning. It gives it purpose. And I just think young people, some of them unfortunately see a lot of bad things from a young age, and they have questions. Why is this happening to me and not the guy in the other classroom or whatever? And it's flipping it round as well and saying to them, do you realise how strong you are? What do you mean? Do you realise how strong you are? To come into school every day and present as you are, how strong are you, considering what's been going on at home? But look at where you are now. So you're spinning that negative into a positive. And it's not toxic positivity, which I hear. It's just saying, look, you need to process that. And if you need to cry and if you need to get that anger out, let's do it in a positive way, not in your teacher's face or another pupil's face. Let's do it in a way that, you know, through sport or something positive, you can get your anger out. But let's look at actually the strengths you've got and the resilience you've already shown without even knowing it.
On the flip side of that, what did it take for you guys to be able to open up and be vulnerable to tell your story? Because obviously that couldn't have been easy for you.
5 pints of Stella's usually, mate. No, I'm joking. No, I think for us, just if people ever ask, was it the same for you, Andy? Where if people ever asked me, I'd tell them, but I wasn't giving my story from a young age, but I would be very honest with people and say, yeah, this was my journey. It wasn't that I was ashamed of where I'd been. I just wouldn't necessarily talk about the abuse or some of the stuff that went on.
I think for me, society told me when we were 16, 17 that you had to keep it inside. It was like kind of like, man up, you know, get on with it.
Yeah. I hate that term. It makes you cringe. Like,
be calm and carry on, you know, and it's just like, wow. And then what I started to find, guys, is going to college, wanting to be a normal kind of teenager, 18, 19, discovering drink, you know, alcohol, girls, things like that. I started to find I was quite jealous in relationships. I found that I got quite angry playing football, angry after drink, or very sad. And I think I got to the stage when I finished uni at 24, 25, where I was like, where am I going here? I need to kind of face this head on. What environments am I in? You know, and I can't be going out, you know, 2-3 times a week because it's just affecting my whole life. And, you know, I think I haven't really ever had any professional support, but I've been working in environments such as outdoors, such as loving what I do, working for charities, working, you know, in youth and community, where I've been able to relate to people and then kind of see mini me's, you know, growing up and then think, reflect and then kind of share at the right time. And I think I wrote our first kind of presentation about 4 or 5 years ago. And I've got to admit, when I wrote it, I was crying most evenings. It took me 3 months to write. And Matt didn't really know. He came for support. And it was a shock for Matt as well. And since then, we've kind of delved a lot deeper. But I say a lot of that has come through time and acceptance and distance from what happened. I wouldn't have been able to kind of open up 18, 19. I would have got very angry, or I'd have opened up to someone and maybe got sent off playing football at the weekend. It would have come out in a negative somewhere. So I say to young people now, give it time, you know, and acceptance is key. You can't fight against it for the rest of your life. And you have to think about what you put in your body, the environments you're in and who you're around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that you sort of having the sort of the fight that you guys are doing and like, you know, against the sort of like system and trying to make it and mold it into a more supportive environment for people in foster care, do you think that, you know, you fighting that fight is helping with the acceptance of you guys' own past? You know, the fact that you're like, you know what, that happened, but I'm gonna have you. Like, do you know what I mean? You know,
you'll be surprised actually, Shane. It's a good question because some authorities will really want our expertise and really invest in the service and value what we do. And some authorities are very scared of change, and they don't. They're like, oh, but we've always done it this way, and we've always used this service. Oh, these Smash Life brothers, they might be the Gordon Ramsays of the social care stroke youth work. It's like, come on, grow up. We're all, we're here to, we can disagree, but ultimately, who are we here for? Are we here for our own egos, or are we here to serve the young people, or the families that we're supposed to be supporting? And if someone came up to me and said, because I love music as well, and someone said to me, oh, I've been in a band for 30 years, I'd want to have a conversation with them about, oh, what did you learn? What was it like going on tour? What was it like being signed? The same way I hope other professionals would be like, wow, Andy and Matt, what was it like growing up in care? What expertise, what advice would you give? How could we make this better? We don't know all the answers. We're not claiming to know all the answers. But what we're doing is, by capturing young people's voices now, we're getting more current voices in the care system to say, we're not happy. So when they're shut down in meetings by professionals at times, we can actually advocate for them, because we've got that trust, and say as an adult and a professional on a level standing with these other professionals, this is what the young person said. And we agree. We might not agree all the time, but if they're saying something where we're like, why isn't this changed? And trust me, it happens. Sometimes we'll hear the same things. Young people are frustrated, blah, blah, blah. And we're putting it forward. What's going on? What's going on? And sometimes we have to be that bridge between social services and the young person and say, actually, they made a decision because of this. And we see a lot of great practice out there. We're not going to sit here and bash social services, because we don't. There's a lot of great social workers, and there's a lot of great early help workers, youth workers, loads of great residential staff. And we should have been clapping for those guys as well during the pandemic, because they were keeping young people safe from harm, and teachers. So we advocate, and we don't think it's just about Andy and I being parachuted in to rescue everybody. It needs to be a collective approach from everybody, a consistent collective leading with the heart approach. Otherwise, if we're going to go down the behaviorist route of telling young people off, we do it this way here, exclusion, punishment, we're not going to get through to those young people that we desperately need to get through to, those that have got pain, and they're going to carry that into adulthood, and they are going to become the violent young men that you see on the streets. Oh, they just flipped after a few pints. Why? Because they had all that trauma inside, and they flipped because it wasn't dealt with and it was unresolved. Case in point being my brother Andy, who, when he was younger, he flipped on a night out because he saw a woman getting attacked. So, we've got relevant examples.
Yeah. And I think that it helps that you guys have you have the training that you've had, obviously, I think that's relevant. And also you've had the past that you've had, which means that you can literally stand, like you said, stand in front of these social workers and stuff and literally look them straight in the eye level, and be like, I've been that guy, I've done that, I've been there, done that, and nothing's changed since I was in the system. So we need to do better than this. And they can't exactly argue with you, because you're like, I've lived that, I've done it. That's behind me. Here's the lived experience of exactly what this guy is saying. It's
very funny though, saying we're not here to fight the system. We're not here to having battles with people. We're here to work with people. But it's very funny that you have sometimes one train of thought or one approach, and people don't want to hear the lived experience voice. We always say there is a Smash Life in every authority if people are willing to give young people that have grown up through the system, that want to give back that platform. Now, we're very lucky because in particular, one particular authority decided to take a chance on us, decided to meet us, and decided to see actually that shared life, mentoring and experience is huge for young people currently in the system. And the biggest frustration for me and the biggest barrier is people that old mindset, we've always done it this way. And instead of being like, I want to, find out what's out there, want to work with a variety of different people. We're not for everyone. We appreciate that, but we certainly do feel the people that, don't like our approaches and that, but that's fine. It takes time to create a change. And we're not going to be the kind of people that, you know, will follow like sheep. We have to stand up to our beliefs, and, you know, create, hopefully, an army of people in Smash Life that are grown up through care that will be as passionate as we are about young people, which shows because we have young people messaging our Instagram page at like 10 o'clock at night. Oh, by the way, I've just put up my girlfriend, I'm going into school tomorrow. Hey, don't worry. You know, and we're there to speak to them and be there for them, you know. And how many people can look themselves in the eye and say that they are there in the evenings and weekends for young people?
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing you can offer that service as well, especially like you're saying that with Instagram, because you can guarantee a lot of, especially young men, let's be honest, they broke up with their girlfriend, they're like, oh, well, don't matter on the outside. But on the inside, you know, you're devastated. I remember breaking up with my girlfriend when I was young, and it's horrible. It's good to have that person you can talk to where you can feel vulnerable, but you don't have to show your mates.
But that's it, isn't it? You make a good point, because a lot of the young people in the care system, I've noticed they like to get into long-term relationships because they're forming attachments that they might not have had in their younger years. So when they do break up with somebody that they've been close to and they don't have that family behind them, it is doubly devastating. So it's like, well, I remember feeling that when I was 16, 17, you know, I clung on to this girl. I was probably a stalker, but no, we were, you know, we went out with each other. But when we broke up, I was devastated because I didn't have a family behind me going, come on, let's have a roast dinner and talk about it. You know, that's me being honest. You know, you know, we didn't have that mother figure in our life giving us that advice about relationship. We didn't have that father figure. Who did we have? And that applies to young people, some young people in care, especially those that have signed themselves out really early as well. So, yeah, good point. And yeah, our social media is a force of positivity as well. Andy puts a lot of real positive quotes up, you know, because what do we see in the news a lot of the time promoted? Bad news, young people in trouble again. It's like, actually, there's some good young people out there. There is. And we want to highlight the fact, like, we're working with them and there's some really good practice out there as well.
Yeah. I just want to slide into the comments real quick. So a couple of people have said a few things. First, my wife. We've got to look at the camera. The camera's there. I know. Look, don't get me into trouble, man.
Sorry. I mean, you're absolutely right, Lisa. We will learn for the future. I mean, you're absolutely right.
So it is hard. It is hard.
What an amazing thing you are doing at Smash Life. How long did you have the idea before it came to life?
So not very long, to be honest, because, and I'm going to be totally honest here, I was getting very disillusioned working for people that didn't have the right approach, people that treated staff like they were just a number, you know, running it like an army camp, and then working for people that were just literally like, whatever, do what you want, and didn't have the same passion, you know. And I just thought, I just need total control so we can do the right thing. And, you know, the right thing is sometimes for me and Matt to have a very quick phone conversation and say, I'm working with a young person, he's got a lot of anger, or he loves his football. Have we got money in the budget to pay for a football coach for them for 10 cents? Yeah, no problem. Let's do it. You know, I'm working with a young person who's never been here. Can we take him on? Yeah. You know, and sometimes when I work for other people, it became about, you know, profit and not doing the right thing, I felt. And I had a very interesting conversation with Matt, and he was at the stage where he said, I'm feeling disillusioned. And, you know, this is it. There's a lot of young people that grow up in care that have nothing, and they're not afraid to strip back to basics again and have nothing again. We set up Smash Life. I had nothing in the bank. November 2018 or something, or 17, I think we registered it. Christmas was a month away. I've got 2 kids, 2 cars on the drive, a house, you know, mortgage. But I wasn't afraid to start again. And I think that's the power that you see with a lot of resilience, with a lot of people that are grown up with nothing, because they've been so resilient from an early age. And I think that's what's so refreshing about our company, is we're not scared to sometimes go, right, that's not working, let's go again, we can do this. And we're constantly evolving and learning and constantly looking at kind of what our dreams and aspirations are, challenging each other. So it's not boring. I'm not sat in a job where I'm like, I'm not trusted, or I feel that, you know, people aren't listening to me. And I think the good thing is we listen to our staff as well. I think, You know, we all say we've got open door policy.
I think it was one of these things where once you hit rock bottom, or once you're at rock bottom, that's the foundation to grow from, isn't it? Because you can keep bouncing off that rock bottom because you've been there before. You know, you've learned it. You know that ground. You know exactly what you're doing down there. So like, you just keep going. And people like that are formidable because, like you said, as soon as something doesn't work, you just backtrack, go again. You know, get a better hold on it and then try again. You know, and I think that's a lot of people have been through all manner of different things in their life that pushes them down to that point. I think all of them have got there's something about them. You know, every one of them.
Yeah. You know, unfortunately, sometimes there is some people that give up with things, and you know, for us, it's that we know our why. You know, and we say to people, "What is your why?" You know, why did you come into these roles? Why did you want to be a teacher? Why did you want to be a social worker? If you're not happy with something, change it, because you're working for a very long time. You know, Matt said he was in a job once and someone just said, it's like being on the front line. You're staying for 20 years and you get out. And it's like, we want to love what we're doing, you know.
Yeah.
And I want to be 55, 60 and known that we've grown something and it's a refreshing thing and everyone absolutely loves it. You know, not people in the office slating us as bosses going, oh gosh, I don't like him. People that are like all aligned to your vision and just love it. And we have staff away days and all sorts. You know, we're collectively all together.
You want people to turn up to work and enjoy it, because the job that we do, the mentoring side of it, you're working with young people that are going through a lot of issues, and you're dealing with professionals, as you know, who are stressed. So you have to look after yourself as well, and your staff, and also the power in saying no as well. Can you just look after these young people? Hang on a minute, you're going off for 6 weeks. Now you're expecting me to pick up your caseload. Why do you go off? And it's something that we noticed at the end of July, when all the teaching staff go off and all the social workers have got their lovely holidays booked. And it's like, this is what we mean about the system. It's like, we see things but, you know, we're happy to put on events and, you know, bring people together, which we did during the holidays. Andy planned some great outdoor activities. So, yeah, we're going to think outside the box. I've just got to let my dog out for a wee. Hang on.
Sorry. So while he's doing that, let's just grab a couple more comments. So, Cause Crush Cancer. Great words from Smash Life. And also, my wife again. I didn't trust adults at that age. Someone like you guys would have been a great help. Without going into too much detail, Lisa's had a challenging past. Let's just say, and yeah. So I get what she's saying from that, and I think that some you guys would have been the sort of people that she would have turned to in those days, you know. I think what you guys are doing is absolutely amazing, and you know, as I said before, you've always got the biscuits back in. If there's anything that we can do at all, you're always welcome. And if anybody's listening, and they want to get in touch with you guys, I did actually just ping up the you guys website. So where can they find you?
So you've got the website, which is smashlifeuk.com. You've also got us on Instagram, which is at smashlifeuk. You've got us on Twitter at smashlifeuk1. And we are on the lovely Facebook. Who isn't? And we've just recently, Shane, brought out a merch page. So not only are we moving in the circles of doing the talks with professionals and schools and stuff, we're actually selling resources that you can buy for young people. So when I showed the water bottle, that's about keeping young people hydrated, because as we know, healthy young people are active, they're ready to learn. You've also got on there that we've just released some inspirational posters. And that relates to what an element of our story. especially me, whereas I saw a poster and it made me stop in my tracks. So we've designed 8 of our own with positive affirmations on that people can buy and put up in their places of work, bedrooms, residential homes, wherever. We've also got, we're going to be developing practice resources for professionals, because we know how hard it is out there, you know, and sometimes when you're put on the spot, right, work with this kid, you know, it's like, what do I do? You know, so we want to be, you know, selling things that to organizations that are useful and solution focused as well. Is there anything you wanted to say on that, Andy?
Well, do you want to talk a bit more about Kickback? Because that's a free resource that we're going to kind of do every year, isn't it? Around your music.
So I'm a musician. I'm in a band, and I write original music. And if you go on our Facebook page, at the top was the first song Where We Running To, which I think I sent the Pod Aid. I don't know if you guys have played it, but I sent it to Alex. So, but we're bringing out this Sunday Kickback, which is a video that we've had professionally shot, which contains a message from Andy and I, which is going to be available on all our socials, that professionals can use as a tool to start conversations with young people who have been bullied, abused, or gone through trauma. And it's all about resilience and, you know, using those negatives to fuel your fire to do better for yourself and, you know, springboard you to success, really, which is what it did for me. A big part of this song for me was, it was sticking my middle finger up to the people that abused me, because they expected probably Andy and I to go on and end up in jail, or they're not going to go very far. Look at those two thugs. And that's what they would have loved, you know, but we've actually done something with our lives, and it's about proving those doubters wrong. And it's, yeah, I'm excited to release it on Sunday, and I hope people get behind it.
That's awesome.
It's amazing.
You got anything else to?
No, just, guys, I'm not going to lie. I didn't really know much about you before I wasn't expected to come on this early in the show, but you guys are amazing from everything I've learned, and I fully intend to go and learn more about you guys afterwards. Tip my hat to you, because your life could have gone in so many different directions, but you chose positivity, and you chose that to then spread that message so other people can go down that path, and it's inspiring. It's amazing.
Yeah, and we can go out into schools and colleges and be booked by these organisations. So we're saying, come on, book us, get us in there. Get a hard-hitting talk to these year 9s, year 10s, year 11s, college age, because it might be the difference. It might plant a seed. So they're actually like, oh, yeah, right, actually. And they reflect on their own life journey and think, it might just be that little seed. So years later, they go, someone came in and did a talk. He had a funny haircut, but I did listen to him.
Exactly like that.
You just never know, though, do you? You know, we all remember the things that inspired us in life, and hopefully we've done a couple of these, and young people have really responded well to it, and they're like, wow, yeah, I could relate to so much, because we've got 2 journeys in one, Andy's side and my side. So yeah, it's, you know, yeah, so I'm urging schools and colleges, come on, get off your backsides, put your coffee down and book us. I'm saying it.
And there you have it. You heard it
right there,
yeah, that was it.
You've been told.
But why not? Guys, what have you got to lose at the end of the day?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And, absolutely. You know, I love you guys. I think you guys are amazing. And, like, I want to... What? I love them too. Oh, Alex is going, me as well, because, you know, he just has to be involved, doesn't he?
Alex, thank you so much, and well done to all of you at Pod Aid for organising this. And I know you arranged it with Andy, but it looks fantastic, and it gives us an opportunity as a local business, because that's what we are. Mm-hmm. You know, we want to be national one day, but we're a local business. It gives us a really good platform, and we just want to say thank you to Pod Aid and keep up the good work, all of you.
No worries. And while we're on the subject of Pod Aid, you know, please do donate. You can text Pod Aid 3 to 70085 to donate £3. Stop laughing at me. To donate £3. And text Pod Aid 3 at 70085 to donate £3. Text costs £3 plus 1 standard rate message, and you'll be opting in to hear more about our work and fundraising via telephone and SMS. If you'd like to give £3 but not wish to receive the marketing communications, text Pod Aid no info 3 to 70085. And also to our justgiving.com/Pod Aid, where you can also donate larger sums of money if you're feeling particularly generous. He's happy.
He's happy.
He's happy. I've nailed it this time. He's actually happy now. Guys, you've been amazing. Now the next trick, now I need to try and work out how to actually put this on, because he told me over my shoulder how to put this video on, but he sort of, I need to put that there, I need to do that there, and then walked off. So I have no idea how to actually put this video stream on this stream. So this is going to be interesting. It might go completely wrong, but share video file.
Good luck.
What a live demo, people. No, but Andy and Matt, it was an honour to meet you guys. Keep up the amazing work. And obviously, I heard you say then you want to go nationwide one day, and I hope the best that you manage to make it happen one day.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Alex. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much, guys. And a shout out to Minsley Motors. If they want to help us go nationwide and drive us to places, then contact us.
Thank you very much, guys.
Cheers, guys.
He's had some food now, so he's feeling better.
I was really shaky. I was proper like shaking. I went outside for it. I was like, oh my God. I did 8 hours straight with no food, nothing. Straight up. It was nuts.
Let's take Castaway there. You're right.
If you guys see me passed out on the floor later, don't worry about it. I'm just podcasting. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
We're mentors, not paramedics. Sorry, mate, we can't help it.
What we'll do is we'll play a video, and that'll lead us on to our next part of our show, which is with the amazing Beth Heath from Shropshire Festivals. We can talk about how to throw a proper party. But guys, thank you so much. Genuinely, I was listening backstage just there, and you guys are fantastic at what you do. So keep doing what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you later, guys.
So now, Sally, thank you so much for giving us the tour today. It was nice just seeing everybody doing what they do. I mean, I know it's empty and we didn't get the feel for. I would never shove a camera in patients' faces.
No,
so to get what we've got today, I'm very grateful. But I'd like to talk to you about your role and sort of like, how long have you worked here?
I've worked in the trust 15 years. I've been in oncology 5 years in January.
Yeah, and this place, it seems like it's constantly changing. From what I get, the scanners have to be replaced every 10 years, and they're knocking walls through, and all these things. Has this place changed since you first started?
Yeah, unfortunately, cancer is growing, isn't it, within the public, and treatments are changing as well. So, where someone used to come in for chemotherapy and they'd have so many cycles, and then we'd just see them.
Step away for 5 minutes and it breaks the stream. Do you know what I mean?
It wasn't my fault. It was not. Do not blame me. It was not my fault. I didn't break the stream.
Okay, so what we're going to plan to do now is I think Beth Heath is going to be joining us very soon. And in the meantime, we can have a catch-up, can't we? So, Jules, you can probably write better off this side, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's a better microphone. And we'll just have a chinwag, catch up and stuff.
That's from Joe.
So that was Smash Life.
Okay.
I love them guys.
Fantastic.
I think they're amazing. I want to work with them more. I want to just FYI. I want to do more with Smash Life guys. So that's probably gonna be my next project.
Yeah. Right. Let's hide this.
Just take that bottom one off.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right. Okay. So, guys, I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. I mean, it's been a very long day.
What is going on?
Sorry.
Jules, goodbye. The stream's crashed.
Actually broken everything. And the thing is, we've lost a camera lady, so I can't even move the skew.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to take a look at the stream. We'll get back to normal very soon. I'm going to throw a test card and I'm going to switch our internet to see if that helps out. Okay, so bear with us a second while we deal with this technical issue.
Okay.
Right, we are back. What I've done is I've switched our internet, and we should be good to go. Should we check the total on Just Given since we began? We are now up to £603 of our £1,000 target. You all right? Yeah, can you guys hear us okay? Make sure you get in the comments and let us know. Obviously, we've been going now for a few hours, so we're starting to get a bit loose, a little bit like, because it's been a very long day. But there's still plenty of opportunities to donate and to get involved. Get in the comments, give us some support, give us something fun to talk about. Lisa says we're all good, so that's fantastic. The stream's going okay. Let's chat to
Lisa, by the way, it's been an absolute Trojan because she's literally been here the entire stream.
Oh, watching.
Yeah, we're just having a chin wag, to be honest. So if you wanted to join,
you come and sit down with me, you want? I'll adjust the camera to make us all fit. I love how laid back this is turned out now.
I know, yeah. For you guys who don't understand, what Shane's doing now is there is a huge TV camera in front of us. We haven't got a remote control in front of us, so we just need to move it. My camera lady has gone to do motherly duties and pick up our child, so we were managing by ourselves. Anyway, look, so we've got so much coming up on Pod 8. Oh yeah, just a little bit. And we have so many fantastic guests.
Beth's waiting in the waiting room.
Okay, I think I probably sent Beth the wrong link. I'll do is I'll send it to her on Messenger. Oh, she's here. She's here.
Got it?
Yes.
Fast.
She's waving at. She's like, hello. What I'm going to do then is, because I need to set up the next show, I'm going to leave Jules and Shane to speak to Beth Heath. Do you want to swap this way so you know what you're doing? And I'll catch you guys at the for Charlie Adler interview in about an hour's time. I'll catch you guys in a bit. Leave you in Shane and Jules' capable hands.
Shane's going in front of that. I'm guessing the technical.
Yeah, I'll go there.
Do you want me to go that side?
Musical chairs. Musical chairs.
How much of this do you reckon we're going to be?
Musical chairs. How are we doing, guys?
Right.
Are we happy?
Yes. Bring Beth in.
My wife has just said, any requests from Morrison's?
Well, I've just brought a load of sugary stuff. So unless you want more.
Oh no, it wasn't my wife. It was Al's wife. Sorry, I misread that. It's getting to that point of the night, mate. Already, I can't read anymore. So this is going to go really well. Anyway, without any further ado, let's get rid of that. Let's please welcome a round of applause.
Copy of that.
Al, a round of applause.
Sorry.
Beth Heath! And we've got the wrong background.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we doing?
I'm all right. Yes. Thank you. How's it gone so far?
I'm fine. I think Al's starting to get a little bit delirious, if I'm honest. I think he's starting to lose the plot a little bit.
It's changing colour and stuff. That's never.
Yeah, he's just. I think the peroxide's getting to his head, to be honest with you. So, what have you been up to? Have you been in the quarry today?
Yes, hence I've just literally done a kind of Annika Rice moment where I've got the computer ready for me, and I arrived back in the office at 1 minute to, in a rather hilarious moment with 2 pints of squash on my desk and a box of cake. So,
and listeners, the offer still stands. Anybody that brings us food or cake gets free sponsorship for an hour slot. Because we haven't got any food. Well, we had a Subway, to be fair. We did have that. But we haven't got any cake. So if anybody can bring us cake...
You've got
free
cake. I've
sponsorship.
bought cupcakes. I bought Rocky Road.
Well, you get a free sponsorship then.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Jules is the best. She looks after us all.
So what have you been up to in the quarry?
So in the quarry, we have been making the most of the fact it's not actually chucking it down the rain today. And we have been... putting everything we can outside before tomorrow when it is going to chuck it down the rain all day, and we have to paddle around in a very sloppy, muddy hole. But it is looking absolutely awesome. We have got the stage in today. We have got lighting in. We've got banners starting to go up. And toilets, most important thing at an Oktoberfest, apart from the beer. Yes, toilets, and they've come in as well today. So yeah, we've been busy on site all day, and it's been a bit nuts, but we're still here and we're still smiling, so it's been good.
Awesome.
What time does it start on Friday, Beth, for people that don't know?
We are starting at 5 till 10 on Friday, and there's still tickets available. So shop.oktoberfest.co.uk. Saturday has unbelievably sold out. Apparently, the people of Shropshire and beyond want a party.
Fab.
That's
Can
awesome.
people buy on the gate on Friday night?
Hopefully, yes. If the tickets, it's going to be an interesting one to see if the tickets go the same way as it did for Saturday. And that would always be the dream from an organiser's perspective. But as we're standing at the moment, people can buy on the gate. It's cheaper in advance. So if you know you're going to come, why wouldn't you buy in advance?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, yeah.
So what are the highlights then of Oktoberfest? What can people expect?
Okay, so if anybody who hasn't been before, Shropshire Oktoberfest is absolutely huge marquees, about 150 different types of beer. We've got cider, perry, lager as well. Big gin den. So guys at Gin Different are running that. We've got cocktail bar. We've got wine bar, silent disco, comedy club, carpool karaoke with Volvo, massive music stage, umpire bands, little teepee parties that kind of happen around the place. On Friday night, we have got the best. I've only seen their YouTube, but I kind of just think they're absolutely brilliant. They're called Old Time Sailors. We've got 32 basically sailors playing really cool music on Friday night, and I just couldn't not book them when I saw their YouTube stuff. So it's brilliant. So
where are they from?
The coast somewhere, because
the English coast, the Welsh coast.
Well, they sign themselves off as always at sea and waiting. I'm not really sure, but honestly, if you ever want to have a quick, go on YouTube and look up Old Time Sailors. They're flipping brilliant. 32 drunken sailors. What could possibly go wrong at an Oktoberfest?
So, to anybody watching who doesn't know who Beth Heath is, you should. Because pretty much everything that goes on in Shrewsbury, Beth Heath got a hand in somewhere. She's the woman you need to know, really, because she's the woman that knows things around Shrewsbury.
Not very much, to be fair, these days. But yeah, it's been a busy few months and it's a very quiet 18 months and then a very busy 4 months. So it's been lovely.
Well, you've had an 18-month holiday, so you got no excuses.
Working for the next 2 years.
Yeah, so that's what I keep saying to my team, that you have this downtime, like sleep. Sleep, guys.
You've been asleep for 18 months, come on.
Apparently there's employment laws and stuff like that, and I can't. But yeah, my team are absolutely the best people in the world. And actually, Jules knows because she is one of my volunteers in an alternative universe when she's not sitting behind a microphone. We are helped by the most incredible team. I always feel a bit kind of, I don't know, I feel a bit of a fraud when I sit here and do these things because I've ended up being the front of these stuff, but there's a massive team pink behind me. And I kind of think that sometimes gets forgotten, that there's a kind of an army of people that are still on site working really hard at the moment while I kind of decided off to come and do this. And I think they don't really get the glory they deserve because there is absolutely not one heck of a chance that I could do what I do without them. So.
That's brilliant. That's really nice that you that you acknowledge that, to be fair.
It helps that you're an amazing boss anyway, if that's the right word, obviously, for a volunteer to say to somebody that organises it. But I love volunteering for you, Beth, because you're, in terms of like the rest of your team, your employees, everyone's very clear about what you have to do. And, it doesn't feel like it's chaotic when you get there. It's very organised. We always know as volunteers what we've got to do. And we're allowed to just get on with it as well. We're not sort of like, you certainly don't micromanage us for sure. So,
There's no time to. And what I always think, volunteers are an interesting breed of people because they often come from a very varied background, often being quite professional. And you wouldn't volunteer unless you had some get up and go. So if you're the type of person that had get up and go, you're quite capable of making your own decisions. And therefore, we've had some really good feedback of volunteers in the past, which have made the events what they are now. So you see things that I will never ever see. You're coming at it from complete, and you hear things that people will tell you that I'll never hear. So unless I get told those things by volunteers, the events wouldn't be what they are now without them. Like dog crash, that was from a volunteer saying to me, isn't there somewhere where like, dogs can like go while the humans are shopping? And so we have a dog crash, we have a bike crash. And those kind of things are from just volunteers saying, why can't you? Why don't we? Why don't we?
You're like, good question.
That's what I'm good at. I can do the right to-do list and let's make these things happen. And then you lot make it happen.
Yep.
I get the glory. It's brilliant.
So obviously, you're saying about the volunteers and you've heavily used a lot of us just recently. So you're obviously your big one that you've just had, which everyone was desperately waiting for to happen in the town, was the food festival. So from your perspective, how much of a success was that this year, given the big gap that we'd had?
It was flipping brilliant. I'm not sure, I can't swear on this, we're still before Watershed. But it was amazing. The sun shone. I was absolutely, emotionally, the most terrified I've ever been in the 20 odd years that I've been running events. Because we were the wrong time of year. We were just coming out of a pandemic. We didn't know what the public were expecting. And we were also having to deal with exhibitors who were getting COVID, bands who got COVID, staff who got COVID, people who were unsure and then changed their mind about coming, people who'd gone out of business, companies, it just was not normal. There was not any sense of it that made me feel secure into going into Shrewsbury Food Festival. However, there was a queue at 10 o'clock in the morning, like there always is. The sun shone like it always does. And the people came in their tens of thousands like they always do. And I did, anyone who knows me is on my social, I cried a little bit on Saturday. I'm quite a hard shell kind of girl, but it's not a normal thing. But I stood on that hill while people were dancing and having an amazing time. And every single festival we do, I try and take 10 minutes where I stand in silence by myself with my husband Sid, and we kind of go, wow, we actually did this again. And that is unbelievable when you can just stand there and there's tens of thousands of people and they're all smiling because you had an idea years ago and they've turned up. So it's phenomenal. And I will do the same again at Oktoberfest. There will be a moment where I always stand at the back of the stage and kind of go, oh my God, look at all those people out there, a sea of people dancing and enjoying themselves. That's because we had an idea and we did it. And I think anyone that's ever done a business thing or anything, a pod aid, there's an idea, that moment when it's happening, you have to stop and appreciate that it's happening. So, yeah,
He did that before. I say Al, I mean. Because literally, I've said it a few times on this Pod Aid already. How Pod Aid came about was literally he popped up in the chat and just went, "We're doing a 24-hour podcast, by the way." And we were like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, we do, that's what we're doing now." Okay. And we're like, "Okay, fair enough." And then, is that your phone?
We're ignoring it because that is someone asking if we've got Saturday tickets, and I can't shut it up because it's next to my desk. I don't know.
Pull the plug out of it.
I looked at it and looked at all the buttons, and none of them say just shut up. But if you're listening at the moment, I'm sorry, I'm on Pod Aid and it's amazing.
Yes.
Tickets available.
But yeah, at one point, I think it is about, I can't remember if it's the second or third interview in, or third hour in, and Al just sat there and he just sunk back in his seat like this, and we were like, I was like, "Awesome, how are you?" And he was like, he said, it's happening. I was like, "What?" He's like, it's all happening, it's all working fine and everything's going well. And I was like, yeah.
That's because you've got an ace team and you've got an ace idea and you all pulled it off and it's amazing. So yeah, fair play to Alan and you guys, because it's flipping amazing what you do and what you've done through kind of this whole, biscuit, everything. It's really good. You do an amazing job. So be very, very proud in that same moment.
Thank you.
All of us are in our little bits of what we do.
You're hearing that, Al?
Yeah.
She's saying nice things about you.
She's saying very nice things.
We'll obviously beg to differ, of course.
Ooh. So what other things, Beth, did you manage to get done this year? Because I know there was a few other little events that you were able to slot in. So what else had been going on?
What else have we done this year? God, it seems like a bit of a time warp. So after the world reopened and we were allowed to get back out, we did Festival on a Field in Oswald Street for the hospital over there, which was amazing because that was raising money for charity. We did, what else have I done? Jules, I'm going crazy.
What was the walking one that you did around by the Horman Hill from...
I'm glad that you pay attention to what I've been doing this last year. We did Tasty Trail. Now, Tasty Trail is something I wanted to do for a couple of years. And pandemic, when you're coming out of it and people are going, I'm a bit unsure about these big crowd events that you usually do. So it's basically an 8-mile walk where you stop every couple of miles to eat a different course of your meal, eat local food, drink local beer, cider, perry. But the point to it is you're eating the food in the area where it's produced, if possible. We're all about supporting local producers. That's why the food festival exists. And if you can get 600 people, which is what it was, out walking, so they're doing the best of all the things that I believe in, enjoying fresh air, getting out from in front of a screen. She says slightly hypocritically in front of the screen.
You're allowed for this hour.
You're eating, you're drinking, you're with friends, you're talking, and you're kind of enjoying Shropshire countryside. We are so flipping lucky where we live. We can go, even if you're in the middle of a town that's local, you go 2 minutes out and you've got this gorgeous countryside. Mm-hmm. You do not appreciate it enough. And those 600 people who came, every single stop there was different music, and you were eating different food, and it was just so lovely. We sold out of that event in 2.5 days.
Wow.
We could not believe it. And we would have done more of those events this year. My plan was to do 4 or 5. We just haven't stopped. And apparently my children quite like to see me occasionally. It's been a very, very busy few months.
Sounds like excuses to me, Beth, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Just talking of kids, didn't you do a kids event as well?
Kids event? Did I do a kids event?
Did you do a kid? You did do a kids event. I'm sure you did.
There's a Mile of Smiles.
Mile of Smiles?
Yeah. No, I thought there was something. Oh, maybe it was because that ended with something in the quarry, wasn't it, for the kids? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, there was. So Mile of Smiles was flipping brilliant. So again,
that was a good one.
Something I've wanted to do for a very long time is a free event. Essentially, we're a business. We need to charge people to come in. Otherwise, we cannot continue to pay my staff and carry the business on. And I'm quite open about that. I don't think people should be ashamed about it. But we want to do something that people come out and they enjoy culture again. And I think what we've all missed during a pandemic is the fact that you can go and see things happening, smile because someone makes you laugh, and see someone blowing fire up in the air or blowing bubbles or just singing on a stage and seeing little kids dancing and doing what they do. So A Mile of Smiles came about. We got some arts council funding, which we were exceedingly grateful for during COVID. And one of the things that I put in for was A Mile of Smiles. And we were also helped out by Original Shrewsbury and some funding from them as well, to enable us to get a load of different cultural things for a mile through Shrewsbury, starting off at Shrewsbury Castle, going through the square, and then ending up in the quarry. And we had literally thousands of people come that day. There's footfall counted in Shrewsbury, so we can see that the footfall went up by 3,000 or 4,000 extra people. We did it on a Sunday to try and get people into town, and it worked. And I would love to be able to do it every year. It was absolutely amazing. But that kind of depends on these things being able to.
It was Mile of Smiles where I learned what a bubbleologist is.
Oh,
It's the coolest job in the world.
Oh, as in the
Bubbleologist.
blow.
I didn't even know that word even existed.
No, I didn't even realise.
And I was like, because she was like, "Oh, I'm a bubbleologist," and I was like, "What? A bubbleologist?" And Al can't even say that word. So
Can you imagine? I always have to go through and you have to tick which category you fall into. Like I just applied for a new passport. Like which category do you fall into? I never got event organizer, so I'm always a professional or something. If you're a bubbleologist, what the heck do you say?
Entertainer, I suppose, yeah. Or performer, I guess. I just want to slip into the comments real quick because there's been a couple. My wife says, "Do I want some dinner?" No. I'm all right, thanks. Because I'm a bit busy. Nick Jones says, "Beth, Sid, and the whole team are amazing. Oktoberfest is going to be brilliant."
Yeah, 100% agree.
So I would like to just go. So Nick's on here. So if you're still listening, I'll embarrass him. So when we had to do a call out during the pandemic, Nick was became one of our very best friends. So we had to keep going with Friends of the Festival. And Nick has been a supporter of ours for 4 years. He has stood at the top of water slides and raised money for the Harry Johnson Trust. He has done so many things to support our company and to make it possible. So when we go back to volunteers, there's also another cohort of businesses that support what we do as a festival company that really want to see people out enjoying themselves in the quarry and raising the profile of our town and our whole county. And Nick is one of these people that has been the best supporter of what we do. He also makes me endlessly happy when I look back through our pictures and see him dancing for 2 hours in the silent disco back in and he's amazing company. Throgmorton is going to be sponsoring the silent disco this year in honour of Nick because he loves that silent disco so much.
Silent discos are amazing, to be fair.
Yeah. And people like Nick and many others who have supported us for many, many years. That is kind of like a bit of an aside, but thanks, Nick. I think you're awesome too.
Brilliant.
So,
brilliant.
Another comment is actually from my mother. Please tune and give our local lads some encouragement. The video, you need to share it. You need to press share, and then you add that word into the text box, and then press post.
Oh, bless.
Okay. Yeah. Good effort though. Well done for trying. Thank you. And Paul Bennett, great team.
Oh, Benno,
to work with. Oi, oi, Beth.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi.
Is that Shropshire Festivals or Shropshire Festivals thing? Is it?
Yeah.
No, that's Dave and Benno, the 90s revival lads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Revival, and they're coming into Shrewsbury next May, so book tickets now while you can. They had a good event this year at the Westmid Showground, and their event next year will be on the Westmid Showground again, which is a really nice site. So they've got some really good bands on, and I'm really sorry, Paul and Bello, but my brain's very tired today, and I'm trying to remember who we were talking about just yesterday in the office. So you can comment again and tell us all the bands that are playing. But they've been playing again some true local heroes in their own right who played throughout the pandemic and kept people smiling and happy. And they were amazing. So yeah, go on to their buy tickets for next year because be like Oktoberfest and sell out for that one as well.
Yeah.
Quartz Cross Cancer is brilliant. Keep it going. Similar sort of ilk from Nick. Is big love back at you. And See, he has to get involved all the time. He just can't help himself.
Who's the best?
He just look at his face on that picture. Like, he
just remember who volunteers for you.
I'll just throw one back at Al. Who's the best Shropshire festivaler?
Oh,
touche.
He's gone very quiet.
Beth, I want to. One of the things that I think for me stood out for what you guys and your you and your team did, given like when the world had to close and everything shut down, it was the creativity that came out of that on what can we do before we can have like the sort of like the live everyone together events, and then you came up with the whole driving concept. Which, I've seen other people dotted around the UK have sort of since been doing, but I wasn't aware of anyone doing it before you. So, I just think that was awesome. And that, again, that changed the dynamics of what could be done to still keep people connected.
Yeah, so what we were very conscious of, so this was a bit of a random thing. So 4th of July in the films, everything's all right, and it always world reopens. So we're going to do the drive-in on 4th of July when they were kind of umming and ahhing about when to do it. So luckily the world was reopened, and the reason that no one else did it before us is because the first day you were allowed to legally do it. So we had to get emails from MPs to say that we could do it. In hindsight, we were supposed to be doing drive-in cinema at that time legally, but we actually did drive-in entertainment. I didn't want to do drive-in cinema. Something I was really, really conscious about was the fact that drive-in, we missed real people, and I wanted to have people back on stages doing stuff, and driving cinema just wasn't going to cut it for me. You can watch TV at home. We all did too much of it. So we go back to my comment earlier about Tasty Trail. I'm about experiences and making people smile. The whole point of our events is that we make memories for people, and drive-in, as you know, because you came and volunteered and bought me an amazing stone, which is still in my office.
Oh, good.
And that was just about, that moment. I don't know if you came on the Aber night when everybody was standing outside their cars in the rain, dancing with their hands waving. Again, a crying moment for Hot Beth. Of kind of like, actually, there is literally 1,000 people in this field. We did the biggest event. We were the biggest event in the world that night. Doing that, and it was just an absolutely heartwarming moment about the fact that you could have people still enjoying themselves, following the rules to the letter, and it was just phenomenal. We had to fight to get that event to happen in Shropshire because obviously everyone was so scared because of COVID rules, and we knew that our customers would come and they would do us proud, and they did. I probably would never do another drive-in event in my life because we lost about £5,000 running it. However, what it did do, no money, but it got back my staff morale. We were a bit beaten down by the fact that we couldn't do stuff, and that is not my team. And I think that companies now are being judged by how they coped with the pandemic. So coming out of it, Paul and Benno, we go back to those guys. They came out of it on top because they did stuff during it, and they didn't just sit back and hibernate. I did not want to be accused of sitting back and hibernating. Those people who sponsor us, who believe in us, we needed to prove to them that they should believe in us because we're made of tough stuff. And we got my team back out. It meant they could come back off furlough. It meant that we could see our volunteers, some of whom have been incredibly lonely. We've got some older volunteers, some single volunteers who were stuck in a house without being able to do stuff. That's not what they wanted to be doing. So we got back into a field and we did what we did, and I wouldn't change a moment of it. Even if we lost double it, I would still do it again because it kept us sane.
Yeah. I think it also as well, it kept you guys in people's minds because people were aware of so many things that weren't happening. Obviously the flower show hasn't happened again this year. So, there are certain events that just haven't carried on. And I think by you guys introducing something straight away that was slightly different, but like you say, following the rules, kept you guys in everyone's minds so that when the time came for what you could do, what you're really good at doing, and obviously the new stuff, the Tasty Trail, etc., the Mile of Smiles, you know what I mean?
Smiles.
Mile of Smiles. That by putting you guys out there, that's what, like I say, suddenly it's like, well, they're there, they're still doing stuff, brilliant, carry on. So
yeah, well, events company, I mean, it actually helped us massively from an events in the industry itself, we were quite a small fish in a very, very big pond. By being the first on the scene for the drive-ins, we helped drive-ins across the UK by giving them free advice because, thanks, I love you, I just seen the pop-ups come up there. It just meant that it made us not this little tiny fish anymore. We were talking to big boys, you know, the guys that are usually putting on the huge festivals were ringing us up for advice on drive-ins and stuff. And that was really kind of heartwarming. I learned a lot about FM licenses and stuff like that. That who knew if I know? Why would I know that stuff? So, yeah, it was good. I wouldn't change it. But we've got some really, really cool stuff for next year.
Pray tell.
Can you tell us anything?
Yeah, I can tell you stuff. I can tell you about the stuff on my last toe. There's some stuff which I can't tell you yet, which I'm sure will come up in a biscuit podcast probably in a couple of months' time when I'm allowed to talk about it.
As long as we get the exclusive, because, you know, biscuit for BBC, of
obviously,
course.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing a Shropshire Petal Fields next year. I don't know, actually, it's not in public knowledge yet, but hey-ho. The guys at Shropshire Petals, I'm sure, won't mind us talking about it. So those guys are one of the biggest confetti growers in the UK, and they're based over in Newport direction. So I worked for them as my first ever job in Shropshire when I started off at Harper Adams. And so we are teaming up together, and we'll be doing it. So you've seen the sunflower fields, and this will be that, but with knobs on, Shropshire Festival style. And we'll be doing, hopefully, because it's one of these weird things where we won't know the opening dates until we're much closer because of the sunshine and rain and whatever else. But we're hoping to do a flower festival at the end of it as a kind of last night. So you better come, pick as many flowers as you want, and enjoy amazing live music and stuff. And it's just off the A41, so it'll be pretty mega. And I am trying to toss up, and maybe your listeners can help me out here with a bit of a vote. We're trying to decide whether to do a Shropshire Beer Festival next year in May. So mid-May, I've had the dates back that I can have from the council. And whether we do it like Oktoberfest, but in May time, and whether people would like that and would come along.
So get in the comments, guys. Would you like a beer festival in Shrewsbury?
So you've already got your autumn one. You want to chuck a spring one in as well, or see if there's appetite for it.
Yeah. So something we learned so we've got Shropshire Kids Fest in February, but something we learned during COVID when you're sitting there trying to work out. You've got a chance to go off the hamster wheel. We went Shropshire Kids Fest, probably one of my favourite events, big water slide, whatever. Financially, we lose this money every year because it's so risky. And so we'll probably never do that again in Shrewsbury, which is really sad, unless any of your listeners would like to make that happen and give us a massive sponsorship to take the risk out of it. But I can't see that ever happening again. And so it would replace that for us in the diary. And we've obviously got, we did Carols on the Doorstep as well last year. And so
of course.
We are back with that this year on the 15th of December, and that will be Carols on Doorstep, but basically street parties across the UK. So the BBC are back involved, and we have got so many places confirmed. So Shropshire, so Shrewsbury's back in the square, and we have got Winchester are doing it. We've got St Great Ormond Street Hospital are getting involved. We've got care homes across the UK. We have got so many massive places that are getting involved and singing along at that same time. So for people who weren't aware of Carols on the Doorstep last year, again, go back to drive-in. People aren't allowed out. Let's get everybody standing on their doorstep and singing at the same time with BBC radio stations across the UK. You just tune in and you sing along. We had over 300,000 people doing that who signed in last year to do it at the same time, which must have been the biggest event in the world last year on that 1 hour. But we think we can make it bigger this year, and so create.
Al, I just want to. She's got BBC involved before the biscuit. I'm sorry to give you this bad news. I'm really sorry, but she's cheating on you. As a pen, no, he's going to write an angry letter.
So that's sort of what you've got. Like, so for the rest of 2021. Obviously, you've got Oktoberfest coming up this weekend, Friday night, all day Saturday. Then you're doing Carols on the Doorstep again.
15th December. We've got a tennis event as well at the Shrewsbury Club, which will be in November.
Oh,
so
cool.
we've got the pro tennis back, which will be amazing to see professional tennis players back doing their thing at the Shrewsbury Club. And you can buy tickets, I say, on our website. I will again. I should know this off the top of my head. Maybe any of my team can message in. I can have it right now. We were going to be going live this weekend, so I'm not sure if it has gone or not. But anyway, if you want tickets to the tennis, go onto our website and hopefully you'll be able to buy tickets there. If everyone's done their jobs, but I've not been in the office, so I don't know.
So it's looking like there's something, at least, different things for different people, one a month. Coming up to the end of the year, and then so what's your first event? Anything you can tell us that's your first event for next year? Then are you thinking it would be the sort of beer fest in May? Would that be your first one, or is?
No, we've got a much busier time than that. So we've got Shropshire Kids Fest, which will be in the International Centre. So we booked the International Centre for April 2020, and we paid our full amount of money for the International Centre, which I can tell you is somebody's salary for the year. And they've still got that money. So we've carried that over. We've jumped it. I think this will be our 4th jump. So what should have been April 2020 is now February 22. So 26th and 27th of February 2022. And that's February half term. So if you're bored with the kids, it's epic. It's like the biggest play bit part you've ever been to, but it's all undercover and you haven't got to worry about the weather. And then we've got a leadership conference that we'll be running for 600 people in the Theatre 7, which will be businesses. We're doing that with Shropshire Council. And so that's looking brilliant as well. And then we'll be into, as we say, beer festival, Shropshire Beer Festival, if we decide to do that. And then into normal routine of food festival, then petal fields, and then carry on through.
Yep.
With a couple of secret events in the mix. There's another people who want Sunday night tickets. Just
get online. Tell them to get online.
Yeah.
Stop ringing.
I just don't have to shut it up. Who rings a business at 6:30 at night and expects them to
someone desperate for a ticket?
Yeah.
So I'm not being ignorant. I'm trying to get the current Just Giving amount up. But I've got it up now. So we're currently at 60%, which is amazing. We're at £603 in the Just Giving. I don't know how much is on the texting number just yet, because I haven't actually got eyes on that. I think it's only Linga Davis that's got eyes on that. So hopefully they'll give us an update at some point tonight. They'll comment in and tell us where we're at. But I just want to jump in while I've got the chance, while I've got the limelight. So please donate to, and text pod A3 to 70085 to donate £3. Text costs £3 plus one standard rate message, and you'll be opting in to hear more about our work and fundraising via telephone and SMS. If you'd like to give us £3 but not wish to receive the marketing communications, please text PodAid no info 3 to 70085. And also, you can donate to our Just Giving, which is justgiving.com/PodAid, where you can donate however much you want, however generous you are going to be, because we really need your help. We've got £1,000 goal. We're at 60%. If we can smash that £1,000, we'll be forever in your debt. So, and one more point, just while we carry on chatting to the amazing Beth Heath, please share this. Share. We've got 7 people currently watching. If you can please share, I want to get that up to double figures. At the very least, I want to hold it there if I can. So, message it to your friends. Share it onto your walls. Just get it everywhere. Who doesn't want to see this beautiful face? What are you laughing at? Back over to you, Beth.
I've got a question, Beth, for you, because I know that you inspire lots of people. Who inspires you?
My kids, probably. That's a really cheesy thing to say, isn't it? I don't really know. I was determined. So my mum worked really super hard when we were little, and kind of she's a workaholic like all of me and my brothers and sisters are. And I want the same, so my kids realise that there's more to life and they can do whatever they want. And sometimes when I'm feeling a bit knackered or my husband's feeling a bit knackered, we kind of really want to make sure that the kids get that work ethic and do what the very best they can for themselves, but also for other people. And so I think I'm inspired quite a lot by being in Shropshire and meeting with Shropshire people. Is quite an inspiring place to work and live, I think. There's so many nice people out there, and then you meet someone and you go, oh my God, how can you meet these amazing people who will give up their lives for 24 hours and do pod aid? How can you meet, people I see every single day who are doing their own little things? And I think that, I want to have my little piece of Shropshire and people to be proud of us, but also I want my kids to be really proud of what we do and achieve, and not to look back and think, God, I never saw my mum and dad. I'd much rather they worked in Asda's shelves. But, we sometimes ask them, and Jessie ran a stand at the food festival this year and raised £532 for Harry Dobson Trust, of selling strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, etc. And that was such a proud moment because it meant we'd inspired her. And I don't know, who inspires me? There's lots of people who I listen to podcasts of, obviously Shrewsbury Biscuit being the top one. And you listen to those people who are chatting and you think, oh my God, I wish I could be as amazing as they are. And you just got to keep on going, haven't you? It's what gets you out of bed in the morning, is to be better and better and better. Why do any of us do what we do?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Nick Jones says the tennis tickets are up.
Oh, thank you, Nick.
Epic, and they've been working behind the scenes, making these things happen.
You were testing them, really, weren't you? Paul Bennett says, talking about volunteers, that's a bit of a thumbs up for you there, Jules.
Oh, thank you very much, Benno. Thank you. Yeah, enjoyed doing your event. And hopefully I will... I'm moving away from Shropshire, but I can come back for things. Yes, I am.
What?
I'll speak to you. I'll tell you Friday night, Beth.
She hasn't even told us this.
Yes, I have.
And told me.
Later, offline. This is Beth's interview.
Okay. This is the sort of thing that I have to put up with, right? This is how I'm treated. Look, this is David Rabbe.
So talking about Shropshire, Beth, I mean, like you said, you're in terms of the people in Shropshire, but given the reach that you've had this year in terms of outside of Shropshire, people being aware of you, what you do, what your company does, etc., and you won that award, didn't you? We do need to talk about the award.
I hate talking about awards.
Come on.
So we've been up for it. Was a Woman in Business Award, and anyway, so we were up for it. It's moved a couple of times. That's what award ceremonies have been doing for last year. And so me and Sid weren't going to go down for the night because obviously there was no chance we were going to get anywhere, and we were really busy. Anyway, we decided we hadn't seen each other, and there's a hotel booked, and we could get free dinner, if nothing else. We didn't have to wash up. So we drove down to Wembley, and basically on the kind of, let's have a good night. And then I won gold, which I was not expecting. So you can tell how much we weren't expecting it, because Sid videoed our name up on the big screen with like Everton Football Club and stuff. And then they announced the silver, and then he just stopped filming because obviously.
So that moment of glory wasn't filmed by him.
It wasn't filmed because we both just went. When you sometimes see people put it on. What the heck? I was not expecting that. Really, really proud of the team for getting that. We also got a Countryside Alliance Award as well this year, which was pretty phenomenal because that's like the Royal Oscars. So we won for the West Midlands. But yeah, that was a national competition, and it was for being a business chameleon, which, as we're talking about now, it's all about being able to change the direction of your business while you're in your business. And kind of going with what the environment's telling you to do, but still doing what you love doing, I suppose. Yeah, and that's what we did for last year. So yeah, really, really chuffed. And now can we change the subject?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll change the subject, but we'll still stick national then. because obviously your name is out there. You know, the business name's out there now. I'm not saying next year because you're going to have to do lots of catching up on lots of different events in Shropshire. But so, like, you know, your 5-year business plan, etc. But have you had thoughts about going national?
Well, so you say this. It's a decision that we made a couple of years ago not to, because I've done events all over the country, and that's kind of how I started off. But I don't particularly want to make my business much bigger than what it is. There's enough people in Shropshire. We always say if we can get 10% of Telford and Shrewsbury and the surrounding area to come to our events, we've succeeded. We don't want to be a massive multinational brand events. They do amazing things. You know, you think about Pub in the Park all around the UK, all around the world even. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be away from my kids and my family and my life. And I don't want to be making my team, who have all got kids of their own, and kind of come into the business because we know and we love everyone we work with. You know, I've been in the quarry today and I can greet the toilet man like a long lost friend because I work with him all the time. These people I can just phone up, trust that they'll pull out every stop to make my things happen. The marquee lads came 2 days early so that they could make sure that the big marquee roof was on, so the ground was dry. That would not happen if I was doing this in Margate. I have to get a whole new network of people. We do consultancy work around the UK, and so we've got lots of events that are on because of us, but we don't particularly want to be Shropshire Festivals doing it. You know, the business name was chosen with that in mind. Yes, we could go bigger. Yes, we're asked to do it all the time. People are forever offering us sites, and sometimes I get excited, but the bottom line is we're here for our community. And sometimes they appreciate that, sometimes they don't. But this is where we're staying. And so no one's going to get rid of us. I'd rather be a big fish in a little pond than a little tiny fish in a massive pond. And,
good point.
You know, and I just like the people we work with. And I don't
you know what? My dad always says to me, well, he used to say to me, that smaller fish taste better.
What bait is tastier than cod? Yeah.
What he's basically getting at is that, you know, just keeping it simple, keeping it small, and just working it maybe a little bit harder on that smaller thing is actually a better reward than constantly going for that one big one, you know?
Yeah, and really, what do we need? You know, our quality of life's pretty amazing. Yeah, we could make more money if we did national stuff, but is that why we're here?
But at least people are reaching out for you, and you can provide consultancy, or you could be, you know, a mentor at a distance for people. Yeah, helping them, you know, make the best of theirs.
Yeah, exactly. And we love doing that. But you get all the best bits. If you do consultancy for someone else's, what happens is you turn up on the day before they're about to start. You do all the fun stuff, and then you leave before the clear up. It's amazing. If I could run every event like that.
Do you know what? Right, on a serious note, we did Shropshire Live Festival, right? I don't know if you remember that going on. Was it? Yeah, it was during COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And because normally I'm the same. Like normally I'm the one that's doing the clear up, and I'm to wait to the end, and then you're knackered, like picking up stuff and putting things away. And I'm usually that person who stays behind, not necessarily always because I had to, but because that's just the sort of person I am. I just like helping. So, but with the Shropshire Live Festival, that wasn't the case. We were like, sort of like, you're done now. Off you go. And like, I was just like, I can just leave. And they were like, yeah, we've got all this. Don't worry about all this. We'll sort this. I was like, oh, okay. And I can remember going out and sitting in my car being like, is this okay? Oh, there's a really big mess back there. Like, I should go and sort that. Like, it's really weird, isn't it?
I flipping love it. It's the best feeling ever because you get paid, even if it rains. And you walk away. Best way of going events. Actually, let's go back to the previous question. Why don't I do things nationwide? I might read it.
You can set up yourself, can't you? Beth Heath consultancy skills.
Yeah, events consultancy. Hey, you might be onto something there, events consultancy.
We do a lot of events consultancy around the UK, and I do 3 or 4 days a month on events consultancy around the UK. Somebody else
more tickets.
She's on Pod Aid. She's on Pod Aid. Stop phoning.
Leave her alone.
Watch it on Facebook or go on to Pod Aid. Do not ring me.
In fact, if you phone in, right, if you know somebody that's phoning, then please get them to come onto the comments on Pod Aid, donate £3, and then we'll answer the questions.
Yeah.
So
if you're after tickets for Saturday night and you come on and you donate 50 quid to Pod Aid, I'll give you a ticket for Saturday night.
Oh, there you've heard it. An exclusive. You've heard it.
You can't get them anywhere
Even though
else.
they've sold out.
They've sold out, people, and I'll give you 2 tickets for Oktoberfest. If you 2 tickets, because they're meant to be 20 quid each, 25 quid on the door. You donate 50 quid to Pod Aid, and you can prove it. And the guys can email me, and I'll email you.
So I'm pretty sure you can put a tip note, can't you? I'm sure you can put a tip note if you do it on if you do it on Just Giving, and on the tip note put.
Oh yeah, you can.
Shropshire Festivals.
Yeah.
It's first come, first served.
Yeah. You can all
Shropshire
donate
Festivals.
£50, but I've only got 2 tickets.
Only two tickets available. If you donate £50 to Pod Aid, then speak to Beth
For
Heath.
Saturday.
Let us know, and we'll put you in touch with Beth Heath, and we'll get you the 2 tickets for Saturday. That's sold out.
Is that right,
Thank
Al?
you
We can
so much, Beth.
Somebody can do the tick box on that Just Giving and highlight
just
that's
put
what it
on the
is.
tip note saying Shropshire Festivals tickets when you donate £50 to Pod Aid.
You can, as your name or as a description.
On Just Giving. So yeah, you can.
And we're going to have to do it by a timed time thing, aren't we? Because obviously, if a couple of people try and I'm going to do it, and then loads of people are trying to do it, it'll have to be the first one.
Well, you should be able to see in the history on Just Giving whether somebody else has already done it before you. If you go through the history,
cool. Yeah,
you should be able to see. But it's first come, first served, non-refundable. First come, first served, non-refundable. £50 donation to Pod Aid for 2 tickets for the sold out.
Yeah.
Oktoberfest. Yeah. And if you're just ring me, then there's your answer. So.
Thank you so much, Beth. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit gobsmacked at that.
Well, that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
So let's just slip into the comments real quick. Apparently, he says that's what wife says.
What does he mean?
I think it's when you replied to him. Did you say thank you? Love doing your festivals or something?
I'm not sure.
Not the way.
What are you on about, Benno?
Apparently, my dad's just tight at the chipping.
What? Does that mean anything to you, Nick? Have you been drinking?
Are you all right, mate? Are you okay?
I don't know.
Oh, there you go. Nick, if you donate £50 to Pod Aid.
Nick's donated already.
Nick's donated already.
If he donates another £50 to Pod Aid.
And he's got a lot of friends and family coming, and him and Emma are going to be there both days.
Wow.
Hopefully, Emma, you won't have such a bad head as you had before.
A nice one, Benno.
That is amazing. So Beth, I'm just sort of conscious of time, and I don't want to hold you up too much, especially because you've been in the quarry all day. I'm sure you just want to go and zone out somewhere and just sit in a dark room.
I wish I could. I'm going to go pick up my children after this.
Nice.
Or answer that phone.
Or answer the phone, yeah. So, where can people find you if they want to contact you for anything?
Apart from tickets for Saturday, don't ring me. It's just Shropshire Festivals. So Beth at shropshirefestivals.co.uk. If they want event consultancy, they want to get, we do put on events for the people. We just done an amazing corporate party for the Darwin Group, and we're looking at, and it's another thing we're umming and ahhing about doing, is Christmas parties with a difference next year. So fed up of just the average hotel DJ go home. If you want something a little bit outside the box, we're looking at doing that for next year. So just kind of thoughts on that would be welcomed as well. I kind of feel that Shropshire's ready for some proper big parties. We can do that.
Yeah.
We usually run Shrewsbury University graduation and lots of other stuff that people are not aware that we do. I think, the fact that we've got a creations company, a TP company, a PR and marketing company, that's a lot of the world that people don't really know that Shropshire Festivals is. But I'm all right with that. We just get on and do our thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's the wheels, it's the thing behind, it's the wheels behind it, isn't it? Keeps it going.
Yeah, keeps my team out of trouble mostly. And if you've, there's really random things we do. Like we just built Goat Playground at Park Hall Farm, and they've got a big rabbit run as well, which the boys have just put in. And and we're putting in a Halloween event at Hawks and Follies for the end of October.
Oh, yeah.
But lots of other stuff we do. So just creative ideas. Yeah.
Well, see, from your conversation about doing the prep work or being parachuted in to the sort of stuff, then get out again. Oh, yeah.
You're right. Yeah. To do things, if I listen to my amazing financial guy that I occasionally chat to, Nick, there's probably much better ways of making money than what I do.
But would you enjoy it?
Yeah. I would be quite happy not to have a weather forecast for Saturday. So,
well, it's a good job those marquees are up.
Yeah, it is a good job. Yeah. So, but who's on next?
I think we have Charlie Adler next, and I
we do.
think that it's going to be Jamie and Alex. I think that's going to be doing that one.
Jamie, Alex, and possibly Tom.
Oh, Jamie, Alex, and possibly Tom Bruno. Has he got out of bed, has he?
What time's it in the US then? Or what time's it in his state?
It must be early morning.
2 o'clock, 2 p.m.
Oh, okay.
2 p.m. Oh, okay.
Oh,
I should be in bed by now, shouldn't he? But,
it'll be
Yeah,
fine.
exactly.
It'll be fine.
those guys are amazing, so I'm sure they'll be way more entertaining. And I will share it on my Facebook now when I get off.
Yeah, it's Charlie Adler. And if you don't know who he is, Google him. He is a big guest.
Yeah.
He's what? He plays Star Scream. And Cow and Chicken. And yeah, just Google him.
Voiceover artist.
He's quite a big guest, and we're quite excited to have him on. He's an amazing guy. But Beth, you've been absolutely amazing.
I'll see you Friday night.
And thank you so much for the generous tickets. I really appreciate that. And if somebody does donate £50, we'll get straight onto you and let you know and put you in touch with them.
Okay,
And,
I will. I'll stick it on Shropshire Festivals as well. You'll sell them in no time.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Beth.
Cheers.
Good luck tomorrow.
Bye. So now I'm going to try and work out now how to put this
Did you not
video
write
on.
it down?
I
What you
didn't
said
write it
last
down.
time?
I just he kind of just did it for me.
Ow, what is it?
So I'll go see if I can do it. Right, there we go. So do the construction one.
We can build it.
Okay, so yeah, okay, we've got so I'm gonna play a video and then hopefully it'll be Jamie and Al with Charlie Adler next. Yes, just click it. Open.
Well, let's talk
So
about
they
it.
actually piped in all the concrete flooring last Saturday.
Yeah, right.
So that's all sorted.
Amazing.
So this is when they were knocking through from the clinic room. That's the clinic room now. So they've actually knocked through the doorway so they could get into the courtyard.
Wow.
So what they've done, that used to be a window into the clinic room, and they've knocked through that to make a doorway and access into the clinic room, taken out everything in the clinic room and knocked through into the courtyard. So we can go that way. They're pretty hard hats though.
Isn't it?
Yeah, this used to be a window, and then they've knocked through. Sorry, we're here now.
No
We've
problem.
got the podcast people. Hello.
How you doing? Hi guys, how's it going?
Hi, are you okay?
Yeah.
How's it going? The work? Good?
Yeah.
Yeah? How long have you been working on this?
6 weeks.
Six weeks and you've done all this?
Yes.
Wow. So what's the plan for this then? What's this going to look like when it's all up?
There's on the other side of the hoardings, there's some photographs of what it's going to look like when it's finished. It's 3 consulting rooms.
Wow.
So basically, there'll be a door and frame there for this one. That one is just an outlook will come through, and they can link the two to that one.
Anything you want, we'll see you
This is amazing. Progress, right?
Oh, yeah, it's really come on, hasn't it? Yeah. It's interesting with the floor and getting that concrete slab out, wasn't it? The noise involved in that was. But But no, you've really cracked on.
It's more the technicals of getting everything into here.
Yeah.
And keeping the service running.
Yeah.
Well, that corridor we just walked through is very small. Well, it's all small, isn't it? You know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, I'll leave you guys to it. I don't want to hold you guys up. So, thanks for chatting to me.
All right.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
These grade areas, they were all windows into the other twin rooms. So they've bricked all those up as well.
Wow.
It was just an empty courtyard with greenery in.
So is it a single layer?
Yeah.
Right, okay, and then there'll be a roof.
So, the money that we were raising for Poddy, not just for Poddy, but the money we were raising for Lincoln Davis goes towards projects like this. So, your money goes to good places, people. So, keep raising money for Lincoln Davis. As you can see, you know, all this money that we're trying to raise will have a positive effect, right? So, the NHS doesn't always fund everything for people that have got cancer. So you have to rely on charities like Lincoln Davis for the extra bits, the extra bits of treatment, the scanners, all these kind of things that make life easier. Because, like Sally said on the vlog earlier, rather than make people sort of travel to the faraway places and get scanned, they can do it here. You know, so what we're doing is important. So any money that you guys have, it's quid, £10, £100, hey, it goes towards a great cause. Again, thank you so much to the guys at Lincoln Davis for giving me the tour and speaking to us, and we'll catch you guys later on in the show.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm back. It's Mr. Greenbeard. Okay, so I've just got an email off Charlie. He's having trouble getting in, so I'm going to try and help him by resending him the link. If Jamie could just fill in for me for a second and make sure people are happy.
This is me. I'm filling in. Is everyone
Why
happy?
don't you tell people about Chronicles of while I do this?
I could tell you about the Chronicles of, yes. Me, as people used to follow the USUC Chronicles on the USUC network, me and TS went off and did the Chronicles of podcast every Friday at 6 p.m. We did, unfortunately. Every Friday, 6 p.m. UK time. This week, we are interviewing a lady named Michalina Malis. A Polish name, which every time I say her name, I'm paranoid I get completely wrong. But apparently it's right. And she plays a hurdy-gurdy, an instrument I'd never really heard of before. And fair play, she's amazing. She tells us all about the hurdy-gurdy. Her story is incredible. She had a favourite band. She learned how to play their music on the hurdy-gurdy because they have the one in her favourite band. And their hurdy-gurdy player left, and a member of the band emailed her going, I've seen your covers online. Our hurdy-gurdy player's left. Do you want to join the band? I was like, that is incredible. Like, imagine learning your favourite band's favourite songs to then be invited to join your favourite band. So this Friday, 6 p.m.
Sounds great, man. And I'm really proud of you guys. It's got Shane pulling stupid faces at me with biscuits. You can tell we've been doing this all day, can't you? Because we're getting a bit silly. Yeah, I'm really proud of what you guys have done because I gave you a really, really bad job with you, Chuck. Well, Thorskin at the time was a superhero bar fight, and you did like an amazing thing. You were like, "Can we do our own thing?" And I was like, "Yeah, please do." And it's gone from that to Chronicles of now. So
we appreciate you giving us the ball to roll with. To be fair, I tried podcasting on my own years ago, and it was terrible, quite frankly. So to have that, and I'd wanted to do it again for so long, and then 2 years ago you gave me an opportunity. So I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. To be fair.
And to be fair, what?
It's been 2 years.
2 years since I joined Bar Fight,
Yeah.
2 years.
I'm quick, Shane.
This Wednesday, I think it is.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you first come on?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and you gave me abuse for never seeing Bad Boys.
Have you still not seen Bad Boys?
I've still not seen Bad Boys.
We're just trying to get Charlie Adler in. Okay, so a rundown of who Charlie Adler is, not to be confused with Charlie Adler, although you could be confused. They're both as brilliant and famous as each other. Charlie Adler is one of the most prolific voice actors in cartoons, movies, and stuff. You may recognize him from Cow and Chicken, and he's here. Hey. And he's been on You Suck, What's the Difference before, and he absolutely blew me away to the point where he inspired me so much to go out there and try and find voice work and do something with my voice. And he's the reason I'm telling you now, he's the reason why I'm on the radio now, because he has inspired me so much. I'm letting him get his camera sorted now. And I'm very, very happy that he's here. While Charlie is getting his camera ready, I would like to remind you guys of how you can help Lincoln Davis. Now, Just Giving hasn't moved for a while, guys. I need you guys to dig deep, chuck in a 5, a 10, 4, 5, whatever money you've got. Go to justgiving.com/fundraising/pod-aid, or just look for there's a search button on fundraising, just type in pop aid and chuck us a couple of quid in there. Or you can, that's the wrong one, that's a spreadsheet, Alex. You can text pod aid free to 70085 to donate £3. Text pod aid free to 70085 to donate £3. Text costs £3 plus one standard rate message, and you'll be opting in to hear more about our work and fundraising via telephone and SMS. If you'd like to give £3 but do not wish to receive marketing communications, text pod aid no info free to 70085, and all that money goes to Lincoln Davis.
You know where it says you'll get a telephone call about more information of what pod aid does? Does that mean you're going to be phoning people yourself personally?
Yeah, we're going to be doing it around the clock. Hello, and they're like,
I know it's 2 a.m., but we do this thing. It's really cool. You should help.
Charlie's disappeared now, so something's going on here, but we can ad lib for a little bit. Here he is. I'm going to bring it. I'm going to see what state he's in. I'm going to bring him into the stream. Are you ready, Charlie? You ready? 3, 2, and here he is, Mr. Charlie Adler.
For fuck's sake! Signing on and signing on and signing on and yelling at you motherfuckers.
Well, welcome to the show, Charlie.
I've emailed, and I've done everything. Where the hell you been?
I did email. I emailed you back. I said I resent you the link, Charlie. But I'm glad you're here, Evil.
I hate technology.
Yeah, you and me both, kid.
I'm so sorry. I'll make up the time. I really apologize.
No, you're okay. You're absolutely fine.
No, I feel awful. I don't. I'm never late for anything. And I just shit. My apologies. What an entrance, huh? Wasn't that gentle?
I wouldn't have you any other way, Charlie. I really wouldn't. I mean, you came on the show about 6 months ago, and you've left a good feeling in me.
Well, let me take that away.
What I'm saying now.
How can I fuck with that one? I'm so sorry.
Okay.
First of all, guys, for real, and to the audience, I so apologize to you. You hear me, right?
Yeah, we hear you absolutely fine.
Yeah. You can hear me without the microphone. I'm so goddamn loud. But my apologies. I really tried to come in there and it wouldn't let me. And I am such a technical idiot. And it wouldn't do it on my computer. Then I realized we did this last time on my iPad. So I ran upstairs like with flame shooting out of my ass. And here I am.
We've got a comment here. Reifenberg says that was the greatest guest greeting ever.
Well, Ryan, I really appreciate that because don't I feel like a jackass?
No, you're absolutely fine. We're very honored.
Mother Teresa and I were often confused with each other, not just confused. I mean, with each other. Is this angle okay? I can't see.
You look beautiful, man.
Beautiful, Charlie.
Well, I don't think that, but thank you very much. I just want to make sure that I look like, as a dear friend of mine, I may have done this on your old podcast. My best friend, one of my best friends growing up, his kid, who I've known since he was 2, who's now in his late 30s, saw a thing I did on Twitter, doing Cow and Chicken and the Red Guy, asking people to wear masks. And he saw it, and he called his dad, and he said, "Dad, it was the strangest thing to see the voice of my childhood coming out of Hemingway." And I said to my friend Michael, "Michael, please tell Sam to go fuck himself." Are you kidding me?
Amazing. And it's a superpower. It's a superpower what you've got, sir. It really is. I mean, I've been able to just play with these voices and to the likes of yourself, Billy West, and some of the greatest Maggio, and all these amazing people that can just pull these characters out of their ass and just become different people, and not just that, like well-developed characters as well, which people love. I mean, we were talking about Ikis just from Our Real Monsters. When you did that voiceover for us for You Suck, I mean, Tom nearly cried. So that is.
First of all, thank you. Second of all, I've pulled a lot of things out of my ass, and but what I find so nuts, please, Alex, forgive me for being redundant. At the very least, I'm redundant. Is this? I can't tell what the hell I'm doing. Anyway, Ickis, if I repeat the story, say just shut up, old man. But when I just rediscovered All Real Monsters, did I tell you this?
Yeah, no, you haven't told us this. No,
okay, do you mind if I tell you?
No, please do. Yeah, please tell us the story.
This is the weirdest guy. Oh, I better plug this in because I think it's going to take a shit on me. Hold on a second. Do I see my ceiling? Here's my ceiling. Look, everybody.
Oh, wow. What an amazing Charlie Adler ceiling, everybody. Hey.
Oh, yeah. So, because Rugrats, which the reboot, which I directed and now directing, we just got picked up for a second season, which is thrilling, is on Paramount Plus, right? And because you have to sign up for Paramount Plus, they have a roster of all the products on there. And besides feeling like I'm 350 years old and I've done, I look like, oh, I was in that. I was in that. Oh, I was in that. Oh, I directed that. Oh, I feel like, Charlie. And
that list does go back a while. It does go back quite far, to be fair, Charlie. It's amazing. But
well, I mean, I guess so. I mean, I think I voiced the Lascaux cave paintings. Anyway, I voiced Stonehenge. I started watching All Real Monsters, and the only takeaway I really have from All Real Monsters, you see, I never watched anything I was in. I've never seen anything I was in. I just went to work, loved doing it, had wonderful experiences, but just, moved on. I watched a couple of Cow and Chickens because I had to go to screenings, and then I got interested, and I saw about 3 or 4 of them. Now, over the years, I've seen more. But I just now discovered All Real Monsters. And I got to tell you, I am not a fan of me. I am such a fan of Christine, who was one of my best friends on earth until she passed, David Eccles, Greg Berger, Tim Curry, who is still one of my living dearest friends on earth. And I'm awestruck. The writing was brilliant. The animation was astonishing. The music, Drew Newman's music, I mean, insane. The Foley artists, the everything about it. And I'm watching it as if I had nothing to do with it. I'm just kind of watching it from a distant planet. I think it's amazing. It's a beautiful show. So Ickis, I never really mentioned Ickis as a favorite. I don't think, if I'm asked what my favorite characters are. And I think I always say Cow or the red guy. I rarely have said Ickis, but I got to tell you, that's right up there now. I don't know how the hell I did that. I don't even know what the hell I don't know where I was when I did that. I have no connection except that I loved going to work with David and Christine. And we were in a recording booth the size of a phone booth. I mean, we were just about on top of each other. It was nuts.
As a guy just starting out, I can't ever claim to have a career like yours, not even if I started now, but I mean, I can't stand listening back to myself. I mean, Jamie will agree with me when it comes to editing our own stuff. I'm kind of like, oh, did I say that? Yeah. I'm like, oh, listen to the sound of my voice. But I feel, so what you're saying is it's really important to go back and have a look at what you actually did. And
I don't know, maybe if there's enough time between it and you. For me, I think if I saw it then, I probably would have been very self-conscious. So for me, I understand, by the way, Alex, I agree with you, and I hear, did you really say that? I mean, I will never see this podcast. So, and I only hope, my entrance is deleted, historically forever. Particularly since I do children's television and the kids that I work with don't need to hear me Touretting and cussing. However, I get it. I never want to hear what I it's very hard for me to me as me. I'm not crazy about that particular image or the sound. I feel great. I mean, when I'm in side minutes, I love being alive, but I don't ever want to watch me or hear me. And then when it comes to the work part, Now, how many years ago was that show? 312. I mean, now, listen, I just got my Medicaid card. I'm going to be 65 in like 3 days or 4 days. What? It's a long time ago.
To be fair, though, I mean, every time I see pictures of you, you're looking ripped and you got this amazing body. So, I mean, you can go for look at that. What? There you go. Oh. What's 65? What is that? It's nothing but a number, baby.
This is what 65 is, and
if I look like that when I'm 65, I'm gonna be a happy man.
What?
I'm saying if I look like that when I'm 65, I'm gonna be a happy man.
Oh well, that's very, very kind of you, but I won't be around to applaud it.
Charlie, do you do many sort of when there isn't a pandemic going on? Do you do many Comic-Cons, things like that?
No, I don't think I've done any at all. Oh no, you mean physically?
Yeah.
Oh fuck no, absolutely.
No?
There's not a vaccine in the world that will make. And by the way, I'm getting my booster, my Pfizer booster, because I'm doing a live concert in Florida. But it's a concert. It's a gorgeous theater. It's the Palm Beach Symphony Orchestra. Look it up, guys. If anybody's in Florida, it's called The Shoebird, and it was based on a short story by Eudora Welty, and it's the Palm Beach Symphony Orchestra, and it's Gary Schwartz, maestro Gary Schwartz, and I'm backed up by a 30-kid chorus, and I play 16 characters and narrate it, and there's a symphony, and it's a beautiful theater.
Wow.
And I'm very excited about that, but I'm getting the booster, and I'm also going to wrap myself in bubble wrap, the entire time I'm there. No, you couldn't get me to a con right now for nothing in the world would let me do it. There's too many variables.
It's a meat
and
box.
I don't trust the public.
Really is a meat box. I mean, I did apply for the tickets for MCM, but I mean, I've double vaccinated and I've been very sensible. I mean, I don't know.
I love that you used the word meat. That's funny. Meat box. Can I take that?
You can have that if you like. For you, sir, please.
It's Alex's gift to you.
Yeah.
I have a friend who calls all the people who gather around him, and he should be terribly grateful, and he is. But when he's very claustrophobic, he will refer to it as a petting zoo. And I've always said to him, don't. Those people are love. They're so happy to see you. Past that. Just pass that one by. You lucky son of a bitch. Somebody gives a shit enough to come and see you. Shut up.
What is that like though? When
Meatbox isn't derisive.
I think it's right though. I remember actually I was queuing up to get an autograph with Arnold Rimmer from Red Dwarf.
Oh yeah. Name blanked me. Yeah.
Arnold Rimmer, the guy with the H on his head from Red Dwarf, if you ever saw that. I was trying to get his interview, and I remember being in the queue, and there's just like this wave of people just brushing past me this side, and a wave of people pushing past me this side. I'm just like in this meat grinder of people. I'm just kind of like, this is fun. Yeah, I mean, so like COVID in an environment like that, I can't imagine being very easy. But
well, I'm very hands-on. I love touching and I love hugging, and I when I'm with people who are kind enough to wait in line and give a shit, which unto itself is a miracle, I feel very loved, and I also feel a deep responsibility to spend some time and have a conversation, albeit they have to be brief because of other people. But I'm basically two things. I'm very claustrophobic, and I'm very socially. I get very crazy in crowds. But there's something about the conventions which I came very late to. I never thought I'd do them at all. And man, do I love them. I mean, elements of them, not all of it. The travel makes me crazy. There's some elements that are not particularly humane. But the fact that anybody cares enough, and Tim Curry is doing the one in Manchester, I think October 14th or something like that. And we have done Q&A together. Usually it's been, he and I, if he does Q&A, because we have that kind of, friendship, and he has a comfort in me and I have a comfort in him. And so when he's done Q&A, I've gone for my own stuff, but then to be the Q in his A, or as I often say, the T in A. Tits and ass! Yeah, there you go.
He's got such a wicked sense of humor, Tim Curry.
But I think conventions are wonderful, and I think that the people who come are mind-blowing to me. It's absolutely mind-blowing to me.
Have you ever seen people like cosplay dressed up as your characters that you've done?
No, but can I tell you a cosplay story?
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm,
please do.
I'm not the easiest, shall we say, the easiest sell. And so, I'm sitting there and I'm watching people in costume, and it doesn't occur to me. I don't, make it. And finally, I said to this lovely kid, they always assign you people to help you out at the conventions. And so, I'm with this kid, and we're chatting, and I look at them, I look at her, and I said, what the hell is cosplay? And she said, well, it's that they dress up. I said, well, but what does the name cause? I mean, is tune too exhausting to say? Costume play? Is it going to wear anybody's ass out if they say costume play, or is it not cool enough? Or what's this cause shit? And I felt like the oldest crank. It started to bug me that people could say costume play. Does it take away its coolness? Does it take away the cachet? What is it? What? So for me, cosplay, it's just as cool if you say costume play, because those people who do it that I've seen are remarkably talented and incredibly creative. And I mean, fascinating. I've seen people walk by and I go, where in the bloody hell did they? And I know they're emulating people that they've seen, but since I've never seen any of the people that they've seen or the characters are emulating, it's all new to me. And because I don't watch cartoons, I don't watch anything, The Humble Life of the Dung Beetle and the Science Channel and politics, but I've never really watched
The Humble Life of a Dung Beetle.
What
a great.
They roll their little shit up the hill and they snack for weeks on end. It's
a metaphor for life, really, isn't it?
Very
gonna drag this shit up this big ass hill.
So I say about my own body going up the stairs every day. Gonna drag this shit up the hill. Yep, Charlie, come on, push on that. But the costume play, the name, costume. Because here's the difference. Cause is one thing, and then you don't take a nap. But if you say cause, it's exhausting.
It's an extra syllable, guys. It's not. Have you ever thought about what your perfect costume play would be, Jamie?
If I was to dress up as someone,
yeah, you make a good Obi-Wan with that beard. I think
I could rock an Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Do you like? Do you do that? Do you dress up?
No.
Halloween.
No, I don't.
Halloween.
No, I don't either. It embarrasses me.
As a follow-up challenge guy, I'm very limited on what I can. I suppose I can wear wigs, I guess. But like I was thinking Yondu the other day. I thought I could just dye my skin blue and have like the red mohawk,
No, I can't even do Halloween. It annoys me.
No.
I just first of all, I spend my life pretending to be people. So why on my spare time would I pretend further and then add insult to injury, have to get dressed when I could barely put on a shirt during the day, let alone anything else? So like what? I have to wear what? After what? Here you go. So the lovely people listening to this are going, God, he's such an asshole. He's already shit on cosplay. He hates Halloween. He doesn't watch animation. Who is this?
And he thinks Ickis is a role model. What the hell is going on?
Ickis only exists somewhere in my consciousness. I don't know.
We do have a comment here from Lisa, who's been an absolute star, by the way.
Hi, Lisa.
She says, "Who would you like to play in a movie about your life? Who would you like to play you in a movie about your life?"
Meryl Streep.
Meryl Streep. Jules in the back there. She's on her ass. That's it.
I know, Lisa, it's a great question, but first of all, they're never going to make a movie about my life. About Lassie, I think I'd like Lassie or Into.
Lassie, I love it.
Any dog. I'm not familiar with people young enough to start out playing me. I mean, if playing me now, me, I want to play me.
You want to play you, yeah?
I don't know, Lisa. Do you have any suggestions? Lisa, are you still there? You have a suggestion?
Lisa's definitely still there. Have a quick Google about what Charlie looked like when he was younger. I'm sure there's pictures out there, Lisa, and you let us know who you think would play. But like, okay, so let's talk about sort of. I think you're an amazing role model, and voice actors, I do feel like get pushed to one side a little bit, right? And the same as like artists as well. We had Charlie Adler here today, co-creator of The Walking Dead, and I've spoken to him a number of times, and he can talk. He can tell me like, oh, I can be at a walk, a stalk, a con, or something, and he can walk about, and nobody will really know who he is, not knowing that he's the co-creator of The Walking Dead. Like, are you serious? And like, I imagine voice actors are the same. You guys are the talent behind so many amazing things. You're Starscream, for Christ's sake.
Well, I have to get comfortable.
Yeah, please do. I feel like there should be more effort made with voice actors. Don't you think, Jamie?
I completely agree.
With what? With what?
Voice actors. I feel like there should be more effort to make you guys icons. You are,
I mean, people who save lives every single day don't get thanked and rewarded. And I think, and from my perspective, I think that the life I've gotten to live and get to live as a result of my work is beyond anything I ever dreamed of being. I don't long for people to know me or recognize me. I'm thrilled to know that my work means something. It's very exciting to know, a lot of it is still on. And when it wasn't really up until I went to conventions that I really understood that my work landed anywhere or meant anything. But, for me, my work means so much to me, and it's so fulfilling to me to do it. I don't think about, golly, I can't, get a table someplace. I mean, when I did go out, the most I would have to do is perhaps my work. I mean, what am I going to do? It's so weird to me. So no, I don't subscribe to that notion, Alex. I mean, a lot of people do, and I really appreciate the love and respect that is inherent to statements like that. I do. I don't take that lightly. But from me, if you're asking me from where I'm sitting in front of a red curtain. there is, I don't. I'm so lucky to be ambulatory. I told you this. I said this, but I mean it. I opened the mail 3 weeks ago, and I called so many of my friends, and I said, "You're not going to believe this. I have the most amazing news." I called my manager first. She'd be the one to call me with amazing news. She said, "What is it, honey?" I said, "I got my Medicare card." And I meant it.
But that's the very real. That's how you want people to be in a way, isn't it? Humble and just be like, yeah, I do what I do.
It's humble. It might be stupid. It might be nuts. But it's. I mean, humble schmumble. I don't know. It doesn't serve anybody to walk around in a life feeling unsung, unappreciated, unloved, unrecognized. When I am showered in affection, when I am in particular arenas, and conventions being one of them, where I know that my body of work means something to people enough to be invited onto a show like this or any other. So,
because I love you, baby.
Who gets that? Who the hell gets that on a daily basis? Who gets that? And we're unsung. Listen, I put myself out there when I was young, and I was recognized for particular work that I did in some plays in New York, and that was very gratifying because that was the frame. It was the theater. I had immediate responses from audience. I went home every night knowing or feeling full, and then it shifted to a different medium, and it's that medium that I'm in now, and that's what it is. That's what it brings. That's the reality of what I do. To walk around going, "Oh, poo! Nobody loves me. Poo!"
Do you feel like dance monkey dance at times when people are like, oh, do Ickis, do G.I. Joe, do Starscream? Do you get that a lot when you see your fans, or when you? I mean, obviously the last day we came in the show, I was like, can you do a voiceover for us, please, Charlie? And he did, but does it get like that?
Well, no. And the reason I don't feel that is because I'm putting myself in an environment that requires that. That's where I've placed myself. If I were tired of doing it, I should stay the fuck home. I mean,
it's a good point. Yeah.
Well, it's like when people, when celebrities go out and they arrive at big events and they're in limos and there's a red carpet and they don't want their picture taken. Stay home. I mean, that's what I was invited to do. That's what people want, need, and respect. That's why I'm there. So no, I don't feel that way at all, ever. And I don't feel that way in my personal life either. If there are, adults kind of get kind of gooey in social gatherings if they just discovered, what I've done and my work. And I find that kind of exciting. I don't mind that. It's very respectful. It's very sweet. Listen, conversely, if I meet somebody who's a heart surgeon or a brain surgeon or someone who's a scientist who discovered this, or, my plumber I'm in awe of, who can, redo this thing. I just had my whole house, the electricity redone. I was like a fanboy. I was watching them pull the wires and I was asking them questions and the fuses and all this stuff. I mean, I'm sure they're going, just sit the fuck down and go have a drink. This is fascinating. But, we all have our place, and we all have our skills. And I think I'm always kind of insulted when somebody behaves very passé about that which brings them a great life. I just flew to New York. And weirdly, I was landing during the hurricane, and they closed the airport right after I landed, literally. So I'm coming down the plane. It's going like this, literally. And all I found myself saying, and I'm not a nervous flyer, and I've slept through turbulence, and I've read through turbulence, and nothing really gets me. This was pretty challenging. And it was about 20 minutes of this. And at one point, the plane did something like this. And the only thing that came out of my mouth was gyroscope. Like, what the hell's wrong with me? Like, I'm telling the pilot, watch the, idiot, right? And I cracked myself up, and I thought, well, but when the plane touched down, I applauded, and I was the only one. And I thought, really? That's pretty shitty. I mean, this crew, pilot, co-pilot, anybody who made it possible for us to get through that nasty shit alive, to me, say thank you. That's, to me, those are, you just said, they don't get, when do they get their standing ovation? I thought that earned a standing ovation. I wasn't dead.
I don't usually get the applause in for the captain thing, but when you're flying through a hurricane, yes. I'm alive, touch the ground.
Well,
thank you.
But Alex, think about it. You should do that. It's a big thank you. Look at what we were just on. Look at the skill it took. Do you know, every time I fly, I don't care who I'm with, I don't care what class I'm in, the minute that nose takes off, this is all you hear from me. Whee! And I mean, I don't look like I should be going, whee! But I am. And that to me is, I think it's thrilling. When I land, whoever's doing that, in my opinion, is pretty friggin' spectacular.
Do you clap when the plane lands, Tom?
No, generally speaking, I kind of like, even though I'm not a religious guy anymore, I thank God that I'm alive and we
Who's
broke
that?
this.
Who's that?
It's Tom, Charlie.
Hi, Tom, you weren't on my screen. I didn't see you.
No, I'm sorry, man.
I had to shrink this. Hi, Tom.
How you been doing, my good sir?
Well, did you get my email saying help me?
That was my personal email. I'm sorry. I'll
no, that was
Charlie.
That was all Alex, man. He's the one that, and I was so excited to hear when I did hear that you were coming back on, because we had such a great time the first time, and of course we still obviously use the bumper that you gave us and all sorts of things, and I was just so enthused that I would have a chance to speak to you again. Hi Ryan, what's going on, brother?
Answer your damn emails.
I know, right? It's It's usually just spammed out with a bunch of. Are we on You Suck time or Biscuit time right now?
Well, Charlie kind of ruined that with. Well, not ruined it. I think it was amazing actually, but with the what the fuck? Answer your emails.
Good. Usually it's just a bunch of porn and fucking other spam, but you know it's all good though, because you know what's we email for.
Can I tell you about my porn?
No, please do.
I have real estate. I look at houses.
That's porn?
Well, it may as well be for how thrilled I get looking at it.
I thought you were leading
at houses all over the place.
I thought you were leading to some place where you're like, so it's like a casting couch, but it's a casting house. And we rent out the most beautiful, luxurious houses, and we just fuck all over it.
No, that's up to you. You can fuck all over it, but that's not my thrill. My thrill is the actual house.
You're one of those people that go to open houses just to have a look around. We're like, ooh.
I had a wonderful friend, an old actress who go to open houses with me. We'd go to open houses all the time. People would recognize her and swoon, and we pretended. She thought people didn't know who she was. But we just pretended we were looking at open houses. We were looking at the LA Times. This is before computer. You had like, I'd say, well, hon, there's open house here. And we map it out. And we drive around all day into these great crazy houses. So
I have something similar. I joined this Facebook group called Vintage Project Cars. And it's everything from like, 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s. And,
Are you gonna name every decade?
Yeah. No 1920, no 1910s though. No cars back then. Go figure. But they have like virtually everything. And they're in all sorts of different conditions. You'll have cars that are completely done, upwards of $60,000. You'll have cars that are rust buckets. And they're like, oh, this is just the frame. And it has a section of the tranny and one tire. And, they sell those too. And at first, I just kind of joined it because I saw a Thunderbird. I love the 56 through the 65 Thunderbirds.
The puppet?
Yeah, totally. Those puppets, man, they just get my motor revving, which has nothing to do with cars. No, it's a very classic Ford car. It's beautiful and very, very classic. And I love them. So the first car I saw was that. And I was like, oh, wow, that's so pretty. Oh, man, like $5,000. That's not a bad deal for just the box of the car. And I said, okay, it's time for bed, Tom, because I worked night shift. So I was getting ready to go to bed. But then I realized I stayed up for almost 3 hours going through the screen, looking at all these cars, and imagining the possibilities.
Yeah,
it's very American, right, Charlie?
I don't know if it's American or not, but it's certainly obsessive. And worthy of the obsession. I mean, I love cars too. I love cars. And 1956 is the year I was born. I still want a 1956 Ford pickup truck.
Ooh,
cherry red.
Too. Fire red, cherry red.
Yeah. 1956. It was a good year.
It was a very good year. Yeah.
That's right. I feel like we should leave them too.
Yeah, we really should. Why don't you guys go take a break or something? Me and Charlie got this. How is the new the revamped Rugrats project going, sir?
It's wonderful. I just got picked up. I was telling these guys earlier, had you been on time, we just got picked up for the second season.
Excellent.
So that's great, and it's going beautifully, Tom. Thank you. I love the show. I love the writing is wonderful. The style is gorgeous, but the cast is just thrilling.
Yeah, let's elaborate more on that. You guys may remember a little show called Rugrats. Amazing little show that actually took over the world. Everybody loved it. They made movies about it, toys. It was everywhere. You couldn't move for Rugrats toys at one point. It was massive, and you guys rebooted it last year, right?
Yeah.
Last year.
Yeah. I'm just I don't know what's considered the reboot. We started 2 years ago, but I think it started airing.
When did we speak last? Because last time we spoke,
I don't remember a goddamn thing.
I don't know, right? That's okay. Neither do I. Hence me not remembering when we spoke
after Christmas. I know that because I was in the new place.
Yes. So when we were speaking about it last, you were getting everything going to start premiering on Paramount Plus, and that was where we left off last. And we said, okay, well, once you get through the craziness of getting everything done with the first season, or then just the season, we'll have you back on and we'll talk about it. So that must have been like 5 to 6 months back.
Well, yeah, Alex, I think you said 6 months, right?
Yeah, it was definitely after Christmas. So probably about 6 months. Yeah.
When I don't remember exactly, Tom, when it started airing, but have you seen any of it? It's really beautiful.
I do
The
not have
animation
Paramount
was
Plus because I'm poor.
No,
I
I
had to.
understand. And by the way, I think they're going to start airing stuff, or they may have already on regular Nickelodeon, but that might
Ooh,
be
that makes sense though, right? I mean, that's where it all
Sure.
started. I mean, does Klasky and Supo have anything to do with this one, or are they just like no?
Of course, they created it, so sure.
Of course,
yeah, it was their original child. They're not. They're consultants on it, and so they're not as front line as they had been when we had done the original. When we had done the original, when we had done the first episodes, can you hear me? It was a whole different time. But now, but here's what we still have from the originals: the girls, the cast, except for Christine Cavanaugh, who passed. But
of course,
the brilliant Nancy Cartwright. Pardon me, I just burped. The brilliant Nancy Cartwright, who also is Bart Simpson, plays Chucky, and Erik Casimiro and Kate Boudelier, who were writers, producers, studio. Erik, I believe, was a VP at Klasky at the time we were doing it. Kate was a writer. Now Kate's the executive producer, I think, and writer. Erik is a studio executive and a writer. So they're on it again. We have some really wonderful elements. And we still have Mark Mothersbaugh, dear God, the music, Devo, and his brother Bob. We still have some wonderful elements of the show. And they took the designs. They brilliantly took these designs and made them the CG. And I got to tell you, utterly brilliant. Dave Pressler did these designs and retooled, took it from, flat page to what it is now. I think it's stunning. It blows my mind still.
I've seen the commercials for it, and it does look amazing. And it's always a concern, right? When you take such loved media, which is like the original way that it was drawn, and you transfer it to make it more palatable by today's youth, because I mean, obviously they're not into the same thing that I was when I was a kid. Because when I see like the old Rugrats, I'm like, look how amazing this is, look how well it's drawn. Like, please, Dad, it's not in 3D. What are you talking about, old man, with your old drawn cartoons? This is the future. What's it look? Okay, because you yourself are voice royalty, like that. There's no debating that whatsoever.
Where's my crown?
Yeah, I have it here. Just come to Vermont, sir, and I will give it to you. And then people are like, why
Sit
are you
in my lap and we can talk about your crown, sir.
No, Charlie can bench press me, so no thank you. Which I can't do back to him, so it makes me feel really inadequate. But you yourself are voice royalty. We've spoken in the past about the amazing group of people, and especially how close voice actors are. What's it like working with somebody like Nancy Cartwright, who of course Simpsons fame, and that's just they've been going for 30 something. Nancy Cartwright. I don't it's a little show Simpsons. It's been on since 1989. Tracy Ullman's show.
She's Bart Simpson.
Yeah, she's Bart Simpson. Yeah, he's fucking with you.
Smart-ass. I like
he's being smart ass. It's that British humor shit.
But Alex, for real, I mean, I do that all the time. When people say you're working with so and so today, I'll go, who's that? And they'll say, well, they're just a star of a little series called The They just got an Oscar for playing I Get a Good. And here's me going, well, that's nice. Good. That's great. What is it like? I've known, I'll tell you what it's like. I've known Nancy. I call her Nanny. We've been friends for 30 some odd years. We did My Little Pony together, the original My Little Pony. I was Spike the Baby Dragon, and she was whatever the hell they did. And I've known her for as long as I've been in Los Angeles, and so we're just old friends, and we've been friends outside of work and friends inside of work, and so it's I got Tom. I'm not. I have to say this well because I find myself quoted, and I sound like an incredible asshole. So I'm going to try to say this well. I am not. I love actors. I think actors are magicians. I think they're miraculous. I do. And I'm complimenting myself at the same time. I'll kiss my own ass when I hang up.
Please do.
Yoga. You can reach those hard to reach places. Great autonomy. Buy myself a Ritz Corsage and a pint of Haagen-Dazs, and that's my evening. And I don't have this. I don't know how to describe it. It's my work. It's my job. I have a great respect for the people that I work with, and a great love for the people I work with. But they're just they're just one more of the tribe of crazy. And so we all function like kids at a playground. And so I don't have this reverence. And as I said earlier, I mean, I have reverence for the medical profession, for science. I have reverence for, technicians. I have reverence for people.
Podcasters.
Anything I don't do for podcasts. I have a reverence for anybody that people do that I don't do, that I don't have the capacity to do. I find it amazing that somebody can build a house out of nothing. I find it amazing that somebody can create something out of nothing. I find it amazing that, diseases are cured and there's research and science and all that. That thrills me. So, I'm in it. So I don't have that sort of, I don't know. You look at it like I look at any other profession that I don't do.
You're not as enamored as somebody like me or Alex or Jamie would be.
But I understand why you
like
would, because you grew up on there's certain things that are significant to you and they mean something to you. And by no means am I demeaning that. I'm just saying from where I sit, from where I sit, it's just my world. I'm oh, that's so and so. Oh, nice to meet you. You're directing Blinkety Blank today. They won the Oscar last year. Oh, lovely. I hope they're nice. I always say this. I hope they're nice. I hope they're fun.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's where I am, because you're in an intimate setting and you want the people that you're working with to be loving and playful and available.
Oh, of course.
It's hard to find all the time. By the way, more often than not, in my little corner of the world, most people are just breathtakingly wonderful.
Yes, and we've spoken to other amazing voice actors who agree with the same sentiment, which is that it takes a certain group of people to want to do your career, because obviously a lot of people just want to be actors, directors, what have you, and the people like you really have a passion for what you do, and that's what kind of drives it, and that's what makes you guys more closely tight knit than other groups. And the thing about The Simpsons especially is I last time we spoke, Charlie, I was just gushing all over you. I was like, oh my God, the Rugrats and everything else. And the All Real Monsters. And that, the thing is, that defined me and my sister's bonding time, right? We would get together, we'd watch Snick, and we'd watch, Saturday morning cartoons and all that stuff. And that's where I'd see most of you in your work. The thing is, Sunday nights, especially Sunday Night Fox, everybody knows how much I love the Fox lineup. The Simpsons, my mom has been like she's in a Simpsons cult, has been recording every single Sunday night since 1989 on the Tracy Ullman Show, and she was so on point and that she would stop the recording to skip over the commercials, so we'd have almost a DVD quality VHS tape that she's been recording for decades. So the Simpsons are very, very important to me. So when you mentioned, that, you get to work with the likes of Nancy Carr, that just makes me smile. It makes me so happy. And it brings up all these thoughts and feelings.
Just wonderful, wonderful people. I mean, Nanny, I used to have her call me every Sunday night when the Simpsons were over and leave me a message as Bart when it was still the Tracy Ullman Show. Because I didn't know it was going to take off. I just thought it was hilarious. I didn't know. She didn't know. I didn't know. Nobody knew. It was just something that made me laugh, was to get a message from this idiotic character. And she was so lovely. She always left me one after the show. I directed. Oh man, I'm so great with names. You see?
Yeah.
No. I acted with Dan Castellaneta in Cow and Chicken for several seasons, and in other shows too. And why can I not think of this wonderful actor's name who, oh shit. He's one of the wonderful repertory company. He was married to Helen Hunt. He was in Birdcage as the maid. Hank Azaria.
Hank Azaria.
Oh wow.
I've directed Hank in a couple of things. So, for me, the reason I'm telling you these things, it's not a name dropping thing, is to tell you that we've all been colleagues over time and over years. And when you are working closely with people, there's just this wonderful sort of camaraderie or comfort or shorthand or that other professions have as well in the lunchroom. On coffee breaks. Going out having a cigarette. It's the same. There's nothing different about it. Nothing. It's just another industry.
Sorry, I keep on trying to cut you off. I have like zero sleep and tons of caffeine in me. So speaking of the Great Hankins area, actually this brings up a really good question that I think I should be asking. I think everyone should be asking. How did you feel when they finally announced that they were going to, I mean, not that you would feel bad about it, of course, nobody felt bad about it, but what were your initial thoughts when they said that Hankins area was no longer going to continue to be a poo after so many years of doing so? Does that kind of like hitting a soft spot? You're like, well, but that was his, or you're like, well, that makes sense because they should give somebody that's from that part of the world the chance to act out a person of that.
This is really gonna annoy you and everybody else. I wasn't even aware of what the hell you're talking about.
Oh shit, really? Did I just break some news for you?
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, that's exactly what I just talked about.
I have nothing to do with show business except I work and then I live my life. I don't know what. Oh my God, there's a child there.
There is a child there.
Like this.
Yes,
he's only just got his headphones on, so
right. Well, you're not going to hear any more. You're not going to hear any more language from me.
Potty
at
mouth,
all.
no.
Hi, young man.
So Timmy here has
Timmy.
got. Let me turn the game down a little bit. He's got something he wants to tell you about. He's been selling these. What is it you've got here, Timmy? You want to talk?
What is it, man?
It's a football card.
A football card?
Yeah.
And what's on that football card?
So, whoever wins, I'm doing.
Every square has got what on it?
Name.
A football team, and people buy a square.
Yeah.
And has it all been sold? Yeah. It's all been sold. And this is what we're doing. We're scratching this off now, are we?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So the winner gets 40 pounds, and the other 40 pounds go into charity.
And what's the charity? What's the charity that we're supporting here?
It's Lincoln Davis Cancer Fund, and they're a local business, local charity here in Shrewsbury. And we've been raising money for them all day. In fact, we'll do a total on a subtotal on Just Giving. So what we're going to do is, Charlie,
Tim,
I'm sorry.
No, I just want to say thank you for coming on and sharing that. That's very cool.
If you want to dress like a ninja, by the way, he's been to Taekwondo. He's not here to.
And by the way, I'd like to say, with Charlie and Timmy being on camera now, I really feel bad because now two people can beat me up, and I don't really like this. There's many people on here like that.
And by the way, here's how it works. Tim is the before picture. I'm the after picture. This is what happens, Tim, with gravity. If you live long.
I think if you look as good as Charlie when you're their age, you'll be fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to scratch off the team. So we've been selling the names of the square have each got a team on it, and everyone has been putting their name on the squares. Right. And so we're going to scratch it off, and the name of the team under here.
And it's going to win the £40.
It's going to win the £40.
Right.
So
see, in America, we scratch off money for ourselves. We're just like, give me some more of that scratch, guys. Like that's insane.
The winning team is Bristol City, and Bristol.
It's the first time Bristol have won anything.
It's the first time Bristol have won anything. And that's Maria H. Yeah, Maria H. Congratulations, you just won £40. And thank you to everybody that bought a square. The other £40 will go to Lincoln Davis and go to the kitty. Woo! Fantastic.
Timmy, next time you scratch it, buddy, say Tom Bruno, and I'll split the £40 with you.
Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. So
see you later, Timmy. Good job.
Timmy,
Good job.
So, do you know Timmy? Is Timmy related to the show?
He's my kid.
He's Alex's kid, and we've been. I've known Timmy for almost 4 years now, and originally when me and Alex first started, we didn't know how to like ask for time to ourselves, so we'd have our kids running up to us constantly, and we'd have to stop the show, which is fine because family life is incredibly important. Okay. But over the time, like our kids have spoken to one another, it's become this really cool like little pen pal thing while me and Alex are being pen pals at the same time without the actual effort of writing letters. Now we just talk to each other Marty McFly style.
We stare at each other's eyes and we're like, I love you. He's like,
I love you. You're so beautiful.
I think it's, you know what? Dogs bark, kids come in, and weirdly, it's become much more acceptable since COVID that people have real lives and that there are interruptions, and everybody makes room for all of it now. And I kind of like it. I mean,
Yes.
I like when I'm, directing a show and, my producer's sitting there and I'll go, Joanna, there's a man in your room. And then, we all just sort of go about it. Dogs bark. My dogs go off for no reason. And life happens around us. I like it. I think it's something that just sort of reminds everybody that we're actually not these machines that crank stuff out all the time.
Yeah.
And I love being home. I don't ever need to go back to a studio.
I know that you kind of said that you're not really paying attention to the whole showbiz of things, but there has been some rumors circulating, at least that I pay attention to, that All Real Monsters is getting their second chance as well. Has anyone Nope, never heard that one. All right, well, that's just some of that crazy internet talk. I must have saw it right next to "You can grow your penis 20 inches in a day or so."
But
Same
by
thing.
The way, I just went for the reduction. I didn't want to go for the.
Oh, so I'm gonna end up getting the leftovers from you. I'm honored. I gotta say,
you're lost, kid. I already gave it away.
Oh, what? Like in a doggy bag? Like as a chew toy? What are we talking about here?
Ziploc. What are you, stupid? It was one of those contractor gallon bags.
But he's using it as a ladder to get on top of the roof right now.
Stuff like that, and here's how I feel. I wish everybody rock. If I'm involved, great. If I'm invited to be involved, great. If I'm invited to be involved and I want to be involved, whatever we're talking about, not just monsters, anything else, great. If they want to reinvent the wheel, great. I don't, I keep saying this to people. I don't own a part that I originated. I don't own it. I owned my work on it during that period of time. And things get invented for different reasons. Wonderfully, the Rugrats did not do that. They mostly, for the most part, they kept most of the characters intact as they were. And the changes they made, I think, are absolutely wonderful. And they brought a lot of current events and inclusion and things that are necessary for a society to move forward and acknowledge other people. And I think those changes were extraordinarily wise and useful. But we still are seeing and hearing and experiencing the same characters we did before. That worked on that. It worked on the Animaniacs brilliantly. My pals, Tiny Toons, they decided to do something else. Such is life. Oh, well, next.
Space Jam, by the way, did the Animaniacs dirty, by the way. The Animaniacs, right, deserve more than a little silhouette in the background of a movie. They're sitting there dangling their feet. They don't say a blooming word. Like, teach us characters.
Well, maybe they didn't want to pay them. I mean, you never know. You never know what, from the business model or the business perspective, what makes anybody choose certain things, and it's a collective consciousness, and it has to do with commerce, and it doesn't always have to do with art. I mean, you can't take these things personally. They're not that, people have a right to reinvent. I got to tell you something. There was in the 70s, you've heard of it, the 70s.
70s? They had good cars then.
Yes. I was living in Hell's Kitchen in New York, and I read a New York Times review of a play that had been done at Lincoln Center. And it was Mrs. Warren's Profession. And Lynn Redgrave, who became a friend of mine, who I worked with and directed for years and really adored, was the star of it. Co-starring was Ruth Gordon, who from Harold and Maude fame and many other, she was a brilliant writer, very prolific actor, writer, brilliant artist. And the critic at the time, I don't remember the exact quote, but to paraphrase it, it said, "How dare Ruth Gordon at her age attempt this part?" And now I think I was 19 at the time. It so offended me. The reason I'm saying this is I called the desk at the New York Times and I went off on the critic. And I said, "How dare you tell an artist what they can and can't do?" They hired her. She did it. Did you review the performance? No, you reviewed her age, which I think is obscene. Having said that, it's the basis by which I'm proceeding with this diatribe about it is everyone's right as an artist to do a job, to take a job, to create a part, to recreate a part. It is the right of a studio, with right or wrong. It's their privilege. It's their right. They own it to do whatever they want to do with the damn thing. And whether it's pleasing or displeasing, whether it's good, bad, or worse, doesn't mean anything. They have that right. And so when they did the first incarnation of Transformers, my sweet, wonderful friend Steve Bloom called me up and said, "Uncle Cha-Cha, I was just offered Starscream." Thank you. You saw me go. What the fuck did I play? Starscream.
I caught you, baby. I caught you.
And I just want your blessing. And I said this to him, and I'm saying it to anybody. You have my blessing. I love you. You're immense and an angel for checking, because in truth, sometimes people are replaced because of money or things that I will never inject myself into. First of all, I don't want to replace anybody anyway, but that's not my thing. And I don't do sound alikes, and I'm not interested in that. But there are people who do. And if it has to do with somebody, to an ongoing negotiation that's happening at a studio, you want to do what Steve did, which was courteously say, "Is everything okay? Are you all right? Is this by choice that you're not playing it?" And my answer was, I wasn't invited to play it. It's not a part of a negotiation, and you're an angel, and I love you. And he did it, and he did it brilliantly, as I've heard a clip or two. And I went, well, what a great reinvention. I mean, I don't know that. So that's what I feel about all that stuff. As long as it's not a political thing. If the person is still alive, I think it's always nice to ask the person who's still alive. But
Absolutely.
People are not always nice, and they don't always do it the way we would want them to, but it doesn't mean they can't, or that they should be damned in hell for doing it.
Can I just say, Charlie, I love your outlook on life. Like, you put a positive spin on everything. It's beautiful. I absolutely love it. It's really inspiring. Just, there's a lot of situations in life where someone could be quite bitter about something, where you're just like, no, this is great. I love it. It's amazing.
Well, thank you for saying that. That's hard won. I'm sure I've had chapters of bitterness. I can't say that I haven't. I think I've been equally contemptuous of people over time, and business over time, but it doesn't serve anybody. It just doesn't. And thank you for saying that. I hope that is true, and I hope to live up to that, for myself. I don't like, I had this wonderful mentor, Angel, in my life, and she used to say to me, "Darling, hate is an ugly boomerang." And boy, when you let that stuff invade you, it comes back and whaps you in the back of your head.
I gotta say though, I mean, we're running short on time. We've got to stop wrapping this up. But I gotta say, personally, I've been sitting here and enjoying this. I know it looks like I'm mega busy, but I'm working on this show as we're doing it. But no, you really did have a positive. And my wife has just turned up. She's got us some goodies from the supermarket. Thank you, wife. But as soon as I spoke to you, I was like, Charlie said, I just got to do it. So I'm going to do it. And that's what I did. Genuinely, the next day I applied for a voice acting role and a job at a radio station. I am now at the radio station, and I got a job. Seriously, like genuinely, you really affected me. And you've had a really positive. Thrilled. And I did. I emailed you. I was like, I got a voice job. I got a voice role.
But Alex, think about this. And I know we have to wrap up. You have to schedule. Yeah, I just want to say this to you. Sometimes it just takes somebody to push you a little bit. Sometimes you just need permission. You were already there. You were already, you were the horse at the gate waiting to race. You just needed that little kick in your ass, and it could have been anybody. I happened to be there at the right place at the right time. I'm happy if that did that for you, but our job is to do that for as many people as we can along the way, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be about business. It could be anything. And so isn't that great? And you can pass that on, and bravo. And that should tell you something about your own suspicions about yourself. And sometimes you just got to be your own cheerleader and shove yourself through the door
And based on your recommendation, Charlie, I am now the undisputed king of Vermont. I fought hard for it for many years. You know, I said, Charlie said I could do this, and now I am a monarchy in a place that has no monarchy. So thank you for
the
that, sir.
Queen of Norway.
I really want to be, but I just don't have the thighs. My body just doesn't look good, and you know, I just don't look good in a dress. My wife looks fantastic. I don't,
Look,
but it's okay though.
Vermont now.
Vermont now. Norway.
You just got to get the FBI off his lawn. They're like, give us Vermont back. And he's like, no, you can't have Vermont back. It's mine.
We heard what you said, Mr. Bruno.
Queen of cheese.
Right, what we'll do before we send off, we'll have a look at some of the comments that have been going on while we've been chatting. So Lisa's comment earlier about who would you get to play you. She says Ian McKellen. Sir Ian McKellen, should say. That'd be amazing.
All right, well, thank you. That's sure. I'm sure. I thought he's rushing to play me.
Reifenberg says, as long as there's not cow and chicken porn.
Yeah, there is. There is.
As long as there's a bone in my body, that will be cow and chicken porn.
Where'd it go? I have no idea where they just went. I don't know.
Bye.
They disappeared. That's fine. They can disappear, Charlie. Now I have you all to myself.
What
That's
happened?
totally fine. I bet you something along the lines of like either they switched over to the next feed, which is a good possibility.
Oh, well, they should have. I mean, I kept yakking. I was 6 minutes late.
No, it's my fault.
There we go.
I don't know what happened.
Guys, what happened? Is everything all right? You gotta go.
My mom. No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know what happened, but hey, we'll carry on. Go through the comments. My mom.
I kicked him out.
Oh, did you?
I'm like, it's my chance now. Charlie's here by himself. Hi, Charlie. Don't mind the other two British kids. It's just you and me.
Wife barges into the room. He slams what?
Wife barges into the room.
He slams the laptop lid shut. She's like, "You're looking at Ramblers again, aren't you?" I would laugh, but I don't know what the hell Ramblers is.
Isn't that a car or a bike? Or is no? That's a.
Hi guys. Had a sleep. Had my booster jab. Had my tea. Oh, good. I'm glad you got your booster.
That's my mom. And Shane's mom, Helen Hinton, says 70s best rock and roll.
Yeah, right. I still live under a disco ball.
And of course, my
Shag
mom.
Man.
I love my grandson so much.
Oh, he's beautiful. He's a beautiful grandson.
He's a good kid. Right, Charlie, thank you so much. Jimmy, have you got any questions before we go?
Guys. Thanks
No,
again.
Charlie, it's been amazing. Thank you. It's been amazing to talk to you.
I hope, in spite of my entrance, you made a lot of money.
Let's do the subtotal. Actually, you've reminded me, Charlie. Charlie, yes. So the subtotal so far is £663 for the 1,000.
Wonderful. And so, what does that translate to dollars? Do we know?
It's probably about
700 something.
That's wonderful.
Our target is 1,000.
There.
Yeah, thank you. Refresh. Okay, hold on. It's refresh. Holy moly. Okay, let's go back into what I'll do is I'll go back into we'll share screen and the new there we go. Share.
Drum roll.
$703.
You did it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
that's pretty fucking phenomenal, actually.
That's amazing. Keep donating, guys. Want to get that 1,000?
Do you have a PayPal account?
It's just a Just Giving there. So what you can do, Charlie, is if you got friends that want to donate or whatever, you can go to Just Giving. Let's get the website properly. Let's remove that because it's confusing. You can go to justgiving.com/fundraising/pod aid. It works.
Will you do me a favor? Like I could write that. Will you just email me that? Oh yeah. All right. Backslash.
Backslash colon backslash.
Hyphen. Your mother's dead ass. You're nuts. And is there a link, like a PayPal link or something?
Just Giving in the text to donate button is what I believe is what Reach and Pod Aid. Yeah,
we do have a text to donate, but we have you can text Pod Aid 3 to 70085 to donate £3.
I don't know. Do me a favor, just email it to me.
I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link. I'm not doing this.
I do too. Guys, stay safe and get vaccinated if you haven't. And
yes,
Charlie, you're amazing. You're
amazing.
It was
lovely to see you again, and I'll talk to you soon.
Love to speak to you, Charlie.
Bye, guys.
Charlie, everybody. Charlie Adler.
Amazing guest. What we'll do now, guys, is I'm going to play you a video from...
How do we get out?
Hide behind the red drape.
Run away! Amazing. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to play you a video that we collected from Lincoln Davis Center, just to show you guys that are just waking up in America, just joining us, what we're fighting for. We are going to be speaking to Dave Lee from International Podcast Day soon. Charlie's still there, look. I love it. I love it so much. So let's look at this video and join us again for in a second on the same stream. Just stay where you are. And we'll be speaking to Dave Lee, hopefully. So here's a video file, and we go here. This is what how we've been doing it all day, Tom. It's just like, you know, unless it's Shane and I have to come and teach you, like you have to teach your mama to use a laptop. It's pretty much, yeah. Okay. Here's
what the hell?
I hear Shane's disembodied voice yelling at me from the winds. What's going on right now?
He's giving you grief, man. Right, here's a video I did with Lizzie from Lincoln Davis talking about fundraising and how important it is. So watch this and join us in a few minutes to talk to Dave Lee. Here we go.
So we're at the Lincoln Davis fundraising office now.
Correct.
Oh, well, this is Lizzie. And so I wanted to talk to you about fundraising and how important it is. Sorry, I keep moving the camera away from you.
These spinny chairs are no good, you're always spinning around.
It's terrible for cameras. So how important is the fundraising for what goes on over there where we just were?
So important. I mean, we rely on our community for the majority of our fundraising, really. We always have since the 40 years, well, it's about 43 years now that we've been around. About 80%, maybe a little bit more, comes from our community, all of the fundraising income that we have. So all of that money that people fundraise for us can go into projects that help with the centre, so a piece of equipment, nurses that we funded, but we also fund things out in the community as well to help people after they've had cancer and adjusting to life, either continuing with cancer, some people just continue their life kind of forever really with it going on inside them, and obviously some people recover and it's adjusting to life after they've been through that.
It's a massive trauma, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, it's a big change in people's lives. Like I say, even if they are cured and they go on to live a healthy life, it's still a big impact on their life and they still live that forever really. So.
And what kind of activities and events do you guys run for you guys to make money?
Yeah, so we run our own events. We have things like our colour run that we do annually. We have an annual fundraising ball. This year we started our Pedal the Borders cycling route, which is 100 kilometres, starts at Otter Street. That was hugely successful. We were so happy with how that went this year, so we're going to continue to do that annually as well. And then we just do other little bits and bobs throughout the year really, whatever we come up with that we think people might like to come to. So we've done afternoon teas before now, we're looking at ladies' lunches and things like that, golf days, all kinds of things really.
Amazing. So if people wanted to do run their own event through you guys, how would they go about that?
So they can get in touch with us at the fundraising office. We're based at the Hagemar Centre at Royal Shrewsbury Hospital, or they can go to our website, lincolndavis.co.uk, and there's some information on there about how to kind of set up your own event, but we would love you to get in touch with us just to talk about what you're going to do really, and we can help you to raise more, give you some hints and tips, give you some nice branded t-shirts and banners and things to help with your event. So please do get in touch if you wanted to do anything for us.
And what's your favourite event to do?
My favourite
Or
event
a couple, something that you enjoy doing?
I love doing the colour run because everyone is just so happy, and at the end they're all covered in paint and they just look so happy to be there. In the past we did race day at the women's course. That was loads of fun to organise and again hugely successful. So that was an amazing day for me. That was one of my first events after I joined the charity as well. So.
Because how long have you been here now?
It will be 4 years in November.
4 years.
It doesn't feel like it. It feels like yesterday.
Have things changed much in those 4 years for you? You know, the way you campaign and sort of the diversity in the events that you run.
Yeah, absolutely. Before my role came on, I'm events and fundraising officer. the charity hadn't run their own events before, so at that point they did rely solely on the community for their income. So I've developed the events calendar, so my workflows got a lot busier once we kind of got it off the ground and we got our supporter base up and running. Like I said, that made me a lot busier, so we're branching out into doing lots of different things so that hopefully we can get to everyone in the community and do something that everyone wants to attend.
Yeah. So it's this, guys, this is all symbiotic. So the fundraising office funds the centre over there, and the centre relies, it all kind of works together, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And so everything that we're raising today is hugely important to better the lives of the people that come through the Lincoln Davis Centre. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There we go. Yeah. Hey.
Whoa. What happened? There was people that aren't there anymore, and they disappeared, and now it's Jules.
And now it's just Tom on his own.
Whoa. Just Tom. I mean, just Tom.
Tom. It's been time.
Dude, it has been time.
It has been time.
Dude, it has been. Considering that you, me, and sorry, Jules, I understand.
You carry on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There was a point in time, people might remember that, me and Shane would bust each other's balls like every single week. And, of course, then Shane popped out a couple more kids with the amazing Lisa, and you guys got married recently, correct?
Yeah, that's right. We went and did that.
That's a big step, man. I mean, that's a huge step. I mean, you guys are a brilliant couple as it is, but like,
thank you, man.
I didn't know what your guys' plans were, so we haven't been speaking that much. Of course, I'd hear from Alex like, "Oh, Shane's doing amazing and doing this, blah blah," and I'd keep track I'd stalk your Facebook, and I'd stalk Lisa's. But generally speaking, we haven't been speaking that much, and it's just the way life is, unfortunately. But the fact that I get to speak to you now, my goodness, we have so much to catch up on.
I know, man. I know, and I think that's just testament to just how busy we've all been with like things like Pod Aid and like our own podcasts, and it's just been hectic. It's been a hectic like few months really, and certainly over lockdown, I think we've all been working exceptionally hard on our own little projects. And trying to make it all work and trying to make ends meet and stuff. And I think we've all done all right. I think it's been good. But yeah, you're right. I've missed the banter with you, Tom. To be fair.
So I realized that it was something special because Alex kind of placates to me. He generally does that, and I'm sorry for chewing. But I literally woke up and I ran right to the store, ran right back, and I jumped on. Alex placates me. If he thinks I say something dumb, he generally won't call me out on it. He'll just kind of let it go, and he'll be like, "Oh, Tom." Shane from day one was like, "What are you, a fucking idiot?" I'm like, "No, I'm not." And he'd be like, "You sure about that?" I'm like, "I'm not. I'll prove it to you by saying something witty." And then he'd be like, "That wasn't that funny." I'd be like, "I'm laughing right now." He's like, "Of course you are. You said it." I'm like, "Whatever, Shane. I'm gonna go now. About you and Alex just gonna kiss each other." He's like, "I can." I'm like, "Why are you rubbing it in?"
I can remember.
You go first. You go first.
No, it's fine. Go on.
I was gonna say, Jules, you have been a mainstay of the biscuit now, almost since the beginning. I don't pay too much attention because it's very family oriented, and I'm not a family oriented guy.
No, it's not since the beginning because when how long have you two been going before I came along?
Too long.
I was going to say 2 years, but if you want to say too long,
I don't know. How long was it since Jules come on? Al?
Had you been going for a year? Al,
it was about a year, wasn't it?
A year into it.
Yeah. Before Yeah.
About a year-ish, wasn't it?
So, yeah.
About that.
And I was a bit more involved at the beginning because I had a bit more free time, but
then she had to go and like start a business.
Yeah, then so I got too busy. So,
but at least you bring the great hair with you. I mean, right, if all else fails, you bring the great hair, which neither Alex
green got a great. Well.
It's very, very pretty.
Stop being boldest.
Listen, I can be whatever I want to be. You can't see my body. I was bald forever. I've
know
been
me.
bald since the days of long, my friend. And plus, well, interestingly enough, I actually have a little thing. I was bald for a little bit. If anyone, like, the reason that when Alex told me what this charity was for, I got very excited, and it actually means a lot to me, even though it's not an American charity. Anyone that knows anything about the history of Tom Bruno, I had cancer. I had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma when I was 16, and at the time, something you guys can relate to, I had this really amazing head of hair. Like, I watched Dazed and Confused, so I was certain that I was from the 70s. So I rocked my hair down to my shoulders.
I relate to that. Like,
I've seen your pictures. You look like you came from Sum 41. Like, you walked out of a band. It's just so amazingly pop punk. It's beautiful. And then, like, you look at Shane, you're like, were you on the Sex Pistols at some point? Like, what is going on right now? The chains, the hair, everything about it is so 2000s. I love it to death. And I had this great head of hair. And I of course found a lump on my neck. I still got the scars, all happy horse stuff. I had a fusion port box in my chest. I've been in remission for 13, 14. I had it when I was 16. I'm 33 right now, so that's however long that is. I've been in remission. I've been in numbers, math. How many is that in pounds? So I've been very fortunate to be able to be a survivor. I'm a cancer survivor, and but the thing about that went along with that was all my lovely hair started dropping. I remember I was in the doctor's office, kind of like, Fonzie, putting my hand through my hair, and all of a sudden I pulled out like a clump of it, and I was like, that's gonna go. But of course it didn't stop there. I was starting to grow like my 16-year-old beard. That fell all the way out. My eyebrows started coming out. No more armpit hair. I was like a seal in the water. It was amazing. And so I understand. So I'm not baldest. I just like to make fun of you. And you have so much going on for you, Shane, that I have to rip at the only thing you don't have going on, which is hair. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to go like this really quick. Take it off.
I have to say, you do rock a pretty good mohawk.
Thank you, my good sir. Thank you.
No? Are you done?
No. Video of the house getting.
So if anybody's wondering what the hell's going on, Dave Lee isn't here right now. So hence why we're just having a chinwag between ourselves. We're just completely ad-libbing. This is completely not planned.
Good.
But this is what
That's
we
what
do.
I'm good at.
This is how we roll. This is what podcasting is.
I suspect Dave's probably doing his own podcast somewhere for International Podcasting Day, seeing he's obviously heavily involved in it and the organising it. So he's probably tied in somewhere doing something. See if you can find him online. Google him.
So
see what
how many hours have you guys? I know Alex has been going almost the whole time. How many hours have you guys been doing this so far today?
I've been here same amount of time as Al.
Mm-hmm. I started my first one at home at 2:00 for an hour. Then I went out and did a couple of jobs, and then I came and I got here about 6. So, and I've got to go at 11.
The background chatter though, because like we have a group chat on Facebook, and I love how dedicated everybody is, because normally we all trying to go at our same pace, and we try to be on time, of course, but like Jules is like, I gotta run and do this really quick, I'll be right back, I will be no later than this, and I'm like, all right, everyone. And then Shane's like, I am so sorry for taking off, I'll be back in like 20 minutes, I'm rushing through the door, and everyone's just trying to get back to do this amazing thing and try to be together. And I just, for the guy sitting in the background at that point in time, I just gotta say how much I appreciate how much everybody's putting into this, especially that guy sitting next to you, Shane. I don't know what his deal is. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, so he's just some guy that was outside.
Give him a couple quid and you'll go back out. Yeah.
We keep giving him sugar, trying to keep
he's eating the food and the drink, and we just wanted to do something nice for somebody, like somebody less fortunate. It's paying it forward,
Do you guys know, and I don't want to be a bummer or anything, but since we're on the topic, have you guys ever had to deal with a person that has been through a traumatic event such as cancer? Have you had that in your life? And if you don't want to talk about it, please don't. I don't want to like poke and prod, but do you have any experience with something like that, or history?
Yeah, I've got a couple of family members, cousin that's recently just finished treatment,
excellent.
couple of close friends, and then other people I know who've had breast cancer and obviously had to have mastectomies. And I've chosen to go a step further and have a double mastectomy to stop it coming back again. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, and a big significant change for them.
course, because I mean,
So-
it's not just your physical appearance, but I mean, like, and I don't mean to make it sound like this, but like, that is one of the things that, you know, tends to not define a woman, but like, if you were to describe a woman in a bunch of different terms, eventually you would get to the physical assets of a lady, and that's one of them. Is that so? Anytime that you
totally.
have to make a radical change to your body, especially being a female, and like, if you think about, like, I'm not a girl by any stretch of the imagination, but like, I have sisters. And seeing what they had to deal with growing up, and like how they were like, oh, I don't look like so and so, or I'm not as pretty as so and so, or my body does not look like so and so's. When you eventually have the body that you've always thought about, and then something so drastic and damaging changes everything that you know about yourself, it must be really hard. So I got to say, making the really hard choice of getting a double mastectomy is just, you know, bravo to your friend, because that's a really hard choice to make.
Yeah. And I think, you know, I mean, I'm not a mum, but I can only imagine for women that have had children, there's that whole other element of, you know, it's a major component to motherhood and, you know, feeding your child as well. So there's that element for people that are mums. But so, yeah. What about you guys? Shane?
You might as well cue me into the show. Because you might as well cue me into the show. Because I'm sat here anyway. You guys,
Are you?
Can you see him?
I could see like half of him.
Half
which
of
is
him.
pretty cool.
There he is.
But you were interrupting Shane like I used to. Shane, do you have any experience with people that have had cancer?
Yeah, I mean, like on and off over the years, I think I've been aware of quite a few people, not necessarily directly, but certainly people that are certainly well known to my family and me. But actually, presently, right now, we've both got a friend actually. Me and I've got a mutual friend, and Jules actually, we've all got a mutual friend, Eve, who's currently that family. I don't know how they're able to have the attitude that they do with, you know, Eve Taylor. Used to work in the fun
Blonde curly hair used to work in the cafe in the prison.
Yeah.
No, that was before my time.
You know, I saw her.
I do. I know the name, but I don't. Yeah.
But anyway, her daughter got diagnosed with cancer. I won't go into the ins and outs of it because I don't really feel like it's my place. But if she's watching still, then please get in the comments and tell your story, because I'm sure everyone would like to hear it. But she got diagnosed with cancer, and then shortly after, Eve herself has been diagnosed with cancer now as well. So it's her and her daughter at the same time.
Swept right through the family, it really is.
It's tragic, and it's so. You know, you can't really find the right word for it.
No, it's devastating.
It's horrible. But
Jamie,
their attitude to everything is just amazing.
While we're having a Gangangoo, you can join us on there if you want.
I have nothing but respect for this lady. I mean, I've never met her, but like the thing that never once entered in my head ever, when I was
Tom. Jill, if you pop to you can go to justgiving.com/podaid to donate there, or you can text. What are you doing?
On the link in the comments.
Okay.
Yeah, Jill. We just posted the link in the comments.
70085 to PodAid.
No,
Free.
Text PodAid free to 70085.
What's that?
No, you said text. You say text 70085 to PodAid free. That's
so 70,000 if you like.
Shane's like, you what?
Do you guys see that we got 7,000 pounds donated? My God!
I think Shane is at the stage that I was at earlier when I was just kind of like, who's? I was sat next to Charlie Adler and I was like, what's
Lisa's saying we're all doing so well. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa's lovely. So the one thing I never thought about ever because like when it happens to you, it doesn't matter really what age, it kind of becomes like, oh, this is the thing that I'm dealing with. And like I didn't even have like those strong feelings like I'm gonna get over this. It was just like, oh man, this is something I got to do. And once again, I'm very fortunate. I only had to deal with it for a year. That's how long my treatments took. And it got over, and I did very, very well. None of the adverse effects. In fact, so much that my doctor and my father, there's just a little side funny really quick. They were talking because one of the medications that I was taking, they said that basically it was going to make me sterile. They're like, yo, so like most people that get this treatment, they end up being sterile or at least have a very smaller sperm count. So we would like to know And it must have been so awkward for my dad to ask me this. He'd be like, listen, Tom, you're giving samples in your room like every single day. Can you just want to give some of the cups so I can have a fucking grandchild? And I'd be like, and I was like, no, I'm going to roll the dice on this one. So like years later, I had my 3 kids with my lovely wife, and the doctor that saved my life still works at the hospital. So I rolled back up with 3 kids. I'm like, sterile, huh? Oh yeah, yeah. Look at this, super Tom. But my parents, like, I didn't think about much about them at all, and that sounds really crappy. But like, I was very self-involved in that point, and still kind of am. But
you were very young.
Yeah, I was very, very young, so I never once thought about them. But being a parent now, and like my kid gets a nosebleed that last 2 minutes, I'm going out of my mind worried about them. And of course, every worst case scenario is going through my mind. I'm like, oh my God, it could be this, it could be X, Y, Z. And of course, it's just allergies and a nosebleed. But that's just a nosebleed. I can imagine what my parents must have thought when they had this 16-year-old only boy, middle child, and he gets diagnosed with one of the most horrible things you could possibly diagnose. Of course, there's worse cancers. I don't want to belittle, anyone else's sickness, but the cancer as a whole is just such unknown territory still, because we still don't know how to completely get it under control. We're getting better at it every single year, which is a blessing, but we still don't have like the guaranteed answer for it all. So that being said, I have nothing but respect for Eve, because that's just an incredibly hard thing to deal with.
For sure. So obviously you having your 3 kids after your treatment and stuff.
Didn't stop having him. He was like, one more.
I had to get a vasectomy to stop that nonsense. I was like, snip it, just snip it and rip it, bro, because I'm done.
What are your kids' superpowers?
Stretching, begging, getting money out of strangers. It's a weird thing. No, none of that, dude. That was my 16-year-old power. It's just the Spider-Man. I was like, why is there webbing everywhere? I'm like, yes.
You know what happened to Gwen Stacy? I was just saying.
Al's mum has answered your question about.
Out of 5 siblings, I'm the only one that hasn't gone through the trauma of having cancer. It's daunting and scary, but thanks to the amazing treatment they all received, I still have 3 brothers and a sister who are doing very well. And I love you guys also very much. So yeah, our family has been devastated by it, and it won't go away with that horrible cancer. But I mean, all the money we're trying to raise today goes towards scanners and treatments and things that Lincoln Davis will use to make people better, or to help make people better, so they don't have to travel all the way to Birmingham or all the way over to Birmingham to you, Jamie, from here to get treatment.
You start showing up at Jamie's house, be like, I heard you got treatment here. You're like, no, I just live in Birmingham. Do you want a cookie?
Just for another update, by the way, we are now at 72%. That's £723.
Excellent.
Yes. Nice.
We're so close to our goal, people.
Well done, people. Let's keep doing this. I want to get that £1,000 by the morning. Otherwise, I'm going to cry, like live on air. I mean, I'm probably going to anyway, because let's face it, I'm struggling already.
How much you guys have accomplished so far? That is phenomenal. Like this is like the biggest stressor that I've had.
Exactly. We need to make the point of saying that we can't actually see the figure from the text donation pile. Because we can't see that. The only people that can see that is Lincoln Davis. So I'm hoping that that's actually quite high as well, which actually that £720 is actually going to be more.
No, we don't say that. We just say no. We want to make it £1,000, people.
We definitely want the Just Giving one.
Yeah, we want the Just Giving to £1,000. That's what we need.
Yeah,
and anything else is a bonus.
And we have a child here, and we won't release until we get 1,000. There we go, done.
Thank you, Jill. Well done, Jill.
Jill, we love you.
So is that what Jamie's doing there? Is he your hostage right now? Blink twice, Jamie, if you need to go potty.
Jill, I just want to say, Jill is an amazing woman. She's always positive, isn't she? She's always a breath of fresh air, and like whenever you see her, she's always happy. We worked with her at the prison.
I was going to say, unless she's in scare mode. She was an amazing wife, though, for a short while there.
Is it better than your wife?
It was really funny because
No.
Answer
that question. Did you genuinely hear the fear in his voice then?
No, because I love my wife, you know. But no, we did. I played a psychopathic butcher at the prison when we did one of the Halloween events, and Jill played my wife. I was, you spoke to my wife, have you? She's blabbering on again, is she? Like, you know, I used to give her some. I was really horrible to her, and she come up like, "Hello, there are another group coming through." I'm like, "Get out of my kitchen!" It was amazing. And I remember the one time my actual wife came through the scare maze. I was like, "Oh, you spoke to my wife, have you?" Got in her face about it. It was so funny. She's here laughing.
Jamie,
One of the things I'd be quite interested to find out, Tom, because obviously over here, you know, we've got a different healthcare system completely. So we've got all these different charities. So obviously Lincoln Davis is the one we're raising funds for today, but there's breast cancer awareness, there's Cancer UK, there's loads over here. How's the system work in America? So in terms of, you know, are there charities that do it, or is it not needed because it's built in with your system?
Needed. Because of the system that we use, which is, you know, like everything costs money. We have insurance that you can elect to get through your work if they offer it, or you can buy it yourself, and that takes care of some of it. But for the most part, a lot of people are without insurance in America, which is a devastating thing. So much so that when Barack Obama was president, he really pushed for this bill to make, I think it was the Affordable Health Care Act, which a lot of people have problems with. But as a person that has dealt with this, I really supported it because I was like, wow, like everyone should, much like you guys have universal healthcare, we should have universal healthcare. So there's plenty of places like St. Jude's Hospital and all sorts of Red Cross and a bunch of different places that will chip in and help. But, you know, I'm very fortunate. I come from a family that, you know, my dad worked his heart out. Like, I never understood that as a kid either. Like, I always thought, I was like, Dad's just too busy to hang out with us. No, my dad was being a great family man and working his butt off every single day.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I gotcha. And he was doing everything he could for family. So just because I didn't see him every day doesn't mean that he wasn't doing everything he possibly could for us, which is exactly what he was doing. So I was very fortunate in that aspect, but like it's important because I was looking at the facility earlier of Lincoln Davis, and it kind of brought some not so great feelings. Obviously, like the association that I have with hospitals and with the certain types of beds, especially the ones that you were showing, it brings me back to a place where I'm like, because okay. So here's a good example. When I was getting cancer treatments, they would give you a saline push. I had a fuse and port box. It was this box right here that hooked up directly to my heart, and they would give me my treatments through there every single time. And they just pick a needle, and it wasn't that bad, trust me. It just sounds bad. And I would get it done every single time. And after they would give anything through there, they would give you a push of saline. Saline, of course, just being salt and water. And it tastes weird. It tastes like copper. So every single time I'd get this like rush in my mouth of like I'm sucking on a dirty penny. It was really gross. So I would start combating that by putting a mint in my mouth to be like, oh, you know, here's a mint. But the problem was I then began associating mint with feeling sick. For years, I could not brush my teeth with normal toothpaste. I would have to buy this special, you know, strawberry flavored or whatever it might be, anything that was not mint. And I, you know, of course, I got over it. So when I would see the beds, it would kind of bring me like, oh, like I get this like feeling in my stomach because I know there's so many people that aren't as fortunate as me that are still going through this, or they might have reoccurring cancer. It might have metastasized. It might have done anything. So seeing that, but it also brings back these feelings of like, generally the people that work in the cancer wards are the people that care the most, because it is such a traumatic thing to also be the people that are giving care to these people. So they always want to make the experience better. We had, you know, entertainment systems like the Nintendo Wii and things along those lines in there, so I could sit there and play. We had movies, we had food, even though I never felt like eating. So they even though it can be kind of pricey. But let me also say that they hospitals also have this never turn down someone that's in their life's in danger. If you show up to the hospital, you don't have in your life's in danger, you don't have insurance, you're gonna get treated no matter what. It's part of their creed. So if you have a really bad cancer, they're gonna find a charity for you. They're gonna find the donations for you. So that's how our system kind of works. But you guys, it's just there, right? Like if you stub your toe tomorrow and break it, you can just go to the hospital, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Lisa says, Tom, did you have any mental health help available to you during your treatment?
They offered it. and funny little story about that was they one of the things that they do is, you know, you guys are very familiar with helper animals, like not like the blind walking dogs, but like emotional support animals, they're called.
Yeah, assistance dogs. Yeah.
Absolutely. So like I was stuck in a hospital for 2 days. It was like my first really big treatment. They wanted to monitor me for 2 days. I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't do anything. I was smoking cigarettes at the time, which, you know, horrible. But they brought this dog, and I was already so stressed, and I will never forget this. I felt like an asshole. They brought this dog to like my room so I could pet the dog and get de-stressed. And like everyone's talking, I'm just sitting there freaking the fuck out. And all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, there's some dogs to see." I'm like, "Get the dogs out of my room!" And like the lady that's just trying to make the 16-year-old dumb kid feel better is like, "Okay, I guess you just want to see the dogs right now." They do offer it, but once again, I'm very fortunate that I was young enough that it just didn't bother me like that. It didn't bother me until years later. Once I became an adult, then it started really kind of working me. I was like, "Wow, dude, you really kind of came close." And once again, I am cured. I've been in remission for years, but I think about it more now than I ever did as a kid, and it's a shame. Jamie, I've been doing a lot of talking. I barged on your interview with
Before
Charlie
we get to
Adler.
Jamie, I just need to mention.
we need to mention that this episode is actually what's the episode? Not episode at all. This hour is sponsored by Beaver Bridges. And Jules, do you want to just expand on that a little bit?
So Beaver Bridges is a company owned by one of my clients, Jo, and her husband. And they're local to Shrewsbury, and it's, as the word says, well, Beaver's their surname, and Bridges is what they build. So basically, they build bridges. No, they're different types of bridges, not just like little big,
What we'll do is
big bridges.
Because we were late to the punch with this one. They paid us £100 donation for this. I'll leave it on for the next hour or two, so we get the hour and a half. And I wanted to leave it for a premium time, a prime time spot. So I saved the 8 o'clock spot, but then we had the issue trying to get Dave on, and then we've completely forgot. So I'll leave it on for this. Leave that there.
She's joining us later anyway.
For the Weekly Bazaar, we'll keep it up there. So Beaver Bridges, thank you so much for your donation.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
And make sure if you want to buy a bridge.
Or have one designed.
Anyway, back to Jamie.
I just wanted to just say this. Jill said one of her best friends died from breast cancer.
Sorry to hear that, Jill.
So yeah, sorry to hear that.
Sorry, Jill.
But hopefully, with the money we're raising, it's going to help going towards preventing that from happening from other people.
Absolutely. Jamie frickin' Westwood, my good
Jamie
sir, how
Westwood.
have you been?
I'm very well, Mr. Bruno. How is your handsome self?
Oh, don't ask me, man, because I've been spouting off of the mouth since I've been on here, dude. I want to hear about you. How is
You
the?
ask me how I am. I'm gonna ask back how are you.
Well, be American and be like, well, Tom, let me talk about myself for a couple minutes, you
That's
dummy.
my hour now.
Yeah.
But to piggyback on what you're saying about healthcare in the NHS, people who know me, they know I work in the NHS. I see how amazing it is every day. And, as we're talking about cancer at the moment, I have a really one of my best friends who is in recovery now. She had breast cancer. She's fortunate. She had it removed, all sorted. She's healthy now. And that wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the NHS. And my mother-in-law is currently suffering with it. She's going through chemotherapy, radiotherapy, I think she's going through it at the moment. And she's fighting like no one's business. She's keeping a smile on her face. And, I'm not gonna lie, I'm welling up and getting a little emotional thinking about it, talking about it now, because, the woman she's incredible. And the fight she's going through, and with a smile on her face, being there for her granddaughter and everything like that, it's phenomenal to see. And, the NHS are keeping my mother-in-law there for my family by doing everything they can for her, and it's beautiful to see. And it's amazing hearing these stories of people that are getting help, and you see companies like Lincoln Davis who are helping people. It's wonderful to see. And I'm not gonna lie, it made my heart flutter a little bit, Tom, when you mentioned that there are charities that make sure people in the States get that help, because all we hear over here is bloody America and their healthcare system. They charge them £600 to look at a toe.
It was quite heartwarming to because I thought exactly the same as Jamie. It was like, what if you don't have health insurance in America? Do they literally turn you away? But I'm so glad you said they don't.
No, they generally won't. I mean, like, here's the okay. So here's the side to that. If you're going through, like, if you're homeless or something, they're always going to try to work with you. But like sometimes people fall through the cracks, or the worst, they don't even realize there's something wrong with them until it's way too late. In which case, that's how it works sometimes. But yeah, I mean, like, America, we're definitely like the people of, like, capitalism, and we're definitely the people of, like, we want to be paid for the task that we're doing, but we also have that soft side. We're like, listen, we're not going to let a fellow human being just die because you don't have the money. And I saw the bill for my chemotherapy. It cost a lot of money to keep me alive, and I don't think that, like, I feel like it should not be that much. I don't know how much these things cost to develop, but I'm sure the development of these drugs to keep people alive was hideously expensive. But now that they are established, and now that they are something that can be recreated fairly easily, I would hope that they would start dropping in price. But at the time, I think, honestly, if I remember correctly, I think it was almost like $1,500, $2,000 per bag of chemotherapy to get me through, and that was what was knocked down afterwards. That's not what my parents were paying. I don't know what they were paying. They never discussed that with me, nor would they ever. But that was, like, after everything was kind of said and done, which is, like, really, it's a shame. It should be one of those things, just like in the UK, that's like, nope, this is for you, and this is to get you going.
I find myself watching episodes of House, and they're going, we're going to do a lumbar puncture, we're going to do this, and make sure you run through this, we'll do this test, that test. And it's always lupus, right? Yeah. do an MRI, and also I'm thinking that's costly, man. They're just like ching. It's like when you go to take your car to the garage, and they're like, you're going to need this, you're going to need that, you're going to need
tested urine for everything.
Yeah.
So I'll take this opportunity, guys. Please donate to what we're doing, because that's the whole point of us being here, really, and we're going to be here all night. So please give generously. You can text POD3 to 70085, which is £3 plus one standard rate message. You'll be opting in to hear more about our work and fundraising via telephone and SMS. If you'd like to give £3 but not wish to receive the marketing communications, text PODAID, no info, 3 to 70085. And you can also find us at justgiving.com/PODAID to donate.
Yes. Please get it. We want to get that £1,000.
We are currently at £723 in the Just Giving kitty. That's 72% of what we wanted to raise. So please give generously. Share it to people who you think might be interested, and help us reach that goal.
270 quid. We can make that before 9 a.m. I'm
We've got
sure.
13 hours left.
We're halfway through. That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
To reach
such.
Well done, people. Yeah.
Would you guys like to hear about the milestones and cancer research that's been happening through the years? I didn't know it went back this far. I just looked up. This is from the National Cancer Institute.
Well, it might be worth saving and talking about it when Anna and Joe are on, because we got Wednesday Night Live coming up, and we do a bit of, I don't know, it's totally up to you. I'd like to mention one of my thespian friends. First time I met her, she played my mom in a play. She had breast cancer over 30 years ago. Excuse me, tactical burp. She was really ill with chemo. She's in her 70s now, full of life and full of fun. So amazing.
Yes,
and we'll share a video of the chemo chicks at Lincoln Davis later, because they're an amazing bunch.
I saw that earlier. I gotta say, sitting in the background watching, because I was getting ready to go to bed. I was watching Sopranos, go figure. And I was like, how are they doing over there? So I just kind of popped in, and there was a very distinguished guest on, the mayor of Shrewsbury. So I didn't want to like jump on, but Alex like, hey, do you want to come on? I was like, no, I don't want to come on half in the bag from lack of sleep and all that type of jazz. But it made me so happy to see that, like, one, the donations were already flying in, which was just such a great thing, because it really reinstills my faith in humanity.
Yeah,
that even though we all come from different walks of life, we're still all fighting to take a chip away at that bastard that is cancer, because once again, it is still the thing that plagues us as a human race. It's incredible.
Yeah.
So well done to you guys over there on that side of the pond, because you guys have just been killing it for hours now, and that's just amazing.
And I just realised I look like a giant. Kind of.
You do. Are you sitting up, or are you just
No,
chair
but
higher
Tom,
than
I
ours?
realise you missed
You're
the trick.
huge. You're like
I look massive. Like
you really are. It's just so big. So big.
the screen.
Let's all look at the screen over there. Look over there. Look at me. I'm such a shade.
Shut up.
There you go. Now you're the same height as us.
So the problem was, see, the thing is, I used to be really afraid of Shane because, like, he was single. He didn't have, of course, he's always has kids and stuff. But like, I'd run my mouth to Shane, and he'd be like, "Tom, you realize I have disposable income, right? I could buy a plane ticket to go to Vermont tomorrow. Do you want to keep running this train?" I'm like, "No, not really." But now you're a married man with an extra kid on your side, so I can say whatever I want. Because you'd be like, "I'm gonna come visit you." Back, yeah, sure. Don't you have diapers to buy, bro?
It's funny because it's true.
Isn't it weird how things have changed over the years we've been doing this? We're almost not anymore.
Right. Yeah, the problem is he's going to send Lisa, and Lisa will kill me. She's really quickly. Do you want to tell everyone who is maybe not familiar, that might be watching from the USUC side, is not too knowledgeable? Do you want to tell everyone how you and Lisa met by chance?
So me and Lisa met at boxing. We did a charity boxing match. I still, to this day, have never sparred with her. I'm never going to. I have no intention of sparring with her. I have more sense.
She'd kill you, destroy
she
you.
would flat out kill me. Yeah,
she would.
I've seen her right hook. Like, not.
Kick
I'm
the
not getting away
living
with that.
shit out of him. Yeah.
And basically, we're both gone through a really rubbish marriage and divorce. We got to the end of it, and we just both sort of thought, we didn't know each other at this point, by the way, and we both wanted to do something different. So we just thrust ourselves into this charity boxing match, and it was pretty much love at first sight over the boxing bags, and that was it, really. I slid into her DMs, and the rest is history.
So the way it sounds is you have a pretty long history in doing charities. I think this would be a good opportunity, because we're all doing this for an amazing charity right now. Is charity something that's always been instilled in you, like since you were a child, or like what's your history with such a thing?
Weirdly, actually, I've done quite a lot over the years. Not necessarily charity, but a lot of stuff for free.
Which is charity. That's charity.
Yeah,
it's pro bono.
Yeah, it's not raising money, but I've done stuff for people. I was involved with a lot of stuff with the church, and I did a lot of stuff, a lot of sort of work that way. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I've been mugged 3 times. Is that charity?
It is charity. You know what, Alex? It is.
It is for somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah, Alex is on the ground. You're welcome. Amazing.
Yeah.
Let's go to Shane's right. Jules, what is your history with charity? It doesn't have to be something you raise money for, but like, giving time, giving whatever it might be. What's your history with such a thing?
Well, my background is actually from raising money for different charities, but linked with different events. So, oh God, I can't even. 1994, I was a guider for the blind out in China. So, and I had to raise money as part of that trip to do that. And then 4 years, 2004, I then trekked in Nepal for children in crisis. Again, had to raise a certain amount of money for that. And then in 2014, I then worked for 3 months in Borneo at an orangutan sanctuary. And again, I had to raise money for that. So every time I've done something like that, I've raised a certain level of funds for the charities that I've then gone and did work for at the same time as well. So, and then I volunteer over here, like with sort of events like Shropshire festivals. We had Beth Heath on earlier, so I do a lot of volunteering for her as well.
So you've seen Everest then? Have you been to Nepal? Am I?
We was in the lower foothills.
Gotcha,
So Fishtail
Not so much.
Mountain was the highest we went to. I mean, that was plenty high.
Oh yeah, of course. They're all
yeah.
very high in that range. So good luck following that, Jamie. What is your history with charity, buddy?
Sorry.
I was mugged a couple times.
I was also mugged. I've had a couple of bikes go to charity.
Yeah, donating. No, but seriously, what is your history with charitable type situations, my friend?
To be fair, me on a personal level, I've never been that well off for money in order to like do many charity things. But every job I've had, I've tried to arrange something. Previous works, like when I worked in a hotel, I was like, hey, let's do this thing where we can sell raffle tickets, we can like drinks at the bar, hope for free hotel night. Let's raise some money for charity. When I worked in supermarkets, pretty much the same thing. Like because a lot of supermarkets over here have like charity committees and whatnot. I've always tried to get involved with those. So I always do try and help out with charity stuff. Like I've stood at the front of the supermarket in a dress before shaking a bucket trying to raise money. Why not? Like selling cakes at the front of the store trying to raise money. I like to get involved and try and raise money where I can. But I haven't played with any orangutans or climbed mountains or anything like that.
Okay, very quickly, Alex. Thank you, Jamie. Alex, really quickly, what about you? Besides from donating money to people that want to hurt you.
So the dyeing of the beard green is a hint. I was actually the original Robin Hood.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Take from the rich and give to the poor.
Yeah, it carried on through life. That's a nice Mercedes. Would you mind if I take that off your hand, sir? Off to the charity.
Yes. There's no feeling quite like it. I know we're running short. There's no feeling. Would you all agree? There's no feeling quite like it. It's something like as a kid, my mom would convince me to do. I did Meals on Wheels, which is delivering meals to people that weren't able to get out of their house, doing all sorts of things, picking up garbage. I was also a Boy Scout, things along those lines. And even though it's kind of like walking up a mountain where you don't really want to do it, but once you get to the top, you feel so much better about everything and yourself. Doing charity is just like that. Would you guys agree?
Yeah,
absolutely. And to be serious, it has been instilled on me from an almost young age because I was in the Army Cadets and we used to do stuff for the poppy appeal. So we used to stand in our uniforms in Wrexham, stand and shake a tin, be like, "Would you like to buy a poppy?" And we would do that, and whoever's group would make the most money would get like rewards and stuff. So things like that was always really, really good. And then we do the Remembrance Day parade and stuff. So that kind of thing's always.
Maybe that's why Al's the way he is. He's had like full on like marine, like square bashing training. So like, white man,
you will raise money for Lincoln Davis. You'll do well.
I don't know what I've been told.
Right, guys, coming up on the show, we in about 3 minutes time, just enough time to play a video. We have Wednesday Night Live with the biggest Owls game we've ever played. We'll do a bit of Lincoln Davis chat. We'll have a bit of fun. It's just like we've gone to the pub. That's what this is going to be like. And we're going to play you a little video from Lincoln Davis, and we would like for you to join him. The reason why I was over here, by the way, and playing with a laptop when Shane was chatting, is I was trying to look for my Owls game video. I lost it. It was like the best thing I ever made, and I've lost it, man. So, yeah.
Timmy not included. In that statement.
Oh yeah. My kids and this potted thing. Look what I did. So we're going to play this video. This is a video including the Chemo Chicks from Lincoln Davis. They're an amazing group of girls and guys. And I want you to take a look at this. We will be back with Wednesday Night Live after this video. Enjoy. What is it like to manage this area?
Great team of staff. All work hard. Almost like we call ourselves the chemo family. So and the chemo chicks, great patients.
For chemo chicks, I like that.
Yeah,
like that.
we've been known as that.
They did dress up as them.
We did a chemo chick race on the dragon boat in chick outfits.
Really?
Yeah,
Amazing.
it's very social as well down here, and it's. I mean, we're probably better off because we know what's coming through the door in the morning, don't we?
Nice. Check it out. I think it's really important to keep that morale good and like fluffy.
We've got a reputation, have we not, Sal, of having
A reputation, huh?
a good morale amongst other things.
And the staff don't leave. The
No.
staff are retained, aren't they?
Retain
And
the
they
staff.
enjoy-
Yeah, well, lots of applicants when we do have a job or a temporary job.
Nice.
So, yeah, no. And obviously we get to know the patients really, really well because they're in for years, some of them. So, and they say the atmosphere is really nice.
Oh, I got the feel from that. We saw the dancing, just
Yeah.
guys, just getting those positive juices flowing. That's really important. Isn't it?
And,
very positive
and we've
down
got
here.
a great admin team as well, so they join in. Everyone's a chemo chick family. Basically.
Yeah. So when new people come to work with you guys, is there initiation, get dancing, or
Yes, absolutely, and a social evening out normally to introduce them. So yeah.
Oh, well, you guys are amazing. I really, honestly, I smiled so much watching that. So thank you so much for chatting.
Times a week, hopefully.
I'll join in next time.
Don't know whether it's doing us any good.
It's me.
A de-stress before we even get
It is.
Take it up. Ah, what's going on here? Right, okay.
Stream's not working.
Oh, it's not on there.
What is going on there?
It's put us on like 3 times. There you go.
Okay, guys, we're having technical issues. Typical, isn't it? I've somehow managed to crash StreamYard for the 3rd time. Here is, I brought Tom in as well by accident. Yeah, that's that now. And that's not what I asked for, is it?
That's what you put on there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Typical. Hey, guys, welcome to Wednesday Night Live. Well, let me bring everybody in. We've got a crazy collection of people today. This is the biggest ever Owls game we've got today. Of course, we have Tom Bruno. And all the way from California, we have Mr. David Raby. How's it going?
Hey, guys.
That hair. Look at that.
I just woke up, kind of.
What?
Yeah.
Tom's muted. Absolutely. You're always muted.
I have to be. I have a candelabra now, so I have to be as muted as humanly possible. I like the ambiance. It's
That's pretty cool.
The ambiance
Thank
of
you.
you being muted.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the reason why he needed to be muted.
We mentioned the company just, but joining us from Beaver Bridges, we've got Joe Beaver. How's it going, Joe? How are you?
Not too bad. Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi, Joe.
And from
Hi.
Lincoln Davis, we have the amazing, we can't see her, but hopefully we can hear her. It's the amazing Anna Williams.
Crash.
Crash. It's got to that stage of the night, guys, where nothing seems to be working correctly, but right,
A typical Wednesday Night Live, right?
Typical Wednesday Night Live is normal for us. I've messaged Anna. Let's see if she's okay. I'm back. She says she's backstage. Okay. Okay, we'll keep talking, guys. Keep talking. Yeah, to this.
What's David drinking today? Yeah, what's David drinking?
Oh, I'm gonna get some whiskey right now. I was gonna I have my phone charging because I've been
with the whiskey.
Whiskey in my coffee, but I've been listening like ever since I got home last night from the bar.
He was messaging us earlier when he was drunk. It was hilarious. It was so funny.
I had to show my support, and I was like, I'm on the show. Hi, Tiny Alex. Like, I was just
That's what I call him. I'm like,
yeah.
David said that my face was making us lose money.
Yeah, I heard. I saw someone comment that on YouTube, so yeah, I heard about that.
I've got to ask David. I've got to ask David, being a Scottish girl, what whiskey are you drinking?
It's actually proper 12, like the Irish whiskey. I
Malt there.
I know. I need to get more back. Get into Scotch, and I usually drink bourbon. Is what I usually go for.
Yeah.
Joe, my favorite drink.
She wasn't asking you.
Liquor. I don't care what she's asking. Shut your mouth, California boy. I'm not a big drinker. I'm really not. I'm a cannabis sort of guy. It's legal in my state, same as David. No, don't laugh. But anyways, I am a huge fan of Johnny Walker. It is my absolute
yes,
favorite.
Johnny Walker for sure.
Oh, it's delicious.
I have to say it's my husband's as well, which just goes against everything I think about. But yeah, it's definitely his favorite.
Oh, well, he has lovely taste in whiskey and in women because you are a lovely lady.
Oh, okay.
Pick tonight.
Yeah, I have to make
gotta say,
I'm
very sorry, Joe, and to all the
been on
Scots
here
out
for
there.
2 minutes.
Well, I'm Irish, and I gotta say, Bushmills is probably the best whiskey in the world.
Ooh, that one's good too. I like that. That's a good Irish whiskey there. Yeah.
No, I do like a good bit of Scotch. I'm going to keep trying to get Anna in because Anna is amazing, and Anna has been an asset to the planning process of Pod Aid. So I'm going to keep trying to get her in. I do have something planned. Don't worry, guys. We have Al's game, and if you're not aware of what Al's game is, let me run you down the rules for Al's game. Okay, so it's a game based on
based on Al.
Yes, story of my life. When did I lose my virginity? When did I lose my
10.
first tooth?
37.
10.
Which year did my first pube come in?
10.
37. No, we talk about movies and TV, and we go on the Rotten Tomatoes ratings, and we'll show you a movie, and we'll say what's the next score, higher or lower. And I thought David was getting his top off then. I was like, well, it's not that kind of
yeah.
So
and take off this shirt. What's
no,
Cool shirt.
So let me ask really quickly before we get into the game. If I set myself on fire Michael Jackson style, does that raise money or lower money?
That will raise money for a different cause for you, because we don't have that good health care here in America, bro. Don't burn yourself.
Listen, I can do what I want. You're not my dad,
All right,
as far as I know.
You don't even know me.
Are you my dad?
Could be.
Oh, come here, Dad. I love you.
You're a stepson. Go over there. Stand in the corner.
Oh, hateful.
I'm an alcoholic father.
I got an idea.
David is one of the best read people in this room. I can't speak for you, Joe. I just barely met you, but David, the best thing about him is, let me give you a quick introduction to David. He's from a different podcast.
There's nothing good about me.
Oh, there's so much good about you. He's from a different podcast. We met by having him come on the show, and I stupidly a couple Halloweens back wanted to recite The Raven. My favorite Simpsons episode is the Halloween Treehouse of Horror episode where they do The Raven. I love it to death. So I had this big idea where I'm going to read The Raven from this really old 18th book from the 1800s of the Edgar Allan Poe's poems. And Alex knows that I'm a silly boy that makes big dreams, and he's like, "Sure, you want to read The Raven, Tom? Go ahead. You're gonna be great." And I fumbled through it. Took me a long time. I really did not like doing it. So I mentioned this to David, and at the drop of a dime, David just legitimately recites The Raven verbatim off the top of his head. I'm like, whoa. And then we find out that he's got this huge library behind him. He's probably one of those well-read gentlemen I've ever met in my life, and he happens to look like a pirate. So
that was good time, Mal.
I got like a stack of books there, and like more below me. Yeah, I like books. I like reading. I was at the bar last night, and a friend of mine brought his dog, which was a pit bull, to the bar, And the Pitbull obviously was very calm, just happy to be around people. And I started talking to him about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and the movie.
Cool
but then in the book, I was telling him about how Brad Pitt's character became like how he got in possession of the dog Brandy. And it's like a really messed up story, but it's kind of funny because it's one of the ways that Cliff Booth got away with murder.
I need to read the book. I've heard it's really good.
You want to elaborate?
Oh, you want me to tell you the little grisly details about that part? I can't.
Oh, there she is.
She's
Sorry,
there she is.
off that, David. But,
Oh, no
we were
worries.
Going for some turmoil there to try and do that. I mean, I was like throwing lassos around.
It's
like
more
40
more
miles
important.
where
We're just.
they were.
I was just treading water.
Yeah. Thank you for that, David. Okay,
You're
so I was trying. We're going to play ours game, and I have no graphics. I have no music. I've just been looking for the video. Can't find that. We've been struggling to get the stream
Oh, that's how the song goes, right? Shit.
Yeah.
Damn it. What song was I doing? The Newlyweds? Some shit?
Yeah, totally.
Right,
Oh
okay,
my
what we've got to do is we've got to try and get through this as quick as possible because I would like to do a bit of Beaver Bridges talk at the end as well, find out about Joe's business. So let's try and do this. We'll get a winner, and whoever wins has got.
Do I need my Russian stopwatch?
Yeah, you want no, we don't need it. But I mean, you can have it to show people if you want. 'cause
I mean,
like
I got it.
You can show it.
Just show people what you watch.
Made in Soviet Russia. I don't know if you can.
Very good comment.
Yeah.
It came with a bottle of vodka.
Did she leave? Oh my God! Did I offend her with the
Yeah,
watch?
there she is.
You did. She's like, my father died from a stopwatch, and she took it off. It was so weird.
So he hid this hunk of metal up his ass.
Yes.
Right, okay. Let's get some sort of form to this. Okay.
Where's Anna gone?
Anna's gone. I think she's having connection issues. Those 4G trucks that I ordered to a house must have left. So I'm very sorry. But as you can see there, we halfway through the last show because we had more technical issues. I kind of reminded you guys that we were being sponsored by Beaver Bridges. So we're going to keep this up for this episode too. So I'm very sorry about that, Joe.
So David, look after that, okay?
Look after what?
Can you see that?
The logo that's in front of
Can you
your
see the
face.
logo?
Yeah, so look at the logo.
Isn't the question I get asked most is not bridges for beavers or squirrels or anything else.
Why?
It so happens to
Why are
be
you
me.
hiding behind the beaver? Why?
It's her surname, so you have to embrace the name, don't you? Really?
Exactly.
You really do.
It makes sense though, because beavers make dams and bridges and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it kinda makes sense.
beavers are also being reintroduced in Shrewsbury. So
That's right.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
the first
True
urban
story.
beavers, which may perhaps be sponsored by Beaver Bridges, will be coming to Shrewsbury, and they're Scottish.
If you guys want some beavers, come over to Vermont. We got like a truckload of them every 5 feet, and they're mean. I got so
Tom's like, we
scared.
eat them for breakfast.
No, dude. Like legitimately, I went kayaking one night with a buddy, and it was like midnight or something, and we were going down this
Kayaking
river.
at night?
Yeah, it's a good time. It's on headlamps. It's a really good time. We have to make our own entertainment in the middle of the woods, David.
Let's
So
go
we're
out here
kayaking at night.
in the fucking water where it's dark and possibly drown.
Well,
No
okay,
one's
it's not
gonna
like
know
I'm
where
going
we're
White
at.
River rafting at night, David. I'm going down a river. So, anyways, if I may continue my beaver story, I'm going down the river, and all of a sudden, like, I hear this smash. I'm like, what the frick was that?
Beaver tail, my territory.
Dude, it was a beaver. Beaver smashing his tail around, dude. Not only did it smash his tail, but it chased us out of the river.
That's what
It
you
just
get.
started beelining us like it's fucking Jaws.
It's like, don't you
movie.
humans got to sleep at night? Not me.
And I'm like, we need a bigger kayak, as I'm like paddling away as quickly as humanly possible.
I just need to interject a sec. We've got Helen Knight back on the show. So we've had some issues with. Hello.
Hello.
Are you taking
Hi.
Anna's place because of the issues we've had?
I am. I've just messaged her going, what's happening? She's been so excited. She's got a lippy on and a glass of wine. And I can't leave Joe. I know. I can't leave Joe. I was feeling, you know, well, probably
speaking
not. By the
of-
fact that she said that she'd been drinking wine.
Yeah, I was going to say. Run really
So have I.
quickly, Anna.
So I have to admit, I have got my pajamas on.
I wouldn't have known that.
9 o'clock.
Don't tell
so-
David Rabbe. Will you? Don't tell Rabbe, please.
It's Raby.
I won't
It's
tell-
Raby.
I
I've
won't tell
been
anybody.
screwing up his name for years.
No,
It's
where's
Raby.
David gone? I'm trying to get this is the word that I was like, let's just throw everybody into Al's game and just see how it works. I'm sure it'd be absolutely fine. It's absolute chaos. Right. I'm getting on this game. Right. So the theme of this, I don't know if you guys watch TV, if you watch movies.
Good job, Al. See what happens when you try to be all
Can we all
inclusive.
just stay still for 1 second? David Raby. He'll be back in a second. He'll be right back in a second. Here he is. He's back. He's back.
I was sharing the link. I was sharing the link to some friends real quick.
Sure. Oh, fantastic.
Sorry.
So the theme of this is medical dramas and movies, right? Or
You've been watching too much House.
He's been saying that all podcast long. He's like, "Oh, the only thing I know is House." How accurate is House?
I like. Nobody else watch House?
No.
Scrubs is better.
It's lupus.
It's always lupus. Okay, I need to. Oh, for gosh sake! I'm trying to find my.
In your own time,
Soul.
mate. Don't worry.
Self-dignity.
I will share the entire screen. I don't usually do it this way. I'm very sorry, guys.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it. Do
Welcome to Al's game. Go for,
Come on down. Get one of those really thin, long microphones from like the 70s.
Oh, that'd be so dope.
They'd hold them so dainty. They're like,
Alex starts kissing everybody on the lips like they did back in the day on the Family
he's
Feud.
got lapels and he's like, "Come here, toots."
I'm a guy. You're like, I know what I said.
I know what I said. It's 2021. Everyone's a little gay.
Yeah, I know.
There we go. This Al's game. So Helen, you just joined us, so I need to go through the rules again. But what this is, it's a bit like play your cards right, higher or lower. But what we do instead of having cards is we have ratings of movies or TV from Rotten Tomatoes ratings. And if the Rotten Tomatoes ratings don't work by default, we go to the audience score. Okay. Joe are you still there, Joe?
Please.
I am. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to show you the first movie.
I think.
Or TV series. And
It's a pair of shoes.
That's a boot.
Right, okay. Shh. I am the host, Hinton and Raby. You'll end up in the naughty corner if you speak. All right. Okay. So,
You're not like that.
welcome to Al's game. Doc Martin is a British medical drama. It's very, very popular. So, there are some Americans in here, shows in here as well, which means there's a bit of bias. So we will we'll carry on. Doc Martin got a rating of 82% on Rotten Tomatoes and 100% on the average
Who voted
audience.
for that? Alex? Alex is like, yep, 100%. It's great. Phenomenal. It's me.
Any of you guys watch Doc Martin? Did you enjoy that?
Seen it?
I heard it was
I've seen
bootleg.
Doc Martin.
I got you, David.
I've seen it. Not a massive fan.
No?
I've seen the house.
Ooh.
I've seen the house that he's doctors out of. He's doctor's surgery. Down the corner.
I'm only using the one screen today, by the way, so I can't see your comments. So we'll have to do that sort of at the end. All right.
Have Shane do something.
You want me to read the comments?
Literally just got the one laptop here. We're going to go on to the next thing, and I'm going to ask you higher or lower. We'll go.
Oh, hang on, stop. Higher than lower than 82 or 100?
82%.
82.
Oh, obviously.
And if the average tomato meter, I'm sorry, Anna.
Oh, Anna.
I got you.
But I'll give you some love at the end of this because you have been amazing for this. I mean, Lincoln Davis, you've all been amazing, but Anna, I've been speaking to you nearly every day. Tom Bruno.
Scrubs is better than
What did you
House.
say was better than House?
Scrubs is. And your wife says, I've always loved Scrubs and only started watching House last week because Al made me. And it's actually really good because Al makes me think.
Al said so. Yeah.
Yeah, Al said
she's
it's great. So.
Right. Shut the fuck up, Tom. Next one, moving up.
Now it's You Suck.
Oh,
Nip Tuck was great.
I got to go higher.
Oh.
I'm gonna go.
I don't
don't
think
know,
I
dude.
This one.
What was the last score, Al?
82.
Right, so David says higher.
I'm gonna say lower.
Shane's going to say lower. Tom?
Lower. I don't know, man. 82 is a big number.
82.
But remember
Joe,
how
what are
big
you
Nip
saying?
Tuck was?
Oh, of course I did.
I'm going to say
Love Nip Tuck.
higher.
You're going to say higher.
Has everyone seen Nip Tuck in this room?
Jamie?
Nope. I haven't seen it.
Famous
Did like a few episodos.
It's phenomenal.
I don't even know what it is. So
It's about plastic surgery. It's
Oh, okay.
It's
Jim
not
says
real.
higher.
It's
Fantastic.
great.
Was that you, Shane?
What?
Is that you? Who's bringing up the comments? Is that you, Tom?
Me.
Yeah, it's me, man. I told you I'd got it for you. I
Wow.
If it's about plastic surgery, I'll say higher then as
Helen,
well.
what did you say?
Lower.
Lower. Jules?
Higher.
Higher. And Jamie, what did you say? Sorry.
I said
higher. Okay, and so the answer is, I hope I got this right, by the way, because sometimes I get the arrows the wrong way around. And it's lower with 75%.
Oh, no.
Who's keeping track of this, by the way, the scores?
Alex Whiteley is keeping track of it.
Oh, Al.
Oh, great. So we're all going to lose.
We're watching him. Don't worry.
Al wins again.
No one wins Al's game. That's the point of Al's game.
The next is up is Good Doctor. If you've never seen Good Doctor, you need to watch it. It's people are talking about this show.
Never heard of it.
Is
It's
it
a show
over now?
about.
I thought that show was canceled now.
I don't know. But it's
never heard
what's
of
that
it.
American show with where it's the is it the beaver? What's the
beaver?
What's the show about the kid who's the doctor? And it's
I thought that was the good
Neil
Doctor.
Patrick Harris.
Neil Patrick Harris.
Doogie Howser.
Doogie Howser.
Doogie Howser.
Yeah, so it's a bit like that, but the kid he's got autism, so he's just deadpan with everything.
Like
so
Neil
it's very-
Patrick Harris.
Yeah, there you go.
So this has got to be higher or lower than Nip Tuck.
Yes.
Which was 75.
Which was 75.
So, is it 75?
We'll go around the room here first. Hinton, have you got the Good Doctor is still
It's still on. I've never even fucking heard of it.
It's really good. So
Quality
impressed
team.
that you are still going. Much love for your mayor. We'll try to check out later.
Oh, nice message from the mayor there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You.
Yeah, that's the mayor. He's too classy. I can't have him.
He is. He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
Doug.
Oh,
is,
JoJo. Doug is Hauser.
Your wife
Kat
says
says higher.
What's the last one, 75?
75, yeah. So what we're saying,
that
higher
shows
or
so
lower?
Sad is what Joanna says, and higher by Miss Anna Williams.
I'm going to go higher.
I'm going to go lower.
So
I'm going to go
Shane says
lower.
higher.
I'll go lower as well.
So Shane, you say higher. Jamie said lower.
I'll say higher.
Jules says higher.
Stop copying me.
Joe,
I've
what
never
did you
heard
say
of
again?
it.
Sorry, lots of
I'm
voices in my
going
head.
to go lower.
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 Helen,
I'm going to go higher.
higher. Bruno,
This is hard because it's like, let's go with lower.
so dramatic. David,
Lower as well. Wait. Lower as well.
Yeah, you're going to do Tom Bruno, are you?
Yeah.
So 75% is all right. Okay, so we have not got an average tomato meter there, so we go to average score, which is lower by 2%, 73%.
Well, we got lucky
if
on
you
that.
said lower, you got it right. So well done.
Yay!
Higher, and I copied you.
Yeah, that's why you should never copy in class, Jules.
Clearly.
Next
Eyes
one
on new
is
paper.
Oh,
George
ER.
Clooney. ER.
Higher.
This is very popular. Higher.
So much
Everybody saying
higher.
higher. So Shane, you're saying higher.
Higher.
Shane.
Higher.
Jules saying higher.
Just for
Can
George
you
Clooney.
take me
Oh, sorry.
higher?
I think we're doing higher all along.
Higher.
Yeah.
You're going. Jamie's going higher. Bruno.
That? I said higher. Was
Joe
that
saying
not
higher
dramatic
too. Helen,
Yeah.
you say higher.
Higher.
Raby?
Yeah.
Higher.
Higher. Okay. Higher than 73%. Okay, let's go with the
Lisa
comments.
says
Lisa says higher.
Jill says higher. Carolina says
Yeah.
higher, and Joanna
Everybody's
says higher.
highs all around, bro.
I know.
73%, and it goes to 83%. Look at that.
I thought it was going to be higher than that.
So did I. Yeah.
Yeah.
George Clooney, for frick's sake, it just tells you before Batman even. This is what shot him into the stratosphere, by the way, in case anyone didn't know.
I think this is what
Did
got
you
him
say
that role for From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a much better role. Everybody be cool. You be cool.
I like when he's at the end. He's what were they, psychos? He's like, no, Carlos, they were not psychos. They don't explode in direct sunlight. I don't give a fuck how crazy they are.
George Clooney. Okay. Next is Scrubs.
Uh-oh. Tom, I want to follow you. What do you say?
It better be higher. It's not going to be, but it's
83% you've got here.
It's got to be. It better be higher. I love Scrubs so much.
I think it's going to be higher.
I do.
Tom says higher.
I'm gonna,
Jamie says higher.
I say higher.
Jules says higher. Shane?
Higher.
Higher.
Mrs. Whiteley says higher.
Yes. Higher.
Miss Hinton says higher.
I'm gonna go against everyone and say lower.
Controversial.
Rebel.
That is. Scottish.
It's out there.
Helen, what you got?
I'm going to go with Joe. I'm going to go lower.
Lincoln Davis knows. Raby, what did you say? Higher? You say you're going to go with Tom, right?
I'm joining with the ladies. Actually, I'm going to go lower. Tom's doubt made me scared. I'm like,
That was a very swift fuck you, Bruno.
That's okay. That's okay.
It's the long
That's
hair,
okay.
isn't it? It's the long hair. Like they're all just.
My headphones have just suddenly gone one-sided. So, hey, right,
That's for
okay.
talking shit about me, bro.
Yeah. I'm going to hear my right. Okay, and the answer is it's a draw. So if we go to a draw, what do? We go to
the audience
score, which is higher. So it's higher.
Yes.
I'm very sorry, guys.
Yes.
Damn it.
Yes.
We are the champions.
Not over yet, Shane.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm getting to that time of night now, aren't I? I'm going to start getting hyper.
Take his
Break
He's
out
gonna
the
get-
Red
yeah.
Bull.
monster
Don't
energy
do
away.
it.
He's going to get really hyper, then pass out.
There are other available.
Oh, Shane's all tuckered out.
By the way, there is a point where I ran out of dramas and movies to look for, and you'll notice. Letting you know, there is a very steep drop off the cliff.
Is it going to be something like Carry On Doctor?
Oh, we'll see.
When you get that.
We'll see. Grey's Anatomy. Moving on from that, 87% has got to be. This is a very well-renowned show, Grey's Anatomy. Mr. Westwood, what are we going to go for?
I'm going to say higher.
Higher, yeah.
This has got to be higher than 87, yeah.
Higher than
That's a
87.
statement, that is, Jamie. That is a statement, that is.
I've never actually watched Grey's Anatomy, but I know it has a lot of love.
Has a lot of followers, doesn't it? I'm going to go lower.
You're going to go low, Jules?
I'm going to see what my wife says first.
I got to check in with my wife to see what she wants me to say.
Pretty much, yeah.
This says hi, Helen.
That's my wife is saying hello to my mum. By the body chat.
Kaz says higher. Jill says lower.
Lower.
Lisa
Okay.
says higher.
So she says higher, so I'm going to say I'm going to go lower then.
Oh shit!
That's a bold move right there, Hinton.
Uh-oh.
Joe, Helen, can I squeeze you for an answer? What do you reckon?
Oh, I love it. So
87%.
I'm going to say higher.
Okay.
Hi, Shane's
Yeah,
mom.
higher.
Hi, Mum.
I'm going to go lower.
Hey, Mum.
Helen's going lower, and David and Tom, I need answers from you.
What do you want to do, Tom? I'll stick with you on this one.
Oh wow! Now
You
you're
forgot
just
to go on the last one.
I'm going to say Grey's Anatomy, man. Grey's Anatomy is really low. They have scrubs, like actual physical scrubs. They're made off this show. 87. Let's go lower than 87%.
David, same.
Lower, yeah.
Okay.
Don't disappoint me, Tom.
Oh yeah, because it's me. It's Al's game. Be disappointed now, not me.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. We'll do it. This game's not far off. So
It's really like-
it's 84%, which is lower, Tom. It's 87%. Yeah, to be.
Oh.
It's lower, but not by
Moral of the
much.
story, right? Don't always listen to your wife.
I agree with
So
that.
after this stream, Shane gets divorced.
Yeah.
Help us with our next live podcast where we start raising funds for Shane's divorce.
For Shane broken jaw.
Shane will just be like a punch bag when he gets home.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! It's
Hey,
George.
George.
Monroe from the Speakeasy Gentlemen. Hello, George.
He's on the show later. He's on the show, and he's actually sponsored 2 hours from his show. So
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Helen,
Shane's
how's-
mom says she's not seen it either, Jill. Helen's
I love
also
that you call her
laughing.
Shane's mum. Like, she's got a name.
Yeah.
Like,
She doesn't have a name. She's Shane's mom. Just
Mrs.
like
Shane's mum.
I'm Shona's husband. She's Shane's mom. Shane in regards in
regards doghouse. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Shane's in the
In the
doghouse,
doghouse.
to be clarified. And
Dude, you just got burned by your own mom, bro. Live on a podcast.
Amazing.
Helen and Shane are ready to come stay with you.
Oh man.
Right, guys. So we're moving on from as much as I'd love to dig into that. We're going to go from Grey's Anatomy to Shane's just showing up. And putting his back.
Oh.
by the wife.
Amazing.
And everyone's laughing at him.
I wish we had a cameraman right now. Where's my wife? Leave the child at home. Come and do the camera. 'Cause I'm like off shot here. I'm kind of like,
leave your young child alone where all the sharp and burnable objects are.
if you get it so you can just see, just make me look skinny, baby. We're going to go from Grey's Anatomy to House.
What was the percentage of the last one?
84%.
Oh,
I wrote it down.
Oh shit!
My wife says she loves it, but she bets it's lower.
It's because you're holding something hostage. She's like, I hate House so much, but I can't stop.
Who's seen House here? Who's watched it?
No. Yes.
No.
I have. Did I ever tell you that I've watched House? Yeah.
I've watched House. I've watched it about 3 times over. The whole all of it. I think.
Good, isn't it?
It's well good, yeah.
So we're going to go. Oh, Jules, what are you saying?
I'm going to go lower.
What was the previous one again?
84%.
No, what was the show?
Grey's Anatomy.
Lower then.
Lower. Jules says lower. Jamie, you say lower, yeah?
Lower.
Shane?
I'm Through Gritted Teeth, lower.
Raby?
Hello, Nick Jones.
We'll go higher.
You're going to go higher?
Yeah.
Hi, Nick. We're going to go Bruno. What have you got? 84% higher or lower with House?
84% House. It went for a lot of seasons. I'm going to say it's higher than 84.
You and David, right? Joe, have you got an answer? A guess?
I'm going to go lower.
Lower. And Helen?
I'm going to go higher.
You're going to go higher. Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm nervous
See
about
what we
this one.
got.
It's
Blimey.
But also, yay! I should have
96%.
had faith in Hugh Laurie. That's what I should have done.
He went, no, yeah.
Look at that audience score though, man. 96%. Man, that's pretty good.
It's not 100% like Doc Martin got though, did it? Let's be honest.
No,
But Hugh Laurie's amazing.
Hugh Laurie.
Okay.
But like, didn't one person watch Doc Martin?
Strange. Oh my God, I love you, Alex.
You really had to dig deep. He's like Dr. Jones.
There is
Yeah, Joe, it's the doctor.
I've got to say, right, I could have used Holby or Casualty, but they don't do an audience score for soaps on Rotten Tomatoes, so it doesn't work like that, which is why some of these don't have an audience score. So I couldn't use Casualty or ER or Holby City or anything like that. Or doctors, or anything
Dr.
like that.
Quinn
Strange
and Medical
has got the
Woman.
word doctor in it.
Dr. Quinn medicine.
Yeah.
He's got a PhD
because it's got the word doctor in it.
Is it? Has he got a PhD?
That's your reasoning,
right? Okay, so we're doing this.
Lower.
He's a doctor.
Alex has got a PhD.
I mean, he is a doctor, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Doctor Who is next.
Okay, guys. Okay. Let's go around the room. Jamie, what are you saying? 90%.
I think it's going to be lower.
Lower. Jamie says lower. David.
Damn. I don't even know. Slightly lower.
Lower.
Yeah. That's kind of tough. At 90.
Jules.
Lower.
Shane.
I'm gonna go higher.
You're gonna go higher. Bruno.
Doctor Strange is very, very successful, but 90% is a hard thing to beat. I'm going to say it's lower, but I agree with David just slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, have you got an answer for this? Joe, is Joe frozen?
She there?
Oh, I'm back. Lower for Doctor Strange.
Lower. And Helen?
Lower.
So across the board, apart from Shane went against everybody.
I'd be upset if Shane actually gets.
And it got lower by 1%.
We got it.
So there you go, Shane. There you go. So 89%. Moving on to the next one. Got to get through these quickly.
Dr. Jones. Oh. Jesus Christ.
Silence of the Lambs. He's a psychiatrist, okay? He's a doctor. It's a horror movie about a doctor, okay? Tom, what's the finger for?
It's higher.
He's going higher.
It's
No,
higher.
he's going higher.
It's easily like a 94%, if not higher.
Higher.
Higher,
Wow.
definitely.
One of the greatest films of all time.
Helen, what are you saying?
I'm going to go lower.
Whoa.
Raby, what have you saying? Were you saying higher too, yeah?
I'm going higher, yeah.
So everybody but Helen says
Higher.
Yeah.
That's easier way to do that. Okay, here we go. And it's a lot.
Whoa.
higher.
Wow. That's almost fucking matched.
Yeah.
96%. And I'm really sorry again for the random 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You've got 2 more left. I'm really sorry for the random film choice. Well, like I said, I was very limited with what I could do. Moving on to the next film is, oh gosh. It's
I wonder what the score is.
I'm going to give you all a point for that one. You all said
Yeah.
lower. There we go. Oh, don't you just love it when things work out well? You'll get a point. There you go. So, bit of charity for you, and it was 85%. But this film did terribly until the pandemic. Everybody wanted to watch this film.
They're like, now I understand pandemics. Let me still not wear a fucking mask.
Yeah. It's true.
I'm
it's
going
true.
by fuel.
Yeah.
They're like, what did you want me to lick? This fucking railing?
They put Jude Law in this film, and people still went to watch it. I mean, it's crazy.
What's wrong with Jude Law, bro?
My wife's laughing at me. She's like, "How pathetic is this guy? I can't believe I married him." What?
They cast like Tom Hardy or something again.
Ooh, Tom Hardy.
I don't know. He's hit and miss. Okay, then the next movie is Face Off.
How is this even a doctor movie?
There was a doctor that switched his
It's got
face.
a doctor in it.
It's got surgery.
It's got surgery in it. You know, it's cosmetic surgery.
This has got to be higher.
This is Nicolas Cage, John Travolta, and it's an action
It's a
movie about
classic,
guys who
this is.
swap faces
This is a
with medical help. I mean, it's
space.
I love it.
What
Papa's
was
got
the
a
last
brand new bag.
score?
How creepy was that?
83.
85, I think, was for Contagion.
85% we've got to beat.
Dude, Shane, your mom, dude, she's baller as fuck. She loves Face Off, and so do I. I love
That's great.
See, Anne loves
She
stuff.
didn't
She
love
loves
it
Jude
when we
Law.
were growing up. She never used to watch films until we moved out. We all moved out.
Because she had time to watch films. She didn't have to worry about your ass.
Yeah.
She still worries about my ass.
I love how we're all just giving Shane grief throughout this whole episode.
This is what happens on every single podcast. As soon as everyone gets together, I just spend the entire time getting ripped.
Why are they picking on me? Leave Shane alone. He was just ballsy as hell. Nearly gave up his marriage just to.
Yeah. Look at now he's playing the victim. He's like, look at me. I want to get a divorce. Like, oh, everyone's picking on me. Like, make up your mind, Shane.
Right.
Go take a nap or something.
85%. I'm gonna go for. I couldn't get near the TV. It's
No.
true. Helen and Joe, have you seen this film? Have you got an idea of what are you going to go higher or lower for 85%?
Lower.
Lower for Joe. Helen.
Yeah.
You're going to go lower
Higher.
too. Higher, Helen. Yeah.
Yeah, higher. Why
Okay.
not?
Ballsy, Helen. Ballsy.
Tom, what are you going to say?
Definitely.
It's lower. It's Nicolas Cage. It's lower, but it's a great film. I love it. I bet you the audience score is gonna be higher than the other one.
I'm going to say lower as well.
They're going to say lower. Jules.
Higher.
Shane.
Higher.
Higher. And David.
Lower.
Going to go lower. 85%. What have we got on the board? It is
Oh.
Ow!
Have base.
Shit.
Have base in the cage.
Wow.
Right, I'm going to top up the scores, guys, and see if we need this tiebreaker. I'm making sure I click once for this one. You guys chat amongst yourselves. Joe, why don't you tell us
man with
all
no
about
face.
Beaver Bridges and where the
Okay.
origin of the company came from while I tot up the scores.
Okay, so a little bit about Beaver Bridges. We started off in 2016. So it's my husband and I joined in the following year. So I'm a chartered accountant by trade. I've been in Shropshire. I know you can't tell by the accent. I've been in Shropshire nearly 20 years actually. And we've got about 75 staff based in Shropshire and a factory in Wigan. We build and manufacture, design, do a full turnkey package, building bridges all over the UK and in Ireland. We've got about 5 teams out at the moment. My husband's down in Brighton looking at a bridge for the university down there. We've got teams up in Scotland at Lochfine. So very, very busy. Construction's been a bit mad at the moment. So we're recruiting like crazy. And we design anything from timber bridges, steel bridges, FRP bridges, anything. If you need a bridge, we have people to come speak to. So we do everything: civil work, design work, everything.
Do you build bridges for people to get over them?
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
We do.
Excellent.
We build communities together. So it could be suspension bridges or motorway bridges or estate bridges. Anything to do with a bridge, we'll do it.
We are very proud of our covered bridges in Vermont. They're very they're old, they're very cool, and like we had one recently burned down. And there was this huge fuss being made because it wasn't built as a covered bridge again. Now it's just a normal everyday, cement and metal bridge.
Yeah.
And it's very unfortunate because they have such a classic look. Have you ever built a covered bridge?
Probably not like you'd see there, but we never built a suspension bridge till last year, and we built the smallest suspension bridge ever of about 12 meters for somebody's estate in Scotland because they didn't have a suspension bridge on their estate.
Ryan wants to know, can you build a bridge for David to get over the fact that Fury Road sucked? Followed by, Lisa, can you build the bridges Shane has burned so far? And George says, how dare you, Burger?
Thank you. Yeah.
However, having said that, having worked with my husband, we've been together for 25 years, married for 15. I'll give you some advice. Just listen to your wife.
Oh, no. I always listen to my wife. I will vouch for that.
Except when he's live on podcast.
Yeah. She knows I'm only meant
the whole world, fuck you, wife. You can't touch me. Until he gets home. And
Right, we have a winner. We have a winner, guys.
No need for a tiebreaker?
Well, we can still do it at the end. We'll see what bonus point. Amazing. We have an update as well with in regards to the tickets for Oktoberfest. So I'll tell you that after this, right? So in joint third place, we have David, Jules, and Shane with 6 points. Congratulations. In second place with 7 points, we have Helen. Well done, Helen. Second place. Is that what? Me? Yeah. In first place with 8 points, Mr. Movie Brain Box himself, Mr. Tom Bruno.
Thank you. I'll be donating all my proceeds to Lingen Davis. Because I got all that movie money bucks. Yes, thank you.
And my tiebreaker, the way it works is you guess the percentage closest to the audience score.
Oh, okay.
That's how we normally do that. And what the tiebreaker would have been the 1998 version of Dr.
That's more of a Dr. Film than the rest of it. My God,
it's a stretch, right? I mean, come on. I was like, oh my God, I've got loads of emails to do. I've got like videos to edit. Let's do a quick Owls game. I was like, medical dramas. You type medical dramas in IMDb, it literally looks for movies with the word medic in the title. It's terrible. So, yeah. Does anybody want to have a stab in the dark or Dr. Doolittle, the Eddie Murphy one?
I was just about to say which version, who was in it.
Eddie Murphy. Very quickly, we'll go across. Just say a first figure that enters your head.
94%.
Shane says 94%.
I'm going to go 76%.
76% from Jules.
82.
Westwood.
82. Sir.
82. Tom.
Has anyone said 79 yet?
No.
79.
It's very, very. David.
89.
89%. 89% for an Eddie Murphy film. Are you okay? Joe, any idea?
I'm gonna go like much lower, 68.
68%. 68. Helen.
Yeah. 87.
87. You guys really do hold Eddie Murphy in high regards. He got 42%. So the lowest, which is Joe, you won that one. Congratulations with 68%. And I think we can all agree that Eddie Murphy definitely lost on that one.
Jeremy, win a Blu-ray copy.
Yeah, can you imagine? So there you go, that's Al's game. I've got no exit music. I gotta say, I'm usually a lot slicker than this, but I accidentally deleted the Al's game video from my computer.
How did you accidentally delete it?
Because there's lots of things
getting rid of some websites he didn't want anyone to see. And
okay, you guys talk amongst yourselves while I just do my thing on the laptop, okay?
So Tom, is your heater out? Is that why you have candles on?
No, I think it's because it gives off a certain ambiance, and I like the way it looks. You judgmental fuck, says the guy.
I was just wondering, man.
Okay, was anybody shocked by any of those scores? Like, and let's go around the
Oh.
room. We'll start with our esteemed guests, Joe and Helen. Were you guys shocked by any of those scores? Did something stick out? You're like, whoa, really?
Oh gosh, I think all of them actually. I think Helen and
That's
I
the way it
made
works,
different
right?
opinions, didn't we?
Helen's so shocked she can't move.
Oh, she frozen?
Did
No,
Al?
sorry. I keep I'm not catching what you're saying. My signal must have gone. What did you say?
Were any of those scores so very, very shocking to you? You're like, wow, I can't believe that got this. Or was there anything that you had no idea what it was?
I had no idea what any of them were.
Yet you still came second. That's amazing.
David?
Well, I
what about you?
didn't understand the game. 1, 2. I didn't know who Little was, but apart from that, I didn't know about any of them. So I just guessed higher or lower. Like what's blankety blank was it? What was the other one?
Play
The
your
card
cards
game
right.
when I was a child.
Play your cards right.
Where you did play your cards right. Loved that
Prissy.
game. So I just guessed higher or lower. Yeah.
David,
And it
were you
worked.
shocked by any of the scores?
Just because it came second.
Was that like a subliminal thing that just showed up right now, or am I going crazy?
No. I accidentally pressed the wrong button.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. Like,
I
we'll
was
be making
scared of
this
it.
shortly. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I was surprised, especially with the Dr. Dolittle one. I think because I remember like it being big when I was a kid. You know,
What, the
But
Eddie
then-
Murphy version?
Yeah,
it was huge.
But the problem is, it's Eddie Murphy. I mean,
You say that like he wasn't Axel. You
It
know,
wasn't as good
come
as
on.
the Rex Harrison.
I love
version.
Eddie Murphy.
Yeah. Get off
It was
his
good in Beverly
Eddie
Hills
Murphy.
Cop.
Alex just don't like Eddie Murphy.
no. Is it 48 Hours he does with Nick Nolte?
Yes.
Yes.
Great film. Beverly Hills Cop, like you said,
Yeah,
great
that's good.
film. Dr. Dolittle,
Yeah.
manageable. I don't mind that. The rest, they can.
He's good as the donkey.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Good check.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we had something Beth Heath we just spoke to, and she said that the next person to send us £50 and claim the tickets for Oktoberfest would get some for Saturday.
Which have been sold out.
Yeah, so they've got themselves, whoever has done this, has got themselves some tickets for Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
I think it was 2, wasn't it?
Two tickets Saturday.
So
yeah.
Adam Swinnerton, thank you so much for your £50 donation. You've just
Cool.
claimed yourselves 2 tickets for Saturday night at Oktoberfest. Get in touch tomorrow and we'll make sure we get them to you. And our subtotal so far is £773.
Yes.
77% of our just given goal. So look, we're trying to get that £1,000 target. So please, guys, keep giving as much as you can. If you've given and you can't afford to give more, first of all, thank you very much for your donation. But share it.
organs.
Share the show to people that might enjoy watching it and might just kind of have a tenner lying around, like people tend to. So yeah, thank you very much for your support,
If
guys.
they don't have a tenor, how about an alto?
An
alto?
That was bad.
Thank you. That was a horrible joke.
Yeah, terrible.
I thought you'd be more of a soprano guy, Tom.
Oh, speaking
right,
of Sopranos,
American
well.
humor.
Yeah, we have. We've got just under 15 minutes to do this show. So, Tom, I'm going to leave the show up to you because I've run out of breath. I've talked a lot for this episode. So take it away. We've got like 10 minutes worth of chatter in this podcast. Over to you, Mr. Bruno.
Okay. Do you want me to read my medical garbage now, or what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I brought up this thing earlier that Alex yelled at me about. It's the National Cancer Institute Milestones in Cancer Research and Discovery. If anyone was to take a guess when the first real serious milestone was made, what year would you think? And we'll start with Joe and Helen and move our way around the room.
Oh, gosh. Can you just repeat that again for me, Helen? What was the cancer milestone?
The first cancer milestone, the year that it was made. You don't have to get it exactly right, but if you had to take a guess, what year do you think it was? And it's a lot earlier than you assume it will be.
1929.
Oh, I've got no idea. Yeah, I was going to say 20s or 19. Yeah, 23 after the First World War or something.
David.
I know it was like the early 1900s, like before 1920. I'm sure of it when Joseph and Madame Curie came across and invented X-ray.
Marie Curie.
Marie Curie.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have a really quick guess before I get on? Get on with this?
1914.
Like radiation, right? That's what they.
1890 from
1902.
Okay, so in
1990. I'm joking.
So in 1775, chimney
Oh,
suit
what?
in squamous cell carcinoma. Percival Pott identifies a relationship between the exposure to chimney soot and the incidence of squamous cell of the scrotum among chimney sweeps. His report is the first to clearly link an environmental exposure to development of cancer. Followed by in 1863, inflammation and cancer. Rudolf Virchow identifies white blood cells, leukocytes, as cancerous tissue, making the first connection between inflammation and cancer. Virchow also coins the term leukemia and is the first person to describe the excess numbers of white blood cells in the blood of patients with the disease. In 1882, the first radical mastectomy. God, I can't even talk right now. I'm so tired. Mastectomy. What's the breast cancer one? Someone give me
Mastectomy.
Mastectomy. Thank you.
Master comedy.
Master comedy to treat breast cancer. William Hallis performs the first radical mastectomy to treat breast cancer. The surgical procedure remains the standard operation for breast cancer until the later half of the 20th century. Back in 1882.
Wow.
In 1886,
Amazing.
inheritance of cancer risk. Brazilian optometrist Hilario de Guavio provides the first documented evidence of susceptibility to cancer can be passed from a patient to a child. He reports that 2 out of 7 children born to a father who was successfully treated for childhood. All right, wow, this is a bad one. Retinblastoma. Anyone want to take a guess?
Oh, say that again.
Retinblastoma.
No.
Yeah, nice diploma.
Save that word. We'll speak to Selena Nadelman, Dr. Selena Nadelman about it later. Tom's got a big word. Can you tell us what it is, please?
Yeah. Please.
Have her read the article. Yeah.
The first X-ray was done in 1895. The first time radium was used was in 1898. 1902, cancer tumors in single cells with chromosome damage was discovered. Theodore Boveri proposes that cancerous tumors arise from single cells that have experienced chromosome damage and suggests that chromosome alterations cause the cells to divide uncontrollably. In 1903, the first use of radiation therapy to cure cancer was done by S.W. Goldberg. In 1909, immune surveillance, Paul Ehrlich proposes that the immune system usually suppresses tumor formation, a concept that becomes known as immune surveillance hypothesis. This proposal prompts research which continues today to harness the power of the immune system to fight cancer. If anyone knows anything about cancer, it's that the problem with it is our body doesn't recognize it as something it needs to fight against until it's too late. That's why they started using things like other viruses that our body is already readily available, is really good at. Our body is very good at acknowledging and attacking, and they've been attaching that type of stuff to the. So it's very, very interesting. The Pap smear, George Papin. Wow, that's a weird last name. Papincola discovers the cervical cancer can be detected by examining cells from the vagina under a microscope. This breakthrough leads to the development of the Pap test, which allows abnormal cervical cells to be detected and removed before they become cancerous. In 1932, the modified radical mastectomy for breast cancer. David H. Patney develops the modified radical mastectomy for breast cancer. The surgical procedure is less disfiguring than the radical mastectomy that was brought up earlier, and eventually replaces it for standard surgical treatments. 1937, the National Cancer Institute is established. In 1937, breast-sparing surgery followed by radiation. 1941, hormonal therapy. 1947, antibodies were starting to be used. 1949, nitrogen mustard. What's that? The Food and Drug Administration approves nitrogen mustard for the treatment of cancer. What? It's not a hot dog, you silly fucks. Nitrogen mustard belongs to a class of drugs called alkaline agents, which kill cells by chemically modifying their DNA. In the 1950s, cigarette smoking and lung cancer. If anyone remembers back in the 40s, they used to give packs of cigarettes to like soldiers in World War II, and they're like, "Hey, it's just as safe as candy bars." And 99% of doctors
These kind
recommend
of
it.
cigarettes? Oh wait, I think he's sponsoring this.
Ernest Linder and Everett Graham and Richard Dahl identify cigarette smoking as an important factor in the development of lung cancer. In 1953, the first complete cure of a human solid tumor. Oh, that's awesome. Back in the 50s, Roy Hertz and Min Cho Lee achieved the first complete cure of a human solid tumor by chemotherapy. Wow, chemotherapy is that old. 1958, the combination of chemotherapy. NCI researchers and their colleagues demonstrate that the combination of chemotherapy with drugs, something and something else, basically puts people in a complete remission. I'm not even going to try anymore. The Philadelphia chromosome. What's that? Peter Noel and David Hungford described an unusually small chromosome in the cancer cells of patients with chronic malignant leukemia. This chromosome, which I hope you know, I really, really sad that I decided to do this. The chromosome that becomes known as the Philadelphia chromosome is found in leukemia cells of 95% of the patients with CML. In 1964, focused on cigarette smoking. This is when they really started cracking down and saying, hey, cigarette smoking is bad. The Epstein-Barr, Epstein. For the first time, a virus, the Epstein-Barr virus, is linked to human cancer. EBV is later shown to cause several other cancers, including other cancers. Hey, I know this one, Hodgkin lymphoma. I know that one.
Really?
Yeah, I had it. The National Cancer Act in 1971. On December 23rd, Richard M. Nixon. Oh, I know that guy. He signs the National Cancer Act, which authorizes the NCI director to coordinate all activities of the National Cancer Program to establish national cancer research centers and establish national cancer control programs. 1976, the DNA of normal chicken cells.
How far does this go? Does this go to like 2018?
It keeps on going. I'm so
let's not do all of it, right? Because we're going to be here for fucking hours. Adam Purnell is just well, he'll be asleep. Are you done yet?
I'm pretty sure Helen was about to drop off then.
Yeah. I think Tom wasn't doing that. He's enjoying that for himself. He's kind of like, oh, this is really interesting shit. Like,
he's like, what's this? What's this? All these words I still can't pronounce.
And in the background, we've got Anna said 1878. George was like, you nailed it, Bruno.
Thanks. You see that, George Monk, buddy? What a good guy.
And Lisa said, squamosal carcinoma.
You're going to summon a demon that way, guys. Don't say that out loud.
Retinoblastoma. Yeah, there we go. That's the one you struggled to say. Yeah, so this has been great, hasn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Go on now. Podcast genius. How do you segue from that?
You segue from this by saying, like, today, as actually, I know we've been full of hiccups and stuff, but it goes to show you how a grassroots podcast can go on to do something fantastic to support their local community. And this is what Pod Aid is all about. Okay, so this is year zero. I'm counting this as year zero because next year will be year one. We'll introduce other podcasts. We'll get people all around the world doing their own project for their own community, and we'll set up a league and we'll see who can make what in whatever area there are in the world. Right, and we've done this for Ling and Davis today to show people what we can do. We've made what so far £700 odd pounds. Who's gone? Tom. Who's left? We've made £773 so far, plus what we got on the text to donate. That's an amazing start. Let's see if we can do better next year. So, you know, to Joe from Beaver Bridges, a company that's helped donate and helped us support us, you may have started something that will go on to do something massive next year. So thank you to everybody that supported. If you've donated, if it's a $5, I don't care. If it's 50p, if you know, Susie Town the community for letting us use your venue, Reach for making us look sexiest. I mean, look at that. It looks amazing, doesn't it? All of this.
It's a great setup, yeah.
And the guys Ling and Davis as well for letting me. I mean, Helen was at the office like 7:30 in the morning. I was kind of like, yeah, I'll be there at 7:30 and we'll walk around with microphones and cameras. And you're like, okay. We'll do that.
She was in the PJs then.
That's what, yeah, exactly. Honestly, thank you so much, everybody, for taking part. You know, we do really appreciate it. And it's not just, I was saying earlier when I was talking to Alex, and then we were being a little bit sensible at 9 o'clock this morning. It's all gone wrong now. But it's not just about the money. It's about all the opportunities you've opened up, the new people you've spoken to. So thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. And thanks, Joe, for coming on tonight. One of our wonderful trustees.
You're
welcome.
welcome.
Really appreciate it. And sorry, it's not Anna. Sorry, it's not Anna.
No, Anna.
We
love
love you, Anna.
And she tagged me in a story. She looked beautiful. She looked amazing. She had a wine ready. She was really excited to do it.
I know. Yeah, bless her.
Well,
bless her.
we'll drink for her.
I'm joking. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, Anna. Cheers.
Yeah.
What is he drinking?
Yeah.
David drink aside from being
I'm drinking whiskey still.
Drinks whiskey out of
Are you actually drinking straight whiskey?
Oh
yeah. Yes, this is just straight whiskey now. I finished my coffee. Now it's just straight whiskey. But yeah, this is a canteen cup half. No ice.
Yeah, my man.
Just neat.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. What time is it over with you?
I'd rather not say.
Isn't it 5 o'clock somewhere, David?
It's 2 p.m. here.
Is it fuck?
Are you in England?
It's 2 p.m. What?
No, easy California.
I'm in California.
It's like 11 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 p.m. here, but I was drinking last.
Yeah, and now judge. Everybody judge.
No. He's 3 hours behind me, and it's 5 o'clock right now for me, which means that it's 2
p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 p.m.
Okay.
That means it's 10 o'clock for you right now, isn't it, Alex?
But I mean, I had started drinking.
10 p.m.
Yeah.
Did you say bedtime? Okay. See you later, guys. Welcome.
It's a magic word. No. You said the secret word.
Right, we're gonna knock it on the head now because I've got the Shropshire lad just sat here ready to chat to us.
Adam Purnell.
He's laughing at us, but really he's like, "Will you fucking hurry up?" Like, Joe,
Bye,
Helen,
guys.
thank you so much.
Bye, ladies.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for being on.
Amazing.
Bye.
Bye, guys. And what we're going to do is we're going to play a quick video from one of our friends. What we'll do, actually, I'll play a video halfway through our Adam Purnell thing. I'm going to play a video from Lincoln Davis to show you guys what we're fighting for. In the meantime, guys, go on to justgiving.com and go to Pod Aid and then drop us a few quid. Donate, you know.
And get us up to that goal that we're trying to reach.
Yeah, £1,000, guys. We can do this shit. I believe in you. Like I said, if you've already donated and you skinned, share the link to one of your friends that you know has got a few.
Donate now.
And say that if you don't get us to that £1,000 limit, we are going to blow Shane's kneecaps off.
Don't say that because no one will donate. What you need to say is you need to donate to Pod Aid because otherwise you don't care about cancer.
Ooh.
That's
Right, let's learn a bit about radiotherapy with the next video that we're going to play. Here we go. We'll catch you guys with Adam Purnell on the other side of this. Thanks.
So this is the old CT machine. Obviously Lyndon Davis are actually funding our new CT machine. They're actually going to be replacing this one.
Wow.
Not in this room. I can take you into the room.
I've never seen one of these up front. Sounds daft, but I've never seen one. So.
Oh, right, okay.
They're massive, aren't they?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait till you see the Linacs. Hopefully you never get to see a Linac.
No,
you don't want to be in here.
No.
So this is a normal CT machine. It's not for cancer patients. It's just
Okay.
normal. So sometimes the patient sits here and the radiotherapist will just have a conversation with them about their treatment and medication and things like that.
I'm good at a spot.
So there's a Linac machine there. There's another waiting area here where they sit and be called through. Another Linac machine down this way. They're all built-in concrete bunkers, so that's why they're so separated. I'm surprised you can't stick them around it down.
Wow.
Actually, because of the radiation. So this is Linac 2, which Lyndon Davis part funded. This is like something out of, I don't know, If you think a CT was big.
Oh my gosh!
So basically, the patient lies on the couch, and then the couch goes forward, and the machine can go round, and there's lasers and beams, and if you want more technical stuff, you can get one of the technicians in. And then there's these green panels, there's beams that come across to make sure, because the CT they have is then put into this machine, and they lie on top of each other to make sure that it's so precise, the actual treatment.
That's amazing.
So John's just running
Hello.
the machines through before any patients come through this morning. So this is what that device does.
Well, what it's doing? It's got like a map of all its settings, and it's putting itself through that to match it, to make sure it's complying with what it's meant to be doing.
Like calibrating it.
Well, it sort of, yeah. It's just checking the machine's doing what it should be doing.
Yeah.
You know, it checks the output and the positions and everything like that.
So this is where the radiographers sit when the patient's actually on the couch, and they'll be able to see everything that's happening. Like, can you see that it's going up and down?
Yeah.
And then it tilts and everything, doesn't it, John?
That's right. Yeah. And you've got what you call a phantom, which it scans. It's got like ball bearings and things, and it knows the positions where it should see them at all the different stages of the test. So it compares that to like it's like baseline, and if that's all okay, it'll give you a green tick and say everything's fine.
Amazing. You have to do this every day.
Yes. This is just like a basic check. The physicists do a more comprehensive one where they use external monitoring and things. So that's checked to a greater level, just to check all this is behaving itself and whatever. Yeah.
Well, thank you for talking to us about this. Does it ever misbehave?
Yes.
Yes.
well, I mean, obviously, it's quite a complicated piece of kit. There's a lot of mechanical and electronic systems on it. So, like with anything mechanical, things can go wrong.
Yeah.
Wires can break. Also, but as with everything, you don't know what's going to happen until it does. So.
Yeah.
And we've got an expert team on site, haven't we?
Oh,
We only go to Varian if we need to. No, you have got a really good team, haven't you? You are really good.
I'd like to think so, yes.
And if anything breaks, we know about it straight away, or they inform you straight away, don't they? And if you can't.
If it's a bit more involved, we've always got Varian we can talk to, and as a last resort, they'll come in and help us.
So is this the room we were just in then?
No,
it's a different one.
Yeah.
Wow. So how many of these have you got?
Three. So Lyndon Davis part funded the one you were just in.
Yeah.
And these have to be replaced every 10 years, is it?
That's what it's scheduled for. Yeah, yes.
But they're used from probably 8:30 until 6 every 5 days a week.
Yes.
Wow.
So sometimes they run over, and we sometimes do a bit at weekends.
Yeah. But yeah.
It's a life-saving piece of kit. Thank you, John, for chatting to us.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for that. See you later.
Thank you. Here. Hey guys, we're back. And we are joined by a very special guest, Mr. Adam Purnell, the Shropshire lad. He's been on both. Everybody's clapping. Look at that.
Thank you.
See you in person.
Very
as well.
nice of you.
He was like, I hate that techie shit. I'd rather come see you in person.
It's true.
Blame Shane.
You'd probably still be waiting for me to come on if I was at home. And figure it out.
You are one of the sexiest fuckers to get behind a barbecue. I mean, like,
yeah.
Your popularity speaks for itself.
Sex and barbecue don't really normally come together.
You just got to have the right sauce.
Yeah, or just come to
true.
America where it's always food and sex, bro. I mean,
It's all about that dry rub.
Everyone thinks that's sexy, but most people aren't, are they? Let's be honest.
Cheers. I'm drinking a Woods Take 5, by the way. Shout out to Woods. They're great. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for the beer.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. I'm not drinking Woods, but only because you drank the last one.
Oh, shit, man.
It's fine.
My spoon hit my glasses.
What's going on here? I need to find a flat part on the table. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand over to Tom Bruno. I'm going to do some very unorthodox. I'm going to get up and go to the loo, and then I'm going to come back. Okay? So
No, you can't take us with you.
Tom and Jules, you guys know Adam very well, so let's take it away.
We do.
Catch you guys
Adam, how the heck have you been, my good sir?
Oh, you know what? I'm better than last time we met or spoke. And
how so?
You made me drink loads and loads of booze and then do a podcast.
I didn't do anything. That was Alex that made you do it. And yeah. So
I'm still not listening back to it, you know.
No, I don't listen back to any of my stuff, so to be totally fair. For anyone that does not know, obviously Adam is a very influential local chef in Shrewsbury, but also, what was the show called that you were on, the cooking show?
That one was called Crazy Delicious. It was, and it was literally, well, it's more crazy than delicious, probably. It's on Netflix, so you can watch it anywhere in the world. It's basically Heston Blumenthal was the main man, along with Niklas Ekstedt and Carla Hall, so international judges. And basically, it was a very strange concept of a food show where there was like an edible set, so it's sort of like
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah,
absolutely, very Charlie.
So you had to go around and forage ingredients out of the set, and then come up with given various tasks, and had to show your dish off to these food gods who were dressed in white and up in a cloud, like in the top of the set. It was a bit nuts, yeah.
Now, please tell David, because we actually tried to recreate this. Alex and I did. It was very, very entertaining. If you guys have not seen that YouTube video, Adam does teaching. He teaches how to cook certain things on his YouTube channel. It's YouTube channel, correct? I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of through the lockdown. I was just doing it. I'm a youth worker, full-time youth worker here in Shrewsbury, and the kids I work with sort of every week expect to be eating something, cooking something, and eating something. Yeah. And then the lockdown, obviously, we couldn't do that, so I moved it all online. So we were every week, for a long time, I was doing 2 a week cook-alongs that the young people could tap into. We would drop off the ingredients at their houses, and then they would take part in a cook-along. So
that's really cool.
Yeah,
so
it was
Adam
good.
I'm
glad it's over now because I ran out of ideas. You know, twice a week for a year.
You're like, put some cereal here, cook it.
But you're doing amazing things. Like I see a lot of pictures of you fishing with your kids and stuff, which is just phenomenal. It's so great that you have such a love for food and for spending time with your family and kind of integrating the two. So for that video, Adam made his winning dish from Crazy Delicious. Did I say that right? What was the? Explain to him what the dish was, please. So just give him a.
The one we did in the cook-along.
Yes.
To be honest, that wasn't the winning dish. That was the one they all hated.
Oh, was the one that I loved?
But I liked it. You know what I mean?
Well, it was a winner in Tom's heart.
It really was.
Yeah. So it was. So basically, the producer said to us, we get a little bit of time before you go on there to practice stuff. And they said, there's going to be a round where you get like an ingredient that you've got to forage, you've got to make something with it. It's going to be potatoes. I was like, all right, cool. So I worked on this dish with potatoes for sort of like a couple of weeks. And then the Tuesday, I think I was due to go down on a Thursday. And on the Tuesday night, the executive producer rang me and said, oh, by the way, we've changed it from potatoes to strawberries. I'm like, oh, okay, because that's similar.
So similar.
They're both very starchy, apparently. Yeah.
And so I'd been messing around a few weeks ago, and I created these strawberry cheesecake chicken wings, like strawberry cheesecake buffalo wings. And so because I didn't really have another dish, and I made these, and I was quite happy with them. I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do that because it's crazy and delicious. So I made these strawberry cheesecake chicken wings. And the judges didn't really like them that much, but people have been really into the idea, and so loads of people asked me for the recipe, so we put it onto YouTube, And so, yeah, you can go and make your very own plate of.
We did. Me, Tom Bruno, and Jamie, we all did your recipe. We did the follow along. I got on Instagram. We were terrible at it, by the way.
Did it taste like shit?
Who was terrible at it, Alex? Who was terrible at it?
You were fantastic. What I didn't see is you're a sneaky fuck because you use this sleight of hand stuff. You know, when you're doing the dough stuff. It's like one dry hand, one wet hand, and I'm just like, Play-Doh! Very good at what you do, man. Very good. I see what you do.
Not my first rodeo, man. You know what I mean?
So what was your winning dish then?
Oh, so I managed to get, well, you've given it away now if anyone hasn't watched it. Yeah. So I won.
You don't know that. If I know the Shropshire lad, don't know that.
Spoiler alert.
So I had to do, it was like a birthday celebration. And I was, as a kid, wanted to have a surf and turf in the pub. Right, and I was sort of like, you know, when you're seven, your mum and dad don't want to buy you a steak and a load of scampi. So I was sort of like, that's what I wanted to do. So I made that a version of surf and turf. So I did a huge tomahawk steak, which is fairly sort of obvious. But then I don't really do cake. I'm not really into cake generally. So I made the cake into a big lobster mac and cheese. So it was a lobster mac and cheese birthday cake, and then the dessert was a burger, but it was a deep fried peanut butter ice cream and jelly burger. Yeah,
nice.
So it's all a bit backwards, a bit Heston, and
that was the whole point of the show, though, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was good fun, but it was wacky.
I think we're having a bad influence on some people, by the way, because Anna Williams is like, cheers. Like
she's still drinking with us. Cheers, Anna. I'm still drinking too. Fuck it.
Jill says she's on the wine.
Go on, Jill.
Everyone's drinking.
Looks like you're having 6 wines.
Somebody give Jules a drink.
No, I've got water.
Oh.
Somebody says who's better at making trifle, Adam Purnell or Tom Bruno?
Tom Bruno.
1,000% Adam. I made my first trifle a couple years ago for Christmas, based on speaking with Adam, and I would imagine that being a gentleman that is from the UK, where trifle is huge, I didn't even know what the fuck it was up until the point like I explained, and I made it for the first time, and my family seemed very impressed. They were like, "Oh, good job with that whole scenario." So
you didn't burn the house down.
If you can't, it's a cake in pudding, you silly fool. And I did not. And I would imagine that Adam probably makes a banging trifle.
You know what? I don't remember the last time. I can't recall making a trifle. To be honest, I probably have.
Oh shit! One up for Tom.
Don't think I have. Maybe I should. Maybe we should have a trifle off, Tom.
Challenge accept.
Oh dear. You're more experienced than me,
Adam.
You've made one.
Yeah, but you just said cake doesn't belong in pudding, but you Americans, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about half the time. You're like, well, you see these crumpets things they have. I'm gonna call them English muffins. It's an English muffin.
Okay, we're not starting this fucking war again.
Yes,
dude.
we are.
Yes, we are. Revolutionary War 2, Electric Boogaloo. Here we go.
By the way, Nick Jones says, did you know that if you text PodAid 10 to 70085, it's a £10 donation. You're welcome.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Wow.
Cheers, Nick.
Well,
I was kind of surprised, you guys. It's 700 instead of 007.
I know. PodAid, that's got to be my wife, by the way. I explained earlier. Every time she messages now, it comes up as PodAid. She's just put, oh my gosh, them strawberry chicken wings were amazing.
So you didn't fuck them up then?
No. Even though I had doughy hands, I was kind of, what am I supposed to do with this? They actually weren't too bad. And Jamie's, yours looked amazing.
They were
incredible.
Yes. Yeah. I remember telling the wife, I was like, I'm going to make some chicken wings. She's like, oh, we haven't had wings. And I was like, strawberry cheesecake. She's like, what?
Get out! I was like, get out!
And then I presented them to her. And she was like, okay. Took a bite. She was like, this is incredible.
You know what? I discovered something after. So I made them again for the cook along. And I just had this sort of like brainwave. I was thinking, I just bought this dehydrator, and I was like dehydrated all these strawberries. I was like, I can make strawberry salt. So I made this like strawberry salt to finish it, and that is the game changer. So if you ever make them again, dehydrate some strawberries.
How do you think that strawberry salt? How do you think that strawberry salt would be on like some popcorn, Adam?
Say that again.
How do you think that strawberry salt would be on some popcorn? I think that
I reckon it'll work. You know, it's nice and acidic. It's kind of like I use a lot of. So over there, Tom, I don't know where you are in the States actually, but do you know tahine? It's like it's a very common
I know what
Mexican-
tahini is. Yes.
Yeah, right. So it's got that kind of like it's dehydrated lime and chili, yeah, and a bit of salt.
Yeah.
It's incredible, and like that's what the strawberries do. They kind of have that little bit of sweet but acidic twang to the salt, and it just makes everything pop. And I just wish I'd thought to do it on the show, but you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing.
It's the only way to get Mexicans to eat fruit is you put a lot of tahini in chamoy.
I don't blame him, man. It's such a good. My American family. I've got some family over in right across the states actually, and I went to visit them for the first time a couple of years ago, and they introduced me, and like it's a permanent feature now in my spice rack. You know, I use it
Yeah. Okay. So when you come back here again, there's another powder. It's like just chili powder, I guess, but they call it pico de gallo. I prefer having that on my fruit. It's just straight up spice. Like too much of it, you're gonna be like dying.
Right. Okay.
But I like it. Pico de gallo.
Right. Okay. Text me.
All right, I'll send you a picture. I have some in my cabinet actually.
Okay.
Fuck it, you know what? Come on.
Come with me to my cabinet. This is where we see the bodies. So really quickly, let's go around the room. Let's start with Adam since he's the guest. What is a food that as a child you would never ever touch? You're like, ew, you turn your nose up at it. If you are that type of person, I mean, maybe you're not, but what was the one food as a child that you would never eat, but now as an adult, you're like, this is delicious?
You know what? Mushrooms. I think. Yeah, I never used to like mushrooms as a kid, but now I'm like obsessed. So yeah, I'd have to say mushrooms. Other things would be like offal, but I'm still really not that keen on offal. I'm trying to make myself like offal because I feel like I should. Because everyone says you should eat it, and everyone says it's good for you. And it's kind of trendy, but I don't really like it.
Are we talking about? There you go, pico de gallo.
Oh, I've seen that stuff.
Yeah,
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, man,
that stuff's good.
It is good.
Are you going to send that in little baggies to Adam?
Oh shit! The cops are going to show that.
Little Graham Ziploc bag.
Mr. Purnell, Mr. Shropshire lad.
Ingredients for a recipe. What are you?
Sending spices across the fucking world. So what?
They're like, listen. They used to do it all the time for jewels and shit. They go for spices. This is just like
so the East India Trading Company just sending spices across the world.
It's now the David Raby Trading Company is what it is. Not nearly successful, but still full of pirates. Surprisingly.
Yeah, Tom. Are we talking about foods that we still don't like, or foods that we learned to?
No. Food that we have now.
That you didn't like as a child.
Discovered that we love.
Oh, coleslaw for me. I could never stand coleslaw. Like, what the fuck is that horrible evil shit?
Still can't stand
A whole tub of it over there.
Oh, tub of it over there. But it's been standing out of the fridge since about midday. Oh, might be okay.
Nicely roomed up, man.
It churned.
Yeah.
What is it?
Coleslaw.
Oh, dude, it's mayonnaise based. Get that the fuck in the fridge, you silly fucker. You're gonna die.
I have been attached to I guess I had 2 hours off just. I could have put it in the fridge, but other things on my mind. I'm trying to come up with this debate list. By the way, guys, I need your help. In a couple of hours at midnight, we've got a Star Wars debate with JC Reifenberg and Erik Pflueger, and we're going to be having a political debate about Star Wars. So if you've got
you got a lightsaber, yeah. Wait, hold up.
That's amazing, actually.
Grief, has he got everything in that room?
He's essentially a 14-year-old boy in a man's body.
Man in a 14-year-old's body, I guess.
You can't say that. You can't say that on a charity event.
Oh, wait, shit, damn it.
Yeah, you're horrible.
If you have any topics for this debate, please help me out by inboxing me. Don't put it in the comments. And speaking to the comments, I think we've got some questions for Adam, actually. And we have a question here. Is there any food? I think I'm going to say food Adam hates. Is there anything you hate that you just can't cook? Or you can cook maybe, or you just won't eat?
You know, like, I was just saying, like offal. You know, I'm struggling with it. I'm trying. I keep trying, and it's just just not working for me.
What is this?
So like
liver,
kidneys, hearts,
tongues.
lungs,
No, not
tripe,
organs.
Oh, the innards.
Yeah, it's organs, isn't it?
It's all
Yeah. It tastes awful.
Yeah, exactly that, man.
So are sweetbreads under that category then?
Yeah.
You
All
say
the bits you
sweetbread?
don't
Yeah,
eat.
sweetbreads. It's the cheek meat, if I'm not mistaken. I remember that because I love Silence of the Lambs. If you remember from Al's Game, a very prominent doctor movie.
Tajin is really good.
Tahine.
Tahine?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I may be married to a Mexican, but I'm not actually Mexican. She's not. She's from Colombia, and she's amazing.
She should teach you a thing or two.
She does. Festival season, just for hitting a put. And I've seen you've been many places across Shropshire and the UK. In your electric car, you've been taking places. You've been to loads, haven't you?
Good. Caring about the environment. That's awesome.
Yeah, so locally I did Ludlow Food Festival, and that was interesting because I think we're going to talk about this later on, but basically I ran a rum shack. So I put like a bit of the Caribbean into Ludlow Castle for the weekend. And yeah, so we had DJ Buzzword, local DJ, spinning vinyl all weekend from sort of like midday till they kicked us out every day. And we're just chucking out cocktails. And we got attacked on a Saturday. It was interesting. So basically on the Friday, we got a little bit excited. It was open late. The castle was open late for the first time ever. So we had like 250 people in for like a fire feast. And I was open with the rum shack, and then there was Ludlow Gin Bar was open as well. We were the only two bars running. It was steady, and we were like, staff were having a few drinks and whatever. And we sort of got to the end of the night. We're like, we'll just clean up in the morning. It'll be fine. And then so we went back to the barns where all the fire pit crew were sort of staying, and ended up having a few more drinks. And then it was like, I don't know, maybe 3 o'clock in the morning or something. We finished. And then so I woke up and it was like 10:15. And I was like, oh, this festival opened at 10. But nobody's going to want a drink, right? No one's going to want a drink that early. So it's fine. So we rolled up at this festival at like 11:15. It's like, rolls in, and I walk past the gin bar and it's like 6 people deep. I was like, oh shit. So got to the bar. We hadn't even cleaned up from the night before. So we're kind of on the back foot, and there was, we hadn't wiped up properly. And as soon as we got in there, people were like after cocktails. So it was just like start serving. And before you knew it, we had this queue. And obviously the sugar, because we hadn't cleaned up properly, all this sugar was everywhere, and it's very syrupy cocktails and whatever. And then all these honeybees, there's these lost honeybees found us. So this whole fucking swarm of honeybees descended on the shack, and to the point where I got stung like 5 times. Like, hold on a minute, at some point I'm going to end up having a fit or something if I carry on getting stung by bees. And you couldn't pick up, the bottle was literally just crawling with all the bottles. Every time I opened the cocktail shaker, it was like there was bees in it. So we had to abandon the shack for 10 minutes, take everything out, chuck all this soapy water all over them to try and get them out, and then finish the whole day off. We had to finish off outside of the bar, doing a limited kind of menu, so I couldn't do the cocktails and stuff. That was pretty mental. But on Sunday, overnight, I left a big tray of fruit and sugar out, and they all descended on that overnight. So in the morning, the beekeepers just came and took it away. And happy days on Sunday, no bees, but yeah, so that was interesting.
I mean, I love bees. I feel, especially, we do look after the bees, but I would have been tempted to reach for a flamethrower. Like, fuck you!
You know what? I even put a smouldering stick because the fire pit's right there.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
And they didn't bother them.
I'm not saying I would, by the way. I said I'd be tempted to. Not saying I would. Calm down, people. Jesus Christ, a joke and stuff.
Dick.
What? Can of deodorant and a lighter.
Yeah. Fuck you, bees! What are we on? 24. What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to tell you guys how to donate very quickly. We're going to play a video from our friends, and then I think Adam, you're going to tell us a bit about cocktails and stuff, right? Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Adam's got his own range of rum, and I'm very excited about it. Is that continuing or is it just limited?
It's continuing. Yeah, we're going to carry it on. So if you need a Christmas gift, get that to Moonshine and Pflueger's in Ironbridge. It's the only place you can buy it.
What is it?
Sorry?
What I know is the gin shop.
The gin shop.
He's got rum in there as well.
Yeah, so it's a collaboration with Moonshine and Pflueger's.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so the one place you can get it is from there. So they do it online as well, so you can buy it anywhere. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's handy to know.
Yeah, definitely.
See, it's a real shame that you didn't speak B, Adam, because then you would have understood. They're like, speak shit about Alpha, will you? I'll stand you.
Well, the honey has, the rum has honey in it. And I think that maybe they're trying to get it back on me, maybe. Taking it,
All right, let's play this video from our friends, my friend Matt Connaughton and Jenny over in New Hampshire, Manchester, New Hampshire. So here's a video from them. We'll be back to the other side of this. Thank you.
Hey, Matt Connaughton here from Matt Connaughton Unleashed. Just wanted to encourage everybody to donate to the Lyndon Davies Cancer Fund and help fight cancer. And thank you to everyone who is participating in Pod Aid. And Jenny, did you want to say something on the matter?
As a 2-time cancer survivor, I appreciate all efforts made to try and make more people like me survivors.
So Adam was like, how long have we got? I was like, I've got like 7 seconds. He was like, oh my God, I'll come back right now. I was like, no, it's fine, you're our guest. Sorry, Tom, sorry.
Don't leave the room.
I got fuck America. Fuck America.
Tom is just an asshole, and David's too smart, so let's keep them out of the loop. And Adam, let's get back to you. So, Adam, rum, huh?
Yeah,
What's
man.
that all about? Where did that come from?
The Caribbean.
It actually, you know what?
The slave trade, actually.
It's actually from, where is it from? I should really remember this, shouldn't I? It's been a long day.
Dominican?
No. Oh, man. My brain
comes from Rumland.
No, Central America. Come on, work with me.
Right.
Bolivia.
No.
Cuba.
Peru.
El Salvador.
Chile.
Colombia.
Honduras.
Honduras.
You know what? Shall I just
Vermont.
Guatemala.
Brazil. Argentina.
Guatemala.
I'm going everywhere now in America.
Hey.
Remind me.
Go on, what does it say?
Guyana.
I thought you were gonna shake the bottle like it was Magic 8 Ball and be like, "Where are you from?"
Where is it from?
Guyana. All right, cool. I got the answer.
Yeah, apparently they provide more base spirits for sort of for people making rum than anywhere else.
Really?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
Yeah, so but it's actually the distillery is a guy called Dr. Eames. He's just in the Black Country.
Okay.
So Dr. Eames Dreamers, which I thought was quite cool.
Get
it? Yeah. So we worked with him basically. So Derek over at Moonshine had been making gin with him for a while, different flavors and stuff. And I'm quite a good customer of Derek's. And so we become friendly. And he was sort of like, oh, do you want to do something together? And I was like, well, I don't really want to do gin because it's kind of done to death. But I drink rum. Do you reckon we could do a rum? So we did. So this one is smoky spiced.
Is that you on the front?
That is me on the front.
Cool, look at that.
Not the narcissist in me.
Yeah, Alex, bring that bottle closer. I want to see it.
It's going to zoom in.
He's going to zoom in.
Oh, that's awesome. That's amazing.
That's badass, dude.
See, if I were you, I would have had a picture of my junk on there. It's just be like, well, I just want everyone to know.
I started with this.
I want people to drink it, you know?
Oh, my God.
Let's just look at it and be like, nah, I'm all right, Ty.
No way.
Okay.
It's just beautiful, man. They'd be like, look at this. You got to buy 3 bottles of this.
Thank you. I'll maybe save that for the creamed version.
Yes.
Christmas special. Like Bailey's on crack. Anyway. Yeah, so anyway, we made these 2 rums. So this one's smoky spiced. And this one's basically like it's obviously what it says on the tin. So it's quite a classic sort of dark rum, lots of molasses, vanilla, cloves, cinnamon. But then I hot smoked a load of barley that went into the second still in my Kamado Joe. And that's what gives it a real sort of smoky undertone. So I've brought some with you, and I thought I'd make you a cocktail to keep you going.
Ooh, yeah, for those that are in the room.
Yes.
I'll have a sip.
So how many
Adam,
cocktails
is that available
I'll have a
in the
sip.
States? By
What's
chance?
this?
Is it available in the States by chance?
You know what? I think there's some issues at the moment, like shipping to the States for him.
See, everybody
so
wants.
Yeah, everyone wants to know.
So the website is moonshineandfuggles.com. Moonshine and Fuggles. Can you type that up there?
Moonshine.
Yeah.
And Fuggles.
And Fuggles.
Yes.
Fuggles.
Okay.
I know as a fellow lover of food, Adam would love to send me a bottle of rum for.
You know what? I've got family over in the States who are asking me, and a few weeks ago,
They don't get anything, Tom. You're not getting shit.
I don't know if it's something to do with coronavirus or whatever, but Derek was saying he's having trouble sending stuff over. I don't know if that's changed now. I will find out for you.
That's probably because you've got to declare as well, isn't it? What's in the box, and if it's liquid.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Look, I've come prepared, man. I brought my cocktail shaker.
Ooh.
I'm gonna make you. Sorry, can you hear me still?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make you a smoky espresso rumtini.
What? Yeah.
So it's like it's a take on a classic sort of espresso martini, but with rum, and we're going to use some hazelnut syrup in there rather than your classic sort of sugar syrup. So I even brought ice.
Ooh.
Nice.
Ice.
Yeah.
Coffee, but I'm down to try it.
So this is, excuse me.
You don't like coffee? I don't think you like
You see what's
coffee
going on here?
Sounds a bit...
You don't like coffee?
No, right.
Who doesn't like coffee?
You now.
Well, you're going to drink it.
I'm going to drink it anyway. Because
Right,
David will
so-
reach through the computer and strangle me if I
can't even get the ice in there.
See?
Trying to break it up. Sorry, I'm making the right state in the studio. Is that all right?
Fine.
Yeah, good.
True to town and community, we will
Correct answer.
return the studio back to you as it was.
There
Definitely won't be ice
around the show. Well, when Adam Purnell stopped by, when everything got crazy, and Alex took a bottle of rum.
So we're going to
So
go.
people can't see, obviously. So
Can they not see?
No.
Can
So,
see
well,
that?
no, they can see.
We're zoomed in now. I can see it.
Yeah, unless
Yeah,
you
we're on
zoom.
it.
Oh, you've zoomed in. Well done.
So we go for a double shot of rum. This is going to make 2 drinks. Okay. So double shot of the rum into the mixer.
Oh no.
And then we're going to go for a double shot of Conquer cold brew coffee liqueur.
Now,
Ooh.
I see that you're using liqueur. What about liquem?
I'm always very curious about licking hymns. So
I really am. Jill,
Is that Kim? Oh no, it's Jill. Right. So we're going to go for a double shot of hazelnut syrup.
So, like you would ordinarily put in like any of the sort of coffee drinks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then a double shot. So 2 double shots, because we're making 2 drinks here, of espresso.
I'm so glad my
Actual
wife's
espresso.
not watching this right now.
It is. It's just in a.
Your wife is not watching it?
Yeah, because she loves like hazelnut coffee and shit.
Oh,
She drinks all the time.
She's gonna
Tom,
be.
You're horrible late, Tom.
Well, fucking
Adam
cool.
is a man that makes rum.
I
What
don't
do you
like this
make?
house. I want to tear it apart.
So I went to Stockholm recently. Smashing the
That was David's magic powers because he's not drinking right now. He's like, give me the rum. He's like Magneto for booze. Also, a bottle of
So
rum.
I went to Stockholm, right? And Niklas Ekstedt, who was one of the judges on Crazy Delicious.
Yes.
I went out to do a little collab with him in his restaurant, and he put us up in this amazing hotel. And the guy there made the best espresso martini I've ever had. And he reckons it's all in the shake, right? Because he made the head stand sort of like half a centimeter above the top of the glass.
Oh, like frothy?
Yeah, crazy frothy. And he was saying, you do this kind of action. So down and around. I can't make it work. So I just go like that. You've got to shake the shit out of it. You really have.
Right.
You're just like Tom Cruise.
Like Popeye by the end of it.
It's the shake weight, right? I remember that commercial.
Okay.
Adam's had experience with this, probably.
Yeah, he is.
I made a few at Ludlow, to be fair. And then
His younger
just
days,
gonna
he
pour
was
this out.
shaking it.
Wow, look at that, guys.
Just make sure I've got enough.
Sick.
I can make a few of these if you want another one. If people want to have one each.
I wish we had a scratch and sniff thing right now. So I can smell it.
But I just thought, you guys are going to be up for 24 hours. How long have you been going now?
Since 9
Well,
a.m.
you guys have been going since 9, haven't you? Well, half 7 if you include the time you came in and sat out.
That's 13 and a half hours.
Wow. So you need a double espresso, right?
We need double espresso.
With some rum.
Yeah.
There we go.
Absolutely.
Shall I make some more?
Yes.
Please do. Drinks all around.
2 more?
Everyone's drinking. Now we're doing the fucking You Suck podcast. Everyone's fucking drinking. Please, drinks all around.
Except Tom. Tom's not drinking. I feel like we're cucking them drinking right now.
Yeah,
Like
but
we're
I'm
watching
gonna
them.
taste, but I've got a straw.
Oh, nice.
Got my own
We're
straw.
like tasting it vicariously through them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
I'm so sorry, gents. I'd love to be
It's
able to.
okay. It's all right, Adam. I
It's all
like
right.
to watch other people have fun.
Next time we're out there.
If there's any consolation, I can't get the lid off this now to make another one.
Can I taste?
Tap it on the side of the table. Just tap it on the side.
Oh, you can come again, David.
I know what's up, man. Come on.
It's like David's drank something.
Professional alcoholic.
That's nice.
You know, I've always wanted to be a professional drinker ever since I read about it in a Jim Morrison biography.
David's like, how do I become an alcoholic?
Not a coffee fan.
I was like in high school reading about Jim Morrison and the Doors because I was like obsessed with them.
Wasn't he a
And
wine
then-
guy?
You know, at his later years, yeah, but he was just beer and whiskey and whatever the fuck. And he put any drink and he'll drink it. But it was funny because like he became so bad that his friend, the band members of the Doors, like John.
To Lincoln Davis, by the way, and to all the pennies we can raise
yeah.
you guys. Cheers.
Cheers.
How is it?
To you. It's delicious.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it's working for you.
Because the coffee flavour is obviously
This
there,
is
but it's not
fucking
over.
horrible. I'm joking.
shut
I
up.
always wanted to do that
Wow!
on a food
Punch him in the face, Adam.
Punch him in his green beard. Fuck that
I
guy.
always wanted to do that on a food thing. Just be like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Yeah, it's good.
Wait till
Yeah.
the Shropshire lad kicks the
I
shit out of
played around with
his
it for a
food.
while to get it right.
God.
That's nice, isn't it?
Oh, strong.
Oh, it changes tune now.
It's got a nice.
All right, he's like, oh.
You haven't got to
Oh,
go anywhere
so
until the
good.
morning.
Look at
So
We
I'll
should
leave
be
it here
fine.
with you, shall I?
Should we run commentary on them drinking?
I kind of want to just be like a MST3K of them drinking.
Well, you should have come in person if you wanted to drink cocktails of Adam Purnell.
I
I'm just
always
saying.
come in person. 'Cause that's the one.
Oh, it's true.
Right, sorry. Love
No,
big
you're
shake.
all right. Okay, it's fine. We'll bring up some of the comments while Adam is doing this.
Shake it, baby, shake it.
Okay.
Jill says she wants one of those.
Jill, they're
Yeah.
nice. Are you
George says you're already a pro, bud.
Oh, thanks, George.
Yeah. George says cheers. Cheers.
Yes, sir. Cheers to that.
John Westwood.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad.
I was just about to say to be like,
Said cheers.
John.
Cheers.
And Ryan says he prefers mead because he's a
Yeah, mead's delicious. Adam, what do you think about mead?
You know what? I've not drank a huge amount of it. I had a little bit while I was in Stockholm, and it was all right. It was very sweet.
Yeah, it's
I'm a
really
massive
sweet.
Sweet tooth, generally.
You're gonna get like diabetes before you get drunk.
Yeah.
I like to think of it. Well, first of all, it's got the Norse, whole deal behind it. Obviously being a Viking drink, but I also like it a lot because, like, unlike a lot of ales where you drink it and you feel really thick and kind of like full and whatnot, you could just keep drinking and you feel like a thin girl still at the end of it. You're like, oh,
It's
I'm
crazy that such a delicate drink like mead led to rape and pillage, though. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, oh, this is such a nice drink. Would you fancy murdering a village? Oh, absolutely. Let's go murder everybody. Burn down their houses. Yeah, so-
yeah, that's the slogan for mead, if I'm not mistaken.
Right? Mead, rape and pillage.
Shane?
We tried some meat, didn't
Yeah.
we, at the battlefield thing?
There you go, sir.
Yes, we did. We tried two. Nidhogger mead and the other one was Mercian mead.
Yeah,
we tried
they
two.
were.
Kate, cheers, David.
Hey, Kate.
Hi, Kate. How's it going? Share the link. Share the video, everybody.
Drink that, Jill, and pretend it's what we've got.
Right, so Adam, while we sit and drink our cocktail.
Get the hell out of here, Shane.
Yeah, Shane, you're in the way.
You're ruining the podcast.
Right, okay, so
Shane, we really love
back in
Shane.
the room now.
Somebody told Shane that we love him before he goes and
What does that mean?
Huh?
Seltzers. Like-
There's hard seltzers, man. Like,
I think he's talking about the mead.
Aw.
I'm not into them.
Yeah, I can't. It's like drinking TV static. No, thank you.
What? The fuck you just say? It's like drinking TV static?
Yeah, you ever had tried one of like White Claw?
No,
or
I've never
like the
drank
seltzers?
TV before in my life. Usually
fucking
I
gross.
Seltzers.
No. So it's like this thing called hard seltzer, and it's like basically
It's not so hard.
Fizzy water that's like alcoholic.
Oh,
So you know,
okay.
there's weird, nasty, like flavored waters you get in
Yeah, yeah.
that make you more thirsty.
Yeah.
Let me paint you a picture. You're at a party You drink so much, and you wake up the next day, and there's all these empty bottles, except for one that's a stale open soda that's been sitting there ever since you got to the party. And you're like, I need something to drink because there ain't nobody else around. So you grab that and you drink that. That first initial taste, that's what a hard seltzer is. It's fucking disgusting.
Wow.
You guys are
so thank you to our sponsor of White Claw. You know what? Drink the Claw.
I just want to get a picture of us all with our. You are still on the podcast, okay?
God damn, they're kicking us out, the Americans again.
I'm not kicking you out.
Yeah, you pinky out.
Yeah, we're there. It's got. I've got to put it on a timer. Usually,
Oh, it's so weird because usually Alex puts a pinky in.
Get Shane out of here. He's not a part of this.
We got
Stop
to do
ragging
five.
on
We got to do
Shane.
five. I'm going to go for 5 seconds.
Tell me what to do.
Okay.
You're
He can't hear me. He can't hear me. Fuck
No, he
Shane.
can't.
This guy. Get him out of here.
Shane can hear everything.
Shane can't hear shit.
Raise your hand on your fucking waist like that,
7,
Shane.
Right?
6, 5, 4,
12, 9,
13, 111.
Amazing.
Just like the Last Supper of fucking podcast photos.
Does that make Adam Jesus? I love it.
Somebody.
Maybe.
Why not?
I don't know if Jesus would be handing out cocktails like as freely as me.
did.
I'm pretty sure he did because he hung out with like others in the low lives and stuff. I'm pretty sure Jesus did.
He hung out with
He for sure. Yeah.
Jesus, Last Supper, he did it in style. Yeah. I'm going to put that in the use up group and we'll use that later. Thank you.
Yeah, which does not involve us, which is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's only the U.S. of the USUC, but I guess it's fine. Totally.
Like I said, man, you guys.
I guess we're the fucking Judas, right? Just fucking. Okay, cool. Totally fine.
Amazing.
So what I was going to say was that the rum is a step in the right direction for you. And
Jamie just cracking up.
you guys shut up.
No.
What's next for you?
Oh man, well, I've been in the youth service for a long time, and we're actually working on me sort of making an exit now. So I'm going to be full time Shropshire lad.
Yeah, cool.
So, So, but obviously, the youth service means a lot to me, and it's kind of it's a moral role. And it's not so easy to just replace a youth worker these days. Nobody's trained for the last decade because, let's face it, there's been no jobs. There's all down to all the cuts and stuff. So not many people are trained. So we're kind of rewriting the whole job really to try and attract more people. And I'm not going to leave until I'm replaced. But I'm hoping in the new year I'm going to be full time. I've got my eye on a little place that I'm going to open perhaps, which I won't say too much. It's not in Shrewsbury.
Okay.
It's not in Shrewsbury.
Okay, let me guess.
I'm
saying.
Is it in Shropshire?
It is.
I'm saying either Ironbridge or Shifnal or Bridgenor.
Bridgenor.
Nope.
Ironbridge.
Nope.
Telford?
It's in
Vermont.
London Bridge.
Dawley.
We'll leave it at that, yeah?
Yeah.
We'll leave it
It's
at
falling
that.
down.
Okay.
We'll leave it at
We'll
that.
be there. We'll be there. I don't care if it's in Telford. I don't care where it is. The Shrewsbury.
We'll be there.
Yeah, man. We'd love to have you there.
I need to tell you guys about some ideas that we've got with the Shrewsbury Biscuit, to be honest. We've got an idea to help the hospitality industry because it suffered an awful lot. We want to start making some vlogs. We've put in some funding for some cameras and stuff, which we got. So we're going to be getting the cameras soon. We're going to start turning up at restaurants and doing like Kitchen Nightmares, but like a positive, nice version of that.
Kitchen Dreams.
Like bar rescue for you Americans, but
You mean
positive.
a food critic like Homer did?
But no,
Yes.
just advertising places, nice restaurants and
Alex is
speaking to
walking
the
around.
chef.
It
And
stinks.
There's only one place. Yeah, there's only one place I'll advertise, and that's Taco Boy.
Taco. What's that?
To the death, I will eat those tacos till my death. That's what I want for that's my death row meal right there. Taco Boy.
Speaking of tacos.
Oh,
and
you know what?
boys-
Talking of death row meal, somebody on Instagram, when I said I was coming on here, asked us to talk about what we'd eat on a desert island.
Yeah.
All right.
probably sand.
So I
Death
just
row meal.
dropped
Here we
that
go.
one
Let's go.
That's a good conversation to.
I reckon alligators and coconuts.
What?
Just based on watching Bill Bear Grylls' thing.
So what's this conversation then? What would you find to eat on it, or
I
would
think
you,
that's
what
one
would you eat?
meal? Would
You know
you
what?
have?
Shall I read the message?
Yeah,
Yeah.
please do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if it's a desert island and there's nothing on it.
I think she gave us two options.
Oh,
Just
okay.
a shout out.
Where is she?
By the way, we love Shane. By the way, we know.
Yes.
We love him.
Yes.
I don't know.
No, Lisa will knock you the fuck out, David. I'm just throwing that out there right now. She's very
Totally
protective
fine.
of her husband.
All right, then.
David's
She
like, I
just-
love
she
being
just-
beaten up by chicks.
Shut up, you
Sorry,
two.
man.
Go on.
She just said desert island barbecue dishes, ? I said, as in, could be made on a desert island, or if I could take one dish. She put both are interesting. Maybe it's long. Maybe you to manage to come up with dishes that you could make there and pick your favorite. That should keep you chatting for a while. The island is tropical. Let's assume it has coconut palms, pineapples, guavas, etc., and random wild game. Off you go.
Okay, so can I like craft my own weapons, like a bow or a spear, to fight off the predator?
You can. To fight off the predator. Yes. What is the predator? What are you going to eat?
The predator.
The movie. Yeah, the movie.
Oh, the actual predator.
Yeah.
Not like those predators
man.
you see
Let's
on
use
Catch
what
a
you've
Predator.
got on an actual desert island. So, I mean,
Well, if he said coconuts, that scares me, because have you ever seen a picture of a coconut crab? Those things look fucking vicious, dude. They look like a fucking predator's shoulder
Actually,
pet.
weirdly enough, they think that coconut crabs are the things that took down Amelia Earhart, because they found the island that they believe that she stumbled upon, and there's lots of coconut crabs, and they tear apart every.
They are attracted to shiny silver things. They get drunk off of old coconuts, and they go in and they take. So I swear to God, this is how coconut crabs work.
Crab, David?
I got drunk off coconuts a few times in India. There's in Kerala. Yeah, in Kerala, it's a dry state. The only thing you can drink is toddy, which is like fermented coconut water, basically. Or if you go to a cafe and ask for a cup of tea, they'll bring you a beer in a cup, so it looks like you're drinking tea, like illegally. But yeah, these toddy bars are like everywhere, and it's for some reason the only alcohol you can drink in Kerala, and it tastes a little bit like cider. Just a little fact for you there. Yeah.
What about you, Jamie?
No, man, I have no hunter-gatherer skills in me. I'd probably just eat sand.
Jamie's like skinned alive by the predator right off the bat.
Much, yeah.
He's so nice. It's the same thing, isn't it?
He's like, oh, hello. Like the shoulder cannon.
I think the predator would skip right over Jamie. He'd be like, "You're pretty."
Yeah,
nice.
it would be like.
I'd wade into the sea. I'd find the biggest great white shark. I'd be like, "Oi, you fucker! Knock him out, drag him back. Don't do this to David." And then I would.
That's pretty fucked up, considering that there are millions of sharks that die at the hands of humans worldwide every fucking year.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Sharks are the good guys.
Yep.
I'm saying if it's to
The ocean is a shark's refrigerator. So next time you decide to go swimming, folks, remember that.
If I land on a desert island, I'm king, right? I'm the biggest, baddest motherfucker around. So I want to prove
So you
that
find the
by
predator.
taking out the biggest, baddest thing. You're on a desert island. There's no bears. There might be a tiger or something, maybe.
It depends what island you land on.
I was gonna say, where are you landing?
Yeah,
I
love desert
If it's in Australasia, I'll beat the fuck out of koala
Say
bears.
Australasia?
Haven't they got chlamydia, though? They got chlamydia
Australia?
from Koala bears.
Say that again.
Koala bears, haven't they got chlamydia?
What?
Koala bears have chlamydia.
They do. They really do.
I take,
Actually,
you know, we're
They
intrigued.
totally
I
do.
take my chances with the koalas.
Koala's got the clap.
I'm not going to eat a koala. Those things are cool.
If you landed on a Galapagos, you could eat a Komodo dragon.
Yeah,
You could probably
That-
barbecue that.
Yeah, I probably
you
would.
could barbecue it. Yeah.
Wait,
It's-
aren't
it's
Komodo
catching
dragons
it, the
poisonous?
issue.
Yeah, but I think if you cook it out, you won't have any poison left in it. Once you've barbecued it to death.
What's the difference between poison and venom, though? Because like, if it eats me, it's poisonous. I get the poison, but if I eat it,
There's a
it's
toxin in
So,
there's
like, if the
venom.
puffer, isn't it the puffer fish? Isn't that full of poison? Isn't there
Yeah.
one of
Yeah.
the big? And you're not supposed to eat them, are you?
Oh, you
Or-
can. Yeah, you can eat
Well, you
them.
can.
It's
It's
only
cookable.
the poisonous bit.
Which is
So
the poisonous
there's
bit?
a way that you can prepare them so you like take the fillets off, whatever. It's
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
weaver fish. Have you heard of weaver fish?
No.
They are our native poisonous fish that you can stand on. They'll hospitalise you. Like, they're in
We've got them in the UK.
Yeah, man. Yeah, in the sands, you know, and in shallows as well. People stand on a greater weaver, or lesser weaver, sorry.
I've
The lesser
never
weaver's
heard of
more.
it. Google it.
Yeah, weaver fish.
Get a
But
picture
you
up.
can eat them. But if you touch the spines, they'll put you in hospital.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Right.
Hmm.
Okay. I don't know about Komodo dragons. It was just they was on an island.
I mean,
Isn't
they're
it their
pretty
saliva?
big.
It's their saliva, I think. That's
So just don't eat
Yeah.
the tongue then,
yeah, so just
basically.
don't tongue
Yeah,
them.
just have like the
Before you
rear
eat
leg or something. So your leg of Komodo.
So just chop its head.
Yeah.
Well, no, just chop its leg off and just have that.
I mean, I would chop its head and like, how can you?
That's
hoard
where
meat?
the saliva is. That's the dodgy bit.
Well, yeah, chop the head, eat the body is what I mean.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like you would a rattlesnake.
Isn't the
Sure.
dodgy bit in the no, forget I've said that.
in the fangs. Yeah, and if you I think the proper way to
Komodo dragon.
What about you, Shane?
Oh.
What about you? What would you
okay.
eat?
Thank you,
fucking
George.
eat in a desert island?
I would probably eat reptiles.
Reptiles.
There you go. Komodo dragon.
Wait, is there anybody with me on this
Did you
desert
know that,
island?
Shane? Did you know Lisa had been stung by a weaver fish?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you just tell us when he was talking about weaver
I know.
fish?
We were talking about weaver fish, and where the fuck was your
Because
shit?
Shane doesn't care about his wife. That's why he's getting divorced after this.
But you can hear us.
Yeah.
You should have shouted.
I'm very sorry, Jules.
You should be.
Yeah.
Oh, we are. He's got a picture of him. Which one is it?
I don't fucking.
Oh yeah, top one, top. That's one. Yeah. Man.
Wait, is there anybody with me on this desert island? Because I think I'd like to recant my answer.
Just your hopes and dreams.
Just eat the person that's with you.
I'm gonna eat the other person.
Oh.
Just fucking
Yeah.
Yeah, start working through the people. There's a weaver.
Look at that child.
Who's
Gross.
like that mohawk on his fucking? What is that, bro?
How painful is a weaver fish sting? The sting can be quite painful for some, but most people compare it to a bee sting and say the most intense pain passes fairly quickly.
Actually,
bit of an anticlimax.
it's really
There's
tiny.
some, you know, some people get hospitalised by them. They can be. I think people react differently, but they're pretty nasty.
But they're so little.
Yeah,
That
that's
person's
the
holding it.
lesser. So there's a greater weaver fish as well, which is much bigger, but they have a lesser sting. The little ones have pack the most punch.
Blimey.
Apparently.
Wow. Thank you for finding that.
Wow,
I think that would be.
weaver fish hour.
Yeah, it's probably the same as like a rattlesnake. Like the baby rattlesnakes are more dangerous because they don't know how to control their amount of venom that they have. If they bite you, yeah. So
Yeah, they just give it all. They're like, I'm so little.
You're gonna lose that arm, fucker. Like kind of shit.
Not if I suck the poison out, bro.
It doesn't work that way, bro.
I know, bro.
I know you want to suck something off a man's body, but no, you cannot.
I do. Shut up. Anyway,
Look at Jules. Just cracking up.
Jules is drunk. Great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A straw full of
She's had a rough day. I was watching the podcast earlier. She's been running around. Jules, you deserve it. Let's drink.
Yes, you do. Mazel tov.
Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
everybody.
Cheers.
I'm feeling in a lovely mood. I really am. We've got the Weekly Bazaar coming up soon, hosted by our good friend Donny Gates. Tom, did you bring a couple of stories for the Weekly Bazaar?
I brought a couple. Before we jump into that, I'm gonna go make my kids some tacos really quick. So I will jump back on for Weekly Bazaar. Okay.
Wrong answer.
Amazing. Yeah, you go and do that then. We'll crack on and finish off here.
Yep.
God, there's like wires underneath this thing, so when I put a glass down, it's like fuck you. Yeah, Adam. Honestly, I love chatting to you, and I can see you just being a massive star soon because people just gravitate towards you, and I think your cooking is sexy. Like when you're cooking, you see the flames and the black and the tar and the tar.
The tar. He cooks with.
No, it's cooking, not smoker's lunch.
I know what you're saying. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it, honestly.
The char. I meant
The
to say.
char.
The char. There we go. Where did you learn to cook like this? Where did it come from?
You know what? Cooking with fire, I just taught myself. Well, in fact, most cooking I've taught myself. Really, my old man's a decent cook, and as a kid, learned some basics from him. But I'm just greedy. You know what I mean? I like eating. So, like, from an early age, I was like, wasn't waiting for anyone to cook my dinner. I was going to get in there and cook it myself, and I just been self-taught, really.
What's happened to our camera?
Oh,
I don't know, but I'm like keeping everyone distracted by doing stuff. Come back on the air.
I think we still hear us. You guys keep talking.
Shane's gone outside. He's done something to the camera.
Is that enough?
So I want to, you know, the fire bowl that you use. What's it called? What's it called?
It's a kadai.
Kadai.
Yeah.
Are they the ones that sold up on the go on the A49 towards Church
Those are
Stretton?
the ones. Yeah.
So how is the concept of that? How does that work?
So originally, those bowls are like hundreds of years ago. They all come from India, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were used. So the bowls would have had the food inside, and the fire was underneath.
Right.
Yeah. So they were used originally for cooking for like 200-300 people in a village or whatever.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, these days they don't cook like that anymore. Gas and things have moved on. So basically, there's loads of these bowls. The original bowls are just littered all over India like in scrap. So the guy who brings them back over here, he was sat on apparently sat on the top of some building near Nepal and lit a fire in this bowl and was like, looked at it and was like, middle class people in the UK would love these, you know, in their gardens.
Yeah.
And so he started like shipping them back by the ton, and then the whole fire cooking thing kicked off. So like, you know, it's become super trendy to cook over fire in the last sort of 5-6 years. And so he's realized, oh, hold on a minute, I've got these amazing like fire pits, but we could cook on them too. So then they started developing all these different like cooking utensils and accessories to go with it. And here we are now. They've just got like a huge range of things you can do with them, and they're so versatile. I mean, I love cooking on them. It's a wicked bit of kit.
So what's the difference then between, say, like cooking on that and like if you had a barbecue with, because you can have a grill on it, can't you?
Yeah. Well, so there is a grill on it. I guess the main fundamental difference is that there isn't a lid on a kadai. So like with a barbecue, you can kind of turn it into a smoker or an oven, or you can cook indirect with a lid. Excuse me. But with a kadai, it's open fire cooking. You know, you've only it's like just, I mean, you've got a grill if you want to use it, but there's no lid. But what you have got, I mean, I've just been doing lots of demos over the last few weeks, and I always talk about sort of with that having that much surface area at the bottom on a grill. You've got loads of different heat zones, so you can have screaming hot in one corner, you know, medium heat across the middle, virtually nothing on the outside. So you can cook with pans. So it's like a hob. So you can cook lots of things on pans and grill and do lots of different bits all at once. And so I'd like to do sort of whole meals on it, you know, and it's not necessarily barbecue, but just cooking outdoors. Excuse me, this Corona's playing up. Yeah, it's the first cough I've done all week. On here. But yeah, so you use the grill like as well. I use it almost like it's a multi-purpose cooking space, I suppose, because you got I have lots of pans and bits and pieces, grilling stuff. You throw stuff in the coals quite easily.
So it is coals.
Well, you use coals or wood, you know. I mean, they've got like accessories. So there's like there's an asado cross, which is an Argentinian way of cooking, which is basically like it clamps onto the side of the bowl, and it's a cross. And
I've seen that.
Yeah.
On one of your videos, yeah.
So we've been cooking. I was over at Pub in the Park for the last few weeks. There's a festival over there, and we've been cooking muntjac, so small deer, you know, and it's butterfly, put on the cross. Whoops, smashing the place up. Sorry. Butterfly put on the cross and cook slowly over the fire. And for that, you use wood because wood produces smoke, whereas charcoal, all the a lot of the carcinogens have been burnt out of it, so you don't get the smoke. It's a heat source.
Yeah.
So it depends on what you're cooking, really. But wood provides smoke and flavor, whereas charcoal doesn't so much.
So when you said you've butterflied the muntjac, does that mean can you like rotisserie on it, so to speak? Or
so it spins around.
It does spin around.
You can just spin the cross around, so you're just cooking flat side. But obviously, because you've spread it out, you don't really need to rotate it. It's just one side or the other.
I'm with you, yeah.
Because it's flat. That's the whole point, I guess, is to butterfly in it, is to get that surface area.
Yeah.
And the wind and the hot smoke just licks it, and you take 5 or 6 hours to cook in just in the residual heat. It's an amazing way of cooking.
And different size bowls?
Yeah. So they've got, the original bowls go up to 2 meters wide.
2 meters?
Yeah. Huge, like some of them. But the standard ones you buy are like 60, 70, 80 or 120 centimeters, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, so they've got a whole range of stuff. But I mean, if you ever get to go over there, he's got it's like something from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, I've been in there and
in the bar. You've seen it, yeah? It's incredible, man. And the original bowls, every single one is different. You know, they're all made individually, so amazing bit of kit. You know, I still haven't got an original, but I will have one one day.
One day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Adam, you have been a fantastic guest. I really do appreciate you support us. Alcohol made us cocktails, smashed the place up. It's been amazing. I've had such a great time. And I really do appreciate you. And I love chatting to you. So thank you for keep coming back on. Whether it's
that's why I keep coming back, mate. I love chatting to you too. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Oh, God. Jamie, have you got any questions for Adam?
I was going to say, for everyone listening, I truly encourage you to go check out Adam's Instagram as well.
Yes.
When we made the strawberry wings, the wife was like, "Oh my God, these are incredible." Started following on Instagram, And then when I told her I was talking to Dash, you need to make sure he knows that one day he has to come to our house and cook for us because she's obsessed with like every meal you put on Instagram.
You better fucking pay him, Jamie. What the fuck?
When you were delivering the kebabs and stuff over lockdown, I was just like, oh, wow, I need to move to Shrewsbury just for this food.
I live in Telford, man. So
okay, Telford, I think closer to me. But no, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for the cocktail and everything. It's been amazing.
No, yeah, Adam, we really appreciate you coming on, man. I really wishing you the best of luck to everything you got going on for you, man.
Thanks, David. You've been great to meet for the first time, I think.
Yeah, I've never spoke to you, man, but shit, dude, I'm just fascinated by it all, and then I'm looking forward to what else you got coming up next, man.
Thanks, bro.
Make sure you check out his YouTube and Instagram. But what is it?
I will.
Where they can find it? We mentioned it. We haven't mentioned the
Shropshire Lad. So just put Shropshire Lad into any of the platforms and you should find me.
There it is.
Got it.
There it is.
All right.
Thank you so much for joining us. We've got the Weekly Bazaar coming up now. It's a very special edition hosted by Adulting with Donny Gates. We're very, very excited for that. And so we're going to be doing that. But what we'll do is we'll play a video from Lincoln Davis to show you guys what we're fighting for. And you guys enjoy that. And on the other side of that, we will bring you the Weekly Bazaar. Adam Purnell, thank you so much for joining us.
Adam, thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Seriously, really good. So now I need to find the video. It's the awkward bit where you go, and I click here, and I click here, and I find what we're going to do. I'm going to do a chat that I had with Sally from Lincoln Davis talking about how things have advanced and how things have changed for the Lincoln Davis Centre. Enjoy this, and we'll catch you on the other side. Thank you. So now I'm sat with Sally. Thank you so much for giving us the tour today. It was nice just seeing everybody doing what they do. I mean, I know it's empty and we didn't get the feel for. I would never shove a camera in patients' faces.
No,
so to get what we've got today, I'm very grateful. But I'd like to talk to you about your role and sort of like how long have you worked here?
I've worked in the trust 15 years. I've been in oncology 5 years in January.
Yeah, and this place, it seems like it's constantly changing. From what I get, the scanners have to be replaced every 10 years, and they're knocking walls through, and all these things. Has this place changed since you first started?
Yeah, unfortunately, cancer is growing, isn't it, within the public, and and treatments are changing as well. So, where someone used to come in for chemotherapy and they'd have so many cycles, and then we'd just see them in outpatients. Now, immunotherapy's come into play, which is completely opposite to chemotherapy, and they have to have follow-ups every couple of weeks. So we're finding that we haven't got enough outpatient capacity, hence the building of the 3 clinic rooms. So treatments are changing all the time.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think the numbers change all the time for these patients?
Because of treatments, really.
Yeah.
Where we'd see someone in clinic once and they'd be in chemotherapy for the rest of their treatment. The new treatments, we're seeing them in clinic every other week. So they're just taking up all the appointments, and people are living longer, which is good.
Yeah.
So all the treatments that are coming out, people are surviving longer. I mean, my father died when I was 27, and he had his disease for 8 years. That disease now people live with. So that's how treatments changed.
Yeah. I mean, the work that they do here and with like research and new therapies, new treatments coming through and stuff, and the new types of scanning. You say Lincoln Davis is trying to get you a new scanner, right?
Yeah, so the CT scanner, they've got a life, haven't they? The scanners themselves, and we really use them. That scanner's on and used 5 days a week, and on Saturdays as well sometimes. So the lifespan of those, I think that's 10 years as well, so they're all out of date now. They're still being used. But Linda Davis are purchasing the next one for us.
So there you go, guys. The new scanner, they're not cheap either. How much is it? It was 2 million for that one we looked at?
The Linacs are about 1.5 million. The CT machines, I think the next one's 750,000 off the top of my head. So we offer treatments here which big centres like Clatterbridge and other big cancer centres offer. We've got the same treatments here. We're a small area compared to some of the areas, but we can offer our patients the same treatments, which is brilliant for our patients. And we've just started Sabre as well. Sabre's, I don't know all the technical side of it, but we couldn't offer our patients in Shropshire this. They had to travel. They're poorly. They don't need to travel to Birmingham every day now. They can come here and have that treatment, which is amazing.
That's progression.
Yeah.
And seeing a lot of building work earlier, and what they were doing there is progression. This is how you guys are sort of moving forward.
Yeah, we've got to. We've got to move with the times. Otherwise, you know, we can't. We've got to move with the times because we need to offer our patients the best service we can.
Well, thank you for chatting to me today.
Okay.
It's been really nice. Right, I'll catch you guys in a sec.
Okay, guys, so we're back for a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start the intro music for the Weekly Bazaar. Then I'm going to bring in Donny Gates to host the show. I'm running a bit behind because we've got stories. I haven't even opened the links yet, so we'll just do this on the fly as we go, right? Because that's kind of how the day's gone, isn't it? Yeah,
that's what we do.
So here's the intro to the Weekly Bazaar. I was kind of stole the sting out of it a little bit. There you go.
I guess I'm just going to introduce the Weekly Bazaar here, because I think Alex said that he's running behind, so we didn't even get a chance to talk before everything started. So I guess we have Alex and Jamie, and I think I saw David Raby. You just give me
what an intro.
And there's Tom.
Yeah.
Just totally give me a cold start. You're like, here.
I thought Alex, he was able to articulate, okay, we're running a little bit late, but here's Adulting with Donnie. He's going to introduce the show. And then you're like, well, I guess we're running a little bit late. And
well, if we're running late.
Sitting there like, no one's going to say a word. No one's going to say anything to me. Like, hey.
You were supposed to be the Tom of it all and just be like, welcome to the, what are we on? What show is this?
Welcome to the Weekly Bazaar.
There you go.
Yeah, bizarre.
It's because Adam's been here getting us fucked up on cocktails. It's like, drink the cocktails, guys. I'm sure we absolutely.
Don't blame him. That sweet, beautiful man came over here, made his way out of his fucking time out of his day to come there to fucking serve you guys drinks and be on the podcast. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blame Shane. We're running late because of Shane.
You take care.
Adam, thank you very much.
It's not my fault.
Adam, I love you.
Okay.
Adam's out of here. What a guy.
Right, okay, so I've opened up all our links.
Bring Adam back on. Get out, Shane.
Welcome to the Weekly Bazaar.
Yeah.
First of all, what's going on, guys? How's Pod 8 going so far? What do you
boy?
According to my little live stream ticker here, it looks like you're about 6 hours in. Is that true?
13 and a half.
Yeah.
19 and a half. It's close.
Yeah. 26 hours in.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's been because I was okay when I got home last night from the bar. That's around the time when the first stream started, and it went on for 8 hours.
Yeah.
So I woke up in time for that first stream to end, and then it went to this stream that we're on now. So we got about 2 more hours until we got to end this one, and then we'll go to the third and final stream.
We've got the Weekly Bazaar, and then afterwards we've got the Star Wars debate with JC Reifenberg and Erik Pflueger. Then we start our third and final stream. Yeah. It's going quick, though, isn't it?
Don't let me forget I got to resend the link to one of our guests because I sent the wrong one to him and it's not available yet. So we'll fix it.
Way to go, Shane.
Yeah. Wow. Shane, I really feel like I got to come to Shane's aid right now. I'm like, listen, leave him alone. Just leave Shane alone.
He's done. By the way, Ryan did from the last thing. He says if the other person on the desert island was Johnny Depp, is David eating him or giving his life to feed Johnny?
The second, obviously, Ryan. I would be like, here, have my body. Feast and survive, please.
What part would you give him first?
Any part he wants. I don't care.
You know what part he's giving to him first.
My ass, yeah. Fuck. Here you go, Johnny.
Here's my dick, Johnny. Please take and eat my body. This has been broken for you, says David. I don't know. I've been to church.
I would.
Yeah. Okay. What are you drinking right now? Adulting with Donnie.
Those are Coors Lights.
Okay, I was making sure it wasn't one of those seltzer waters they were talking so much shit about.
Dude, Donnie, have you ever tried one of those seltzers, hard seltzers?
Like the beer type of things, like the Bud Light seltzers? Yeah, so those popped up in gas stations about 2 years ago now, and I was on a seltzer, like a bubbly kick, And I was like, I like the bubblies and I like alcohol, so mix the two. It's got to be good, and it wasn't.
So
it was
just to jump off topic really quick. First of all, we met. I met Donnie because Alex brought Donnie on the show like 2 years ago or something like that. And he's like, I really think you're gonna. He's like, I think you're really gonna like Donnie. And I was like, okay, buddy. And I fucking dude, Donnie came on and we had this like docking connection right off the bat.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so great.
It was pretty deep.
Dude, it was so deep. One of us deeper.
What views ain't
really
deep, but yeah.
Dude, so we get along famously, and we love having Donnie on. Donnie has an amazing mate named Ro, and I would like us all to take the second to congratulate Ro because she got a promotion in her career. Do you want to talk about that?
Really?
Yeah, dude.
So, it's so funny that you bring that up because she actually got a promotion in 2009, but she just included it as part of her like. So she just celebrated 19 years with the Portsmouth, New Hampshire Police Department, right. And one of her pictures, just like she did like a collage of pictures on Facebook, and one of those pictures was of her detective badge, and everyone did the same thing that Tom did, thought that she had been promoted to detective, but she's been detective since 2009.
Wait,
I knew this shit already.
What like detective, homicide, vice?
Right now she does she's done a few things, but she's done, I mean, they don't it's Portsmouth, New Hampshire, they don't have vice or a homicide specific unit, but she's heading up a cold case right now from 1992, I think is what it was. A double murder in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and so she's heading up that cold case, which is, I mean, I'm so fucking psyched for her. Not for the murder.
Because Donnie's
I'm psyched for her because the murder, she lives in the neighborhood that so Portsmouth is so home to her because she grew up here. It's a city of 30,000 people, blows up to over 100,000 plus a day because of people coming to work here and stuff. So and she grew up here, and this double murder happened when she was 14 or probably 14 or 15 years old.
Wow.
And it happened in her neighborhood, which her and I now live in together. And she's lived in this neighborhood for many years. And now she has this cold case that she's hoping to be able to solve before she retires. So I'm just super psyched for her.
Wow, that's a lot, man. I'm really excited for her. And cheers to
she'll be on a true crime podcast one day.
Yeah, right.
Their eyes met over the centrifuge.
I just love the idea of a cold case, one of those things that, like
it's a homicide that goes on for so long that nobody can solve, and after a certain amount of time, it just goes into the cold case. You're like, look, okay,
and then
you solve
it's in the fridge,
and then
it's
you
movies, isn't it? Like with a glass of whiskey,
and then you get fresh eyes on the case, and you re-interview people, and you find tiny little
details that might have gotten overlooked.
Right, tiny little things that might have gotten overlooked. Like one guy, I listened to one recently where a guy was being interviewed, and then 6 years later they interview him again, and they find out that he was a smoker, and then they connect the cigarettes that were in the car to him, and that's how they solve the case. So it's tiny little things.
So
like
don't
that.
smoke, kids. Well,
yeah. The way I like to think about it is like Ro is Clarice Starling and Donnie is fucking Hannibal Lecter. And they got, he's like, good for Ro. Fucking.
David got audibly erect as soon as he heard cold case.
Yeah, that's a good one, Ryan.
That's very true. I was like, hold on, okay, double murder. And she's a detective in homicide.
But could Ro kick your ass in a boxing ring?
Oh,
I mean,
for sure.
For me, she definitely. She took my tie, so she probably could kick all of our asses.
I was going to say she could kick Donnie's ass for sure.
Oh, she can definitely kick my ass. Yeah.
Donnie, would you like to give everyone that might not know who you are a little background to who you are, Mike?
Oh, I would love to. My name is my name is Donnie.
I'm an adult. My name is Donnie.
And I go by Adulting Donnie. But no, my name is Donnie, and I host the Adulting with Donnie podcast, which has absolutely nothing to do with being a better adult. It's just my weekly rant session that occasionally gets deep, and for the most part gets fucking just I just go off about whatever bullshit I see throughout my day. And that's I'm a mailman here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and so a lot of lot of my rants end up centering around some of the shit that I see there.
And if you fuckers are not going to weigh your packages, I don't want to see your shit. I'm talking to you, Mrs. fucking
yeah. Stop coming to ask me if I've delivered your fucking mail yet. You'll get it when you get it.
You ever walk up to somebody like, I got a package for you?
And also dumb fucking things that I've heard a billion times that you think are funny. I don't. Like no bills. You know, yeah, I don't want any bills. Do you have my check? Shit like that you think is funny. I can't believe that people don't see my fake laugh.
Hey Donnie, any good news today?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Or when it's raining, tell me to stay dry. Thank you. That's great advice.
Give it a couple more years, and Donnie's wife is going to be the one solving the murder that he did.
No news is good news. The stay dry thing, you should always be like, well, you should have given me that advice last night when I was fucking your mom.
Yeah.
Isn't it basically Dexter?
Yeah.
Yes. So what's the craziest thing you've ever seen someone try to mail out? I mean, obviously you can't open people's mail, but like you're looking at the package, you're like, this is clearly a dildo.
Several times. I'm gonna Quentin Tarantino this. I'm gonna start at the end. My favorite thing that I've delivered twice is it always makes me think, if it fits, it ships. And that is because the package says in big letters, cremated remains.
Oh shit.
What was it shipped in?
A box.
Okay, I thought it was like
Just
a
the
different,
normal-
like a fucking, like a coffee fucking container. Be like just cremated remains.
I've got this image of it being shipped in like a FedEx like envelope. Like
Not that
Just
far
a little
off.
sample of the cremated remains.
It's a box about that big. It's not very big. I mean, yeah. Once you're burned down to ashes, there's not a lot there.
Yeah.
Fuck, how do you fit in this thing?
I've delivered bees.
Size 0. Bees, yeah.
I've delivered bees. I've delivered baby chicks. I delivered a motorcycle frame once.
Fun fact: did you know that at one point in history you were able to send babies or children through Royal Mail?
Yes, you could. You'd send them, and they would just walk with the mail carrier.
Yeah.
Both me and Jamie went, "What the fuck?"
It was a baby. How could it walk?
Yeah, they worked out that they could actually mail. It was only for like something like a year or like 2 years they did it for, and then changed the rules on it. But they could literally, it's cheap. They found out it's cheaper to mail, like send a child through the mail to a certain destination than it is to get a train ticket.
Wow. Also, in 1959, the U.S. mail sent a letter by missile from Virginia to Florida. 3,000
most American thing I've ever heard.
Absolutely.
Have you ever wondered why the American military, like industrial complex, is so high for the budget? That's one of the fucking reasons why. How am I going to send this letter over here?
It was 3,000 letters in like 16 minutes, I think was the flight time on it.
Shit now. You got it.
I wonder, do you know what it was that was sent? Do you know? Or was it a fucking...
all I've got is just letters. 3,000 letters.
Oh, okay.
To Santa Claus.
Can you imagine it? They sent it, right? It lands in someone's garden, and they get it out and they open it up, and they're like, "What the hell is this? It's been arrived by a missile." It just says, "Fuck it, go fuck yourself."
It was a submarine that fired an unarmed cruise missile carrying 3,000 pieces of mail.
Wow. That is really American. I love it a lot.
That is really American. Yeah, that's definitely that's the most American way to receive your mail. I would like to receive mail that way.
Oh fuck yes! Is there any other better way? I mean,
yeah.
I want to mail order my children when I go on holiday. Like
that's not bad. Back in the 70s, because the mob used to rob mail carriers because they used to carry a lot of money, and so you'd have one mail carrier walking, and then you'd have another mail delivering mail, and then you'd have another mail carrier next to that person with a shotgun, and then they just walk around, just walk around with a shotgun protecting the mail. I was like, damn it, I missed my calling. That would have been perfect for me.
You would,
Your missus could have been the one with the shotgun.
Yes, yeah, I know. That would have been her retirement gig.
Go ahead, Con, make my day.
Yeah. Like, don't you wish they sometimes would bring back like the Pony Express, Donnie? You could be riding around with a fucking horse and a
Oh, it'd be
rifle and just,
awesome.
like-
Yeah. Instead, now they just give you the gay ass Segway.
You motherfuckers not tip me for Christmas?
Yeah.
Right, it says, David, don't act like there's people you wouldn't send a message by missile to.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So for those that might not remember the Weekly Bazaar, it was a really cool show. That
That used to
Alex
last
started-
an hour, and we've been going for half an hour and 20 minutes already.
Yeah,
so-
right, yeah.
And it basically we just bring up crazy fucking stories. Donnie, since you're the guest and you're technically hosting, what did you bring a story? Do you want to start off?
I brought two.
We'll do a story each.
Look out, Double Donnie, bringing up two stories for the fucking bazaar.
The first
like
story is
like the podfather that I am.
There you go.
I brought two.
I haven't got a story because I wasn't told. to
Shane,
bring it.
we know you don't bring shit to the table. We know
I
that.
can't wait until fucking Shane kills you, David. As much as I love you, I cannot wait until he kills you. And this is coming from the guy who used to bust Shane's dick every day of every minute. You're just going too hard on him.
Yeah,
Donnie, story.
That's what she said.
What she said, you're going too hard on him.
Oh, you barely got that, Shane. Yeah. Let's wait till you get it, son.
Right, guys, come on, let's get on with the show.
Come on.
Right.
All right.
What's your first
I'm
story?
being a bad
Don?
host. I'm not keeping.
No. It's just us. It's us. We're all. It's not your fault. Donnie. It's Shane's fault.
I do have a first story, but before that, in searching for stories last night, I stumbled onto something Tom might know about is the New Hampshire wood devil, which is supposed to be like a Sasquatch type thing up here in New Hampshire, but there's no news articles about it, so I couldn't find anything more on it. But it's like a thin Sasquatch in like the New Hampshire, Vermont, Canada.
A vegan Sasquatch?
Okay, right now I'm declaring Donnie, you and me, future, we're gonna go look for it just for
Okay.
funsies.
Hell yeah, we are.
Fuck, dude. Fuck yes.
If
fuck.
things clear up, can I come?
Yeah,
Yes, you
absolutely.
can.
Anyone that wants to come search for this hairy man in the woods with me and Donnie and
Yeah.
David, please join.
I want to bring Teddy Roosevelt's fucking diary and I'll read to you guys.
Get Jason Almy out here.
Yeah,
We're just gonna end up
Jesus
shooting
Christ.
him.
We'll get him on.
Wait, Donnie, you know what I'm talking about, right?
He'll bring
You need
some
to bring
mushrooms.
Donnie's missus as well to.
Yeah.
She'll find him.
She'll protect us all.
Busting me. She'll bust me 10 seconds and she's like, Tom, this is New Hampshire. Come with me. Fuck, sorry, bro.
I'm like, I can't. This isn't okay.
No, this is not cool here. Yeah, she's like, I'm a detective. It doesn't take detective to figure out you guys are on drugs, you idiot.
But my first real story is comes from I fucking love science or iflscience.com.
Yes,
researchers record wild chimp using human-made object as sex toy for the first time. Masturbation's been documented in many primate species beyond humans. Even the use of masturbatory tools, what we would call sex toys, has been documented in the wild. They witnessed for the first time a wild chimpanzee using a human-made object as a masturbatory tool. This looks like it happened. I mean, it's just being reported, but it happened in 2018. Yeah. I don't know why they waited 3 years to report it. The team, unfortunately, I know there's a lot of people wondering. Unfortunately, the team couldn't determine if the chimp ejaculated into the bottle.
Oh my god.
So I guess he was using a bottle and he was just fucking a bottle. I don't know if you're going to include links for this, but if you follow the link, there is a video for you freaks.
Oh, thank God.
For you wicked
No,
freaks.
I have already gotten a mental image. I don't need to see a video. Disturbing as it is.
I already finished. I don't need the video.
I watched the video, but I didn't get to the end. So
yeah,
yeah, fuck it.
I didn't need the ending. Didn't need
I thought it was most interesting because I guess like I read it and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. It's a fucking, it's a monkey. It's a primate. Like, it totally makes sense to me. Of course he's happy. What do you mean he looks happy? He's definitely happy. He's
Are you sure that's not a fucking photo from Planet of the Apes?
In a bottle.
It really is.
Isn't that Mighty Joe Young?
Oh, is that in her hair? Is that what
That's
that
the
is?
video.
I think Mighty Joe Young was a gorilla, not a chimpanzee. Shane, keep up, please.
All right, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. Yeah, male elephants to masturbate will get hard and then they just slap their dick against their stomach, which I think is a really cool move.
I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get the idea.
Is this the video of it?
I mean, maybe
He's
he's
about to
just on
stop.
a really long car trip and he has to pee. Anyone think about that? Maybe
I don't know. I don't know. He's probably making some noises that definitely distinguish taking a piss from. He's not going
sexual.
He's not going.
Pleasure.
He's making the noises David was just making. I can't mimic that noise. Yeah. That's the noise he's making.
Oh my god, that is.
It's not a horse.
I mean, like, it's not unheard of. Like, everyone's been kind of talking about how the chimpanzees are in the Stone Age, and I guess they kind of jumped ahead. A little bit, right?
Well, after aliens took their DNA and created us, yeah, they kind of
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I'm with you, David, on that one. Oh
So
yeah,
Danny.
Yeah.
The fact that you guys have never met before now is blazing.
Well, no, we met once before. Yeah, we've met via this podcast a few times.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You guys can kiss later.
Moving on. Moving on. Tom, did you bring a story?
Fucking A-Red, I did. Okay, check this out.
Show me chimps having sex.
This is from NPR, so you know it's fucking true. The National Public
course.
Radio. This was September 17th, 2021. A chaotic showdown with a crossbow-wielding man leaves 2 people dead. A man fired a crossbow from a balcony into the street in the Netherlands on Friday in a dangerous and confusing event in which 2 people died and another victim was injured, police say. The suspect is now in custody. He was also injured. Police were initially called to an apartment building in the city of Almelo, A-L-M-E-L-O, for a reported stabbing incident Friday morning. The 2 people who died were found inside the building, local media outlet RTV Oost reports. Police have revealed few details about what happened, saying that the investigation is ongoing, but it seems that the situation escalated rapidly, as it does with a crossbow,
Of course.
as a call for a stabbing turned into a brief standoff with police involving crossbow. Oh shit, I think they got video of it too. Hold on.
I saw this article earlier, and I didn't even click it open, but I genuinely thought that it happened in Florida because it was like that's the type of obvious thing that happens in Florida.
Floridians, Floridites, Floridites.
Oh, look at this guy go! Yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah, he don't give a fuck.
He's like, I've got the
you see the fucking arrow hit the ground?
Yeah, and then he walks off like a total gangster. He's like, all right, I'm out of arrows, or I'm out of bolts. I'm out of bolts. I gotta
bolts.
Let me go back inside.
He's like, something made out of wood. I'm gonna whittle. Give me a couple hours.
I'm out of bolts, and I need another beer.
That's fucking
My name's Daryl Dixon.
I am convinced anyone that owns a fucking a crossbow post 2012 just thinks that they're on that. It's like people that bought Harleys after Sons of Anarchy came out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or started making meth after Breaking Bad. It's
Yeah.
As officers converged on the apartment building, they were confronted by a shirtless man wielding a crossbow. He fired the weapon at bystanders. As officers fired at him with their guns, go fucking figure.
They're sending rockets.
So we got a different kind of arrow. It's a cartridge.
It's a metal one. The video shows the man seemingly firing at least one arrow from the balcony. In a brief footage, at least one gunshot also rings out. The East Netherlands Police Unit, Overjizzle, said
what an unfortunate name.
Weapons Photos show that the police tactical units were among those responding. The officers had pointed rifles with telescopic sights in the building. Almeo Mayor Arjun Gurur said on Twitter, that's how we communicate, is on Twitter, shocked and upset, but very impressed by the crime. He said it had great impact. It had great impact. That's bad on the neighborhood. Oh, so bad. More information will be released when possible.
How is the mayor shocked and impressed? Like, wow.
Well, the impressed part wasn't. That was me adding that, but whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got you. So yeah, that was mine. David, did you bring one?
I didn't even know what the fuck we were doing today.
Now it. Who's the asshole? Shane, braid him.
Come on.
Yeah, bring it on.
You gotta be able to think on the fly.
Shane. 2 minutes, Shane.
You gotta be able to think on the fly. And
oh, actually, speaking of death, there was actually a death out here last night here in Santa Ana.
Oh, no way.
I swear to God, right down the street from me. Apparently, what happened was there was a police pursuit, a car chase, started in Anaheim, ended here in Santa Ana, which led to a few hour standoff. But the guy ended up refusing to cooperate with the police and giving himself up. And I saw a video of it today on Instagram, and the guy ditched out of the car, and the cops just lit him the fuck up, and he died. And that's why the street was blocked off, and that's why last night when I went to the bar, my sister was the one that was kindly enough to take me. That was blocked off. We had to take another route, and then on the way home, it was still blocked off, and we were wondering what was going on. I'm like, it's probably a fucking shooting, or someone's there with a gun. Sure enough, that's what happens.
California really should be Florida, man, because
the
amount of
we don't
busy
have gun laws that Florida has.
The amount of busy that California police must be. I mean, it just seems like if like someone breaks a toenail, then they need to bring out the entire police department.
Honestly, it's been getting a lot worse because like theme parks, like amusement parks, like Knott's, places like fucking Knott's, the OC Fair that was happening. There was just been so many like people physically fighting. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the pandemic that people just forgot how to act like fucking human beings and they just go after each other. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it makes it feel like there's nowhere safe. Like, everyone's been cooped up. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, it's crazy when you just lock everyone inside their house and tell them that, and take away, what they perceive as their freedom, that they might go crazy.
Yeah,
it's an absolutely crazy thing. I can't imagine what happened.
You said it started in Anaheim, right? That's where
the police pursuit. Yes, started in Anaheim.
Okay, so maybe he had a churro, and he was trying to bring it back to his wife or something. He's just speeding because you don't want to get those things cold, right? I mean, come on.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe his wife's pregnant, and she's got a.
She very well could have been texting him. He could have texted her and said, "The police are pulling me over," and she was probably like, "I don't give a fuck.
You're fucking lying. I know it."
I mean, I'm not being funny. When Lisa was pregnant, if she wanted churros, and she said, "I don't give a shit if the police are chasing you. Give me churros now."
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm gonna put my foot down and make sure.
Okay, so think about that level of energy, but amplify that because it's a Latin woman texting.
Right. Yeah.
Or a Hispanic woman. Mexican woman. Yeah, it's just. It gets a little intense.
I'm looking at Al. Is that right? Is that right?
What?
It's right. It's right.
Actually, the other week too. Actually, just this last weekend, there was another shooting at Huntington Beach here. Obviously, Orange County here where I live.
They make choppers there, right?
How's that possible? Aren't guns illegal in California?
Oh no, not illegal. They're just like heavily fucking regulated. Like, you can't own a gun that goes pew.
I still think it's weird that you're just like, oh yeah, this is another shooting. Cops just like lit him the fuck up and like.
Oh, okay, so
all this
where I live, dude. When I first moved here, all it ever was every single fucking night, and I'm not exaggerating. It was every night. There was gunshots, police sirens, and helicopters. That's what I had, that noise that I would listen to outside of my house falling asleep at night. I am so desensitized to it all.
Once again, if you live in a badass state like me and fucking Donnie do, where it's like, you can fire fucking bazookas if you want to, just be careful, guys.
Pretty much. Yeah,
we hear some pisshead outside. We're kind of like, what's going on? You kind of.
I have trained my ears to listen to the sound. I can distinguish between what is a firework and what is a gunshot.
Right.
And I can tell you what kind of round is being fired. 9mm, fucking 40mm. I can tell you that.
Lisa says, "What do you think? What do you guys think about the differences in the way American and British police handle things?"
Well, America was built on white supremacy, so of course the police are going to shoot people of color.
Yeah, that's
most police are going to shoot. I'm not gonna like, you know.
Just remind you guys,
Charity
we're doing this
charity
for
event.
Lincoln Davis charity fund. Make sure you donate for.
Sorry, drunk and telling the truth. Fuck.
Okay, so here's something that might blow your mind, Shane, since we haven't spoken in a while. So, where I live in the middle of nowhere, and I wanted to test fire my new handgun. I got a brand new handgun, so
So you just walked outside your house and pew pew pew.
Well, kind of. So I called. I wanted to be
Pretty
safe
much.
about it. There's no one behind
Yeah,
my
right.
house. It's just a bunch of woods and trees and stuff. So I called the police. I was like, "Hey, so I want to test fire my new gun. Just hold on." And I was like, "Is there anything I need to do?" And they're like, "No." I'm like, "What if my neighbors call?" And they're like, "We'll tell them to deal with it." I was like, "Okie dokie." So I literally walked out my back porch and just started firing at a target, and everybody's cool with it. Nobody cares.
Yeah. Yep.
It's legit.
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
I have neighbors here in well, not here, but where I used to live in Fremont, New Hampshire, which is a much smaller town.
Right.
And they moved from Massachusetts and they liked guns. And this is in the 90s or so that they moved to Fremont. And while the person was showing them the house, someone was target shooting like down the block or something, down the road. I mean, it's a small town, so probably a mile away, someone's shooting. And these people looked at the realtor and said, "Is that normal?" And the realtor said, "Oh yeah, people shoot around here all the time." And they were like, "We'll take it." That was their deciding factor.
Smart. Yeah.
And then they shot all the time in their backyard.
Well, I think that's a good thing because I guess depending on where you live, if you're not in a poverty-stricken area, you would have more citizens that are responsible and law-abiding gun owners, and you know that they're being as responsible as they can. I think for the most part, you can say that. Having said that, though, I think you're safe to move into a neighborhood like that because you'll be like, okay, cool. Everyone has their gun. Like, no one's gonna fucking try and break into any fucking house in this goddamn neighborhood. You know what I mean?
That's a pretty good assumption.
Right.
Alex,
So,
do you have a story for after this?
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking, I was like, maybe we get off the politics.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. That'd be good.
I do. I have a really funny story.
It's my
actually.
fault.
It's okay.
That's okay.
We're what 15 hours in. We're kind of just like, yeah, we'll just go with the flow, guys.
Just go with
you
it.
guys, you take us with you.
Even flow. Sorry. Pearls are
Okay, this is a story that I think is the second case I've seen whilst doing the Weekly Bazaar, which we've been doing for the last couple of years. I thought it'd be funny to share. And this is a story of a drunk man that ended up joining the search party to find himself.
Oh, I saw this one too.
Nice.
That's been going around for like ever.
Yeah.
How old is this article?
No, this is a new story.
This one happened again.
21. It happened today.
Yeah.
Or like
Why does that guy look like Hunter S. Thompson a little bit?
it's DB Cooper, guys.
I was just gonna say DB Cooper.
I want pictures
Deep-
of Spider-Man.
Absolutely DB Cooper.
This is Alex's turn, everyone. Shh. Go ahead, Alex.
Sorry. It says here, a missing person in Turkey took a strange twist after the man who had reported us. What? As having my reading, by the way, is like gone. Sorry, as
like Shane, yeah.
having disappeared, revealed himself to be part of the rescue party looking for him. According to news reports, the 50-year-old man named Bayan Mutli had been reported missing to the authorities in the rural area near the city of Inegol by his friends, who said that they had gone drinking before Mutlu ended up wandering off drunkenly into the surrounding woodlands and didn't return.
Is he the guy with the plan right there next to him? He looks really well dressed for a guy that's missing and been drunk all the time.
That's a really cool move. Like,
I know,
I don't know that I could intentionally do that, but I do think that it would be fun to accidentally just like get hammered, walk off into some deep dark woods, and then people come looking, and I'm like, "What's going on, everyone?" And
There's an underlined statement. What
they're
Don
like, "We're searching for this man. He's missing," and I'm like, I can totally help you guys. I'm definitely in the right state of mind. I'm ready to help.
All the points that Donnie's bringing up is very true because there's two different points that Donnie bringing up. There's the overtone of a drunken guy being so drunk and looking for himself in a search party, but the underlying tone of that, and the second part of this man's mentality is that he's very concerned about who's missing.
Right? Yeah.
And he's actually a concerned
totally
citizen.
want to help you guys.
That's
they show him a picture, they show him a picture of himself,
and he's
like,
just so...
I know that guy. I know I recognize him. I just can't place it right now.
Can you imagine,
motherfucker.
right?
So tired.
Can you imagine if his missus was a detective?
That's my husband. Oh, you imagine the fight that they would have and like the argument that she would just
get in the fucking car.
Yeah.
It would probably end up being. It'd be like, you told me you were at church.
What I find really funny about this is that it says here that the search and rescue mission was put together immediately. They're like, no, this guy's that important. We need to search for him right away. If that was the UK or the US, it'd be like, 48 hours.
Oh, yeah, big time.
It would depend on who it is that's missing in the US, and then they'll decide whether or not they want to put it.
It does depend. I'm going to agree with you there. If it's a missing white woman here in America,
it's
all hands on deck right away. Call the FBI.
We got a missing white woman.
Yeah. When they're like, she's missing and she's a person of color and her boyfriend deals heroin. Not even heroin. I'm not even gonna go that deep. Her boyfriend deals marijuana. They're gonna be like, nah, we can probably deal with that.
A person of color who's been missing for
call us
3 days.
back if they're still missing in a year.
Sorry, we didn't even bother to look, but fuck you.
You know what? We sent an officer down the block. And they turned around and came back.
There was a dog. It could be a canine trained dog. So go use that dog.
Why do you think they stopped using milk cartons? Do you think it's nobody wants to look at missing people while they eat their
Who the
cereal?
fuck
I think it's because
milk anymore?
nobody buys milk in a carton. Because everyone buys it in a jug, and
I was saying, who the fuck drinks milk
in a jug?
People are like,
and NICAP doesn't want to pay to put a missing person on whatever.
If they put those photos on soy milk cartons, I think a lot more vegans would be like, "Oh my god, there's someone."
Yeah, there'd be a lot more care if they put it on almond milk or something.
Yeah.
So it says there that was when one man within the group stepped forward and asked, "Who are we looking for?" I'm right here.
Yeah.
I got a real asshole. I hope you guys never find him.
Hilarious would it have been if like he was just like a part of this missing group, and searching for him, and he's like, "Wait a minute." They're going around
That's
saying,
what I hope. The real
and
story.
they're describing me, and the photos look kind of like me. Like once he started sobering up, how long did he realize? Like, oh fuck, they're looking for me.
Yeah, I hope the real story is like.
Boy puts up the courage to actually step forward and actually put his hand.
He's
up.
like,
how long was he like? Oh
yeah.
my god!
Once he realized in his head, once he realized, like, fuck, they're looking for me. What do I say? How do I go about this without looking like a fucking idiot? Like, oh my god.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because I wonder, would I like if it were me? Would I step up right away and be like, "Oh, that's me," or do I go out into the woods and I'm like, "I'm going to help you guys search," and then I go out into the woods and then I just fall asleep under a log?
You'd be like, "You found me."
Yeah, I just lay down and I'm like,
I always wanted to win at hide and seek.
Yeah, just lay down somewhere.
Then you got a mission circle thing, right? Because then everyone would be like, "Hold on a minute. Well, you're there, so where's the guy that just walks into the woods?"
Yeah, right. Yeah, then they got another problem. Yeah, I guess they got another problem.
Yeah.
And then that would be a true crime, like missing person podcast. This man went missing, but someone joined us, and he was found, but a person who was searching for him never turned up.
That looked exactly the same as him.
Oh shit! What do we do? And then he's just stuck in this cycle of repeatedly going out, and he goes out searching for the person he was impersonating, and then he finds himself and loses himself over and over again.
But Donnie, aren't we all just trying to find ourselves?
I know, yeah, we are just all trying to find our own way.
Yeah.
Just trying to find our way home.
Have you ever found Jesus? I didn't know I was supposed to be looking for him.
It's all just Forrest Gump for a couple.
Yeah, right. I always wanted to be like to have a role, like just in a wheelchair, just like how Gary Sinise was like, he's like, they gave you the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he like Forrest Gump still has his back turned to him. He's like, that sounds like Lieutenant Dan. And then he turns around. And I don't know why. It's one of like my favorite scenes in that movie.
Oh my goodness gracious. I got another story here if anybody wants me to read it.
What you got?
One more, I think.
Okay, so check this out. Mac and cheese is the ice cream you never thought you'd need, and now it's hard to get.
Yeah, I still don't need it.
Why the
Okay,
fuck
mac and
are you
cheese,
using
yeah.
those words in that
It's-
same
Yeah,
sentence?
Hey, once again, it's written by NPR. You can't deny these people. Mac and
Uh.
cheese. It's cheesy, it's creamy, it's warm and buttery. Oh, and one more thing, it's now an ice cream flavor, and many people are asking why.
Yeah, that is a great question. Why?
Yeah, I know, right? We are living in the last days, comedian Josh Prey said on YouTube. Is this a terrible idea? Absolutely. Should this have never been made? Gosh, no. This comes from the mind of a first grader. Go fucking figure. The limited
Was it
edition
Ralph
flavor-
Wiggum?
Yes, it was. Then the limited edition
I mean,
flavor
mac and
created
cheese ice
in
cream.
celebration of National Mac and Cheese Day by Kraft. Ew, it's made by Kraft. Gross.
Ugh.
Hit stores Wednesday. It's received its fair share of public outcry and social media, but the cold and cheesy treat is still sold out nearly everywhere. The companies wanted to combine two of the most iconic comfort foods to create an ice cream with an unforgettable flavor of Kraft macaroni and cheese we all grew up with. Ew. And Emily Violet, senior associate brand manager for Kraft macaroni and cheese, in its news release, the ice cream is gluten-free, carries
Of
with
course
it
it is.
Kraft mac and cheese's iconic yellow-orange flavor. Van Leeuwen sells it for $12 a fucking
Agent Orange
pint.
flavor.
$12 a pint.
That's way too.
Alongside
Yeah.
with its others flavor, including Earl Grey tea. Ew. And a variety of other vegan options. Go fucking figure. At
Of
last, it did before it crashed because the number of people trying to buy it. Okay, so first of all, really quickly, because I know we're running low on time, does anyone actually like Kraft mac and cheese in this room?
Yes, I do actually. I was actually offended when you said that.
Never tried it.
It's
You know, I
amazing.
mean, I
It's
grew up with
delicious.
it. I grew up with it. Yeah, I grew up with it, but I think I've upgraded since then to create your own
It goes
dishes.
great with Coke and my kind of Coke, not Tom's kind of Coke.
Yeah. Shh. Anyways, Coca-Cola is a great drink.
He said the magic word. I gotta be back right now. Hold on.
No, shh. Anyways.
I'm not leaving yet.
Do they have boxed mac and cheese over in the UK?
Not really. No. I mean, yes, you can get it, but usually
people
you
don't
get
buy
like
it.
a
How have
tin.
you never had it?
Well,
if
you
you
remember,
it's
like,
usually in a tin.
But
tin? What do you mean a
even
tin?
in the UK, we kind of almost believe in food quality. It's
Oh
gotta
my
actually
God.
be
What's
food before
that?
we eat it.
I don't know, mate. Have you seen some of the things you can get in a tin?
I know, but I mean,
I've
like,
ate British food. It's not that good.
I hear a lot of bad stuff about British food. No offense. Yeah, I gotta agree with Tom.
What do you hear about bad British
Yeah,
food?
let's dig into
I've
that.
had British food.
Beans
It's not
on
good.
Beans for breakfast.
Beans on toast is the. Oh
Right,
my
okay.
God, Bruno!
If you are still, if you're British and you're still awake and you're still watching your the show,
If you're Mexican and you're still awake and you're watching
let
the
us
show,
know
you
your
can
thoughts
agree
on
with there's
beans
different
on
types of
toast.
beans.
Yes.
I know Reifenberg is going to kick off about beans on toast. What about cheese on
Oh, yeah.
toast?
cheese on toast.
You mean a grilled cheese sandwich?
Yeah, right.
yeah,
Exactly.
No,
A
toast,
grilled,
toast.
a grilled
Toast.
cheese is
Cheese,
fine.
Yeah. The moment you
Yeah.
throw like some beans on that motherfucking thing. I mean, okay, so here's
Hey,
the thing.
wait. Can I
Sure.
admit real quick? I was watching videos on grilled cheese sandwiches, and instead of using butter, I started using mayonnaise to get a nice crisp
Yeah. it's
sear
delicious.
on for the
I've never
outside
done
of
that.
the
Never
sandwich.
heard that.
Started using mayonnaise
Yeah.
on the outside of the sandwich that you know
Yeah.
you're gonna bite into, and then put your cheese in between that.
Okay.
It's good shit, dude.
America.
If you want a crispy
Yeah,
grilled cheese
America.
sandwich, that was it. Go on, Tom. What were you gonna say?
I don't even remember, but we have
God fucking damn it.
We have the next guest showing up anyway, so really we gotta kind of like we gotta
Cut
kind
it
of
short,
bring this
yeah.
whole we gotta kind of short. But
Because
I
Shane
don't
made us run late.
Okay, no, he did not. But anyways, so okay, if you were to be like, hey Tom, here's a nice like artisan loaf of bread, and I made some beans heavy on the bacon, maple, brown sugar, something along those lines, it might be a little more palatable to us Americans who need a lot of sugar and bacon to make things go down.
Nope.
Yeah,
I
but
just
you
need
haven't tried it
beans.
yet, though. That's the thing, though.
I'm
is like,
Mexican. I just prefer beans or
oh,
refried beans.
frijoles to you.
¿Sabes qué? Cállate, güey.
I think you're drunk.
I think I am.
Beans on toast is well nice.
I mean, like, but the problem is, I think it's like really the look of it all, like, because it looks like you guys just take
Haven't
like some.
seen some of the stuff you eat.
Yes.
Have you seen some of the stuff you people eat?
Oh my God, the food that we eat over here is amazing. It's the reason that there's a weight problem or whatever.
Yeah. That's the reason why we're number one in obesity, number one in ignorance, and number one in mass shootings. America.
It's
USA.
Our food is so good. Let me tell you something. Trans fat, cholesterol, sugar, I'll take it all. Nice Sunday cheat day, like a 12-inch stack of waffles with strawberries and syrup.
You want a lucky
and,
strike
and
with
whipped
this?
cream and maple syrup on all of it. Yep. It's just so damn good.
Give it to me. What are you, a fairy? Of course I want cigarettes with that sandwich.
Mm-hmm. Go to a nice gas station and buy a gas station whoopie pie.
Oh, they're about to say gas station sandwich.
900 calories. 900 calories in one bite. You can't go wrong.
Pie.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
come on.
it's like a cake and then like cream filling and then cake on the bottom.
Yes.
Dude.
It's like a cake sandwich with cream in the middle.
Yeah, it's America.
Yeah, it's America for sure.
Not really. I mean, think of like a Twinkie filling, but instead of having like a cake surrounding it all
Yeah.
the way,
Yeah.
it's like, you know what ice cream sandwich is, Shane?
Yeah.
Is it a bit like a custard slice? Do you have those?
I don't know what that is.
It's like icing, pastry, and then like custard, and then pastry.
All right,
Okay,
Alex.
so without
Alex, you're
the
gonna have to
custard-
come visit America because I'm not sure. I'm gonna go starving if I go to
Google
fucking
it right now.
Italy.
Fuck you,
Man, if I give you an hour in Greg's, I'm never leaving the UK again. I'm telling you.
Google custard slice. Google right now, custard slice UK.
We don't
That's
have
nice.
Custard slice UK. I
I
gotta
thought
ask my friend
custard
Hunter
was
about
cheese, but oh yeah, okay. That looks like something that would show up on
that. What you got?
MasterChef.
What you got? What you got?
You can
Is
use
there a
your
photo?
You can buy
Is
it
there a
in
photo?
Greg's.
Literally buy it in Greg's.
Literally.
Does anybody want to share this picture?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Images. There we go.
I thought you said I'm a jizz. I'm a jizz. I'm a
There you go.
jizz.
Yeah.
That's
So
a-
vanilla custard slice. So go images.
I've got one here. I've got one here.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I got it.
In your hands?
I've
Yeah,
got
there you go.
Here's what I made earlier. We have got donuts over there, which I haven't been able to nibble at yet because I need to get away from the microphone for an hour. But we've got JC Reifenberg coming up in a second with the amazing
Yeah, so
Erik
the,
Pflueger.
the top right there, the one with
Oh, the one in the middle there.
ice-
That one there in the middle.
Which one?
Fourth across in the middle.
this one.
And again, one more to the left.
Oh yeah,
That one. That's a custard
Yeah.
slice.
Yeah.
yeah. That doesn't
Looks
look.
like cake.
It doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look
No,
like a
it's
whoopie
good.
pie.
No,
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's no whoopie pie.
Bring up a whoopie pie really quick before we get out of
Yeah.
here.
Ryan says
Yeah.
that looks like a lemon bar.
That's what I was kind of thinking, Ryan. Thank you.
My mum
Sunday
says
roast.
nothing wrong with good old Sunday roast.
Yeah.
Ryan says stop. I probably shouldn't do these backwards, should I?
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
look at these.
macaroon.
Look at these. I'm fucking hungry right now.
That's a whoopie
It's
pie.
macaroon, isn't it?
No, that's not a macaroon.
No, it's softer than macaroon.
Yeah.
No, while Jamie is in here, somebody mentioned biscuits and gravy.
Oh,
Jamie
yes.
tried to make biscuits and gravy, and the verdict was
Terrible.
nice but weird.
I think because you made the wrong biscuits. He's like, "Oh, you mean cookies? Yeah, I
Which
know how
is
to do that."
which is
Oh,
funny
oh.
enough because that's how my wife describes making love with me. Nice but weird.
I've had better.
No, never said that. Nice but weird is the critic.
Hey, that's
Nice
a good one, Shane. I gotta give it to Shane. That's a good one.
I'm out of here. I'm sad.
Donnie, tell people about your show.
My show is Adulting with Donnie. It's available on all podcasting platforms. Again, it's just my weekly ranting session. Occasionally, my mate, jumps in either with me or yells from the hallway, one of the two. And for the most part, it's whatever I come up with through the week for like entertainment, like entertainment news, or sometimes political news, but I try not to go too hard on political news. Something that I saw on social media, or something that I saw at the gym, or something that I've seen at work, or it's just a walk through my fucking random thoughts through the week.
What I love about your show, Donnie, and I do tune in sometimes because I work the nights, so I'm at the same time. And, or sometimes I'll
Appreciate you.
I'll catch it. It's not like look at me, look. It's just kind of like, guys, this is just Donnie talk. Like, it's just down to earth.
Yeah.
What it is. Whereas me, I'm kind of like, I'm gonna dye my beard green. Look at this. Look at me.
Such an orc. Sorry.
Okay, our next guest here, but anyone that was listening this entire time that wants to see me in Adulting Donnie go hunt for a Sasquatch in the Vermont,
duck.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
And like, no, not that, maybe that part, but like at least the searching for the Sasquatch part happened first. Definitely right into either Adulting Donnie or right into the podcast.
Catch
we
me.
will go do this next summer. When
I'm on the let's see here. I'm on the Gram, Adulting Donnie, and Facebook, Adulting with Donnie podcast.
I got a Gram too.
And then Facebook, or you can email me adultingdonniepod@gmail.com.
Amazing. What we're going to do now is me and Jamie. I'm going to give Shane, Tom, and David a bit of a rest. I've sent you guys the schedule. We're going to speak because I want to slow it down a little bit. So a nice, gentle conversation with me, Jamie, JC Reifenberg, and Erik Pflueger. We're going to talk some Star Wars.
Excellent.
Can
Hey,
you
good
hold a
luck. Good luck with
conversation about Star Wars, Shane?
Pod Aid.
No, he's out. Yeah.
Appreciate you, Donnie, and good luck to you with all the stuff you got coming up, man. All your podcast
Thanks, buddy.
stuff, and
Good to talk to you. Good to see you again.
Good seeing you again, dude. And give our regards to your mate. And
I will
tell her how proud.
Tom, it's been too long. You got to fucking talk to me.
Dude, absolutely. We will talk, and especially after the show. Everybody, Adulting with Donnie, man.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, guys.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to play this is the walk a patient would make if they went to the Lingen Davis Center. This is what we're fighting for. We're trying to raise money for those extra scanners, the extra bits of equipment, and the extra bits that make people's lives easier when they're suffering from cancer. So here is our walk of the patient, and we will be joined later after this by JC Reifenberg and Erik Pflueger. So enjoy this. And thank you, Donnie. Thank you, David. And thank you, Tom. We'll see you guys later on in the show.
Yes, sir.
This is the walk of the patient we do.
Yeah.
If you want to do the walk.
If you want a timeline here, I like to get some outline.
Oh, that's it.
So we have got progression pictures up as well. This is a wait scenario down here. Move the bucket.
Amazing.
So basically the patients come down the stairs, check in with the ladies, whether it's for chemotherapy, outpatients or radiotherapy.
Consultation.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. So a radiotherapy patient would have this way.
It's very good.
It's the old CT machine. Obviously, Lyndon Davis are actually funding our new CT machines. They're actually going to be replacing this one.
Wow.
Not in this room. I can take you into the room.
I've never seen one of these up front. Sounds daft, but I've never seen one. So.
Oh, right, okay.
They're massive, aren't they?
Yeah. Wow. Wait till you see the Linacs. Hopefully you never get to see a Linac. No, you don't want to be in here.
No.
So this is an... is like something out of, I don't know. If you think a CT was big.
Oh my gosh.
So basically, the patient lies on the couch, and then the couch goes forward, and the machine can go round, and there's lasers and beams, and if you want more technical stuff, you can get one of the technicians in. And then there's these sort of green panels, there's beams that come across to make sure, because the CT they have is then put into this machine, and they lie on top of each other to make sure that it's so precise, the actual treatment.
That's amazing.
So this board we have here, anyone can look at. They can see what nurse is in charge, the date. This is obviously yesterday's diary, really. How many nurses are on duty, how many clerks, how many HCAs, which doctor is on call, how many visitors are, but we don't have any visitors at the moment because patients are coming on their own, how many staff are off sick, how many patients they expect for the day, and how many. So we expected 50 patients yesterday and 296 for this week having chemotherapy or immunotherapy. Massive numbers. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Huge. And you think that's a backlog because of COVID?
No, this is we
normal.
Busy,
that's normal.
but we are full. We've always been full. Unfortunately, cancer grows, isn't it? And more people are catching it, and it's 1 in 2 now, isn't it? Yeah. The statistics are 1 in 2.
What's the morning like then? Do you guys come in and have a handover, talk about what's going to happen today?
When they've arrived, they do their prep for their line because they have so many patients. They call a line, and that nurse is responsible for all those patients on that line for that day. Then they will have a meeting just to catch up if they're concerned about any of the patients coming in. With a consultant, and then all the patients start arriving.
Amazing.
So the patients are starting coming now, actually. There's one coming back.
Okay, so we best get out of here.
Hey guys, we were just planning this next part of the show because it's something that we've been looking forward to an awful lot. So I was just taking Jamie through, and Jamie, I'm going to leave you to sort of take the lead on this. I'm going to play co-host, and we're going to be speaking to a guest you've interviewed.
We
before,
are.
Right?
We have got 2 incredible guests for you. 2 people who are very passionate about a certain subject, a certain thing that was set a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So should we introduce our guests?
Absolutely. I will introduce one guest, I'll say my co-host, my lead host, and I'm kind of like the background figure for Yelling at Clouds with the one, the only, Mr. Erik Pflueger. How's it going, Erik? You all right?
Yeah, hello. I'm great. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
All the better for seeing you, sir. Well, hearing you. Can't see you.
A little bit tired. No, but we're getting there.
We're seeing a hieroglyph of me.
That works. That works.
It does. It works. And then you bring in...
And, of course, fighting against Mr. Pflueger this evening, we have former USUP Chronicles guest, the incredible Mr. J.C. Reifenberg.
Hello.
There he is. Look at that background.
I feel like I'm in Cool World or Bebe's Kids or something with Eric's animated avatar here. Like, what's going on?
Hello, JC. It's more like a Filmation thing since the face barely moves. But hello, it is an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah,
actually,
I feel like we've been in each other's orbits quite a bit for years and never crossed paths directly. We've just taken over the show. I'm sorry.
No problem. It was just waiting for the right time. In fact, you met one of my secret agents only last night at your most recent Batman Beyond episode. A friend of mine, Chris Vasco, was the first of 2 people to read off the definition of cuffing. And I am very pleased that he got to say hi and get the lay of the land before I came in there swinging, going, I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to fight.
So, JC, you were a guest on my show, USOC Chronicles. It was absolutely incredible to sit down and talk to you. Thank you so much for coming back to us. But how have you been? How's things with the cantina?
Everything's good. Things have been busy. Life's always busy. I have a 10-month-old daughter who takes up all of my time in the most
Selfish, aren't they, kids?
wonderful
It's
way.
just the worst, honestly. I mean,
but yeah, things are. I can't complain. Yeah, I mean, I could, but I don't have any right to.
I was actually gonna ask if you two had ever crossed paths, because obviously you do have the common link that is Mr. Smith.
Erik, I think I have one of your shirts, which is the Ralph Garman, Kevin Smith, Hollywood Babylon as Slimer and a Ghostbuster.
Wow.
From 2012-ish, maybe.
I don't believe that was me.
not you?
My Babylon work was very specific. I probably might have gotten around to a Ghostbuster themed image had there been a market for one, but no. Mystery Science Theater, sure. A bunch of stuff, sure. Also, I must give a shout out to the absolutely talented Nate Gonzalez, who does a hell of a lot of work for Kevin now. I salute him. He is a brilliant artist whose work is just beautiful. Get some if ever you're around, folks.
Hey, I should have asked before we went on. Is this a PG broadcast, or where do we live?
No, the PG ended a long time ago, my friend. Don't worry.
Okay, so I can speak freely.
You can speak freely, indeed.
Good.
So basically, what we want to do with this, it's the Star Wars debate. We have a bunch of subjects here. We've said 5 minutes per subject each, but we know it could go longer. We know it could go shorter. And basically, we just want you to give your opinions on said subject.
yeah, so we've got like, I wouldn't say one word subjects, but they're very basic. So we've done a bit of scouting about some of the things that a lot of Star Wars fans have different opinions on. And they're all kind of in the movie universe as well. So we haven't gone off canon or anything like that. So don't worry about that. We're not going to try.
You're going to try to get us canceled, is what you're going to try to do.
We're just going to have some fun with this, okay? So I don't want anybody to get angry or anything in the comments. But what we'll do is we'll give you guys sort of like 5 minutes to talk about said subject, and then in the comments we'll get you guys to say who won, and then we'll find out. We'll give you a point each for every round you've won, and talk about who's the winner. I think it's.
Let's open it up with an easy one. Passionate thoughts about The Last Jedi. Go.
Well,
yeah. That's. I mean, we can go in there. Let's do that.
No. I'm joking. I'm just trying to throw stuff out there that's gonna get my bar shut down.
So how are we going to decide who goes first? What do you think?
Let's just go for alphabetical order. Erik, you'll go first. We'll just do it that way.
Really? Okay.
E, F, G, H, I, J. That's how the alphabet works. Yeah. It's been a few hours, guys. We've been going since 9 a.m. It's now midnight. Yeah, so it's been quite a while. So the first one I wanted to go for, and Erik will start first. I'm going to get a timer on my. Not that it matters. We're not going to be really like anal with it. I got a fucking smartwatch. I walked all the way around the table, and I've got a freaking timer here. We're going to give you 5 minutes to talk about Obi-Wan's version of High Ground. Okay. Yeah. Or
wow.
Yeah. We're talking.
That is an arcane one. Okay, I'll see what I can do.
And go.
Okay, Obi-Wan's version of High Ground, well, he himself was perfectly sober, so high is a subjective term. But no, we'll go with literal high here. Also, damn, I am trapped. I would have had a much better time with something like midichlorians. But that said, it's more of I soak up the Mustafar thing mostly because it's an absolutely beautiful environment. Not so much like I don't think tactically in terms of wow, high ground, low ground. Really, just Anakin was just making a completely arrogant mess of himself, and I guess that's what the scene was trying to symbolize, that he had grown entirely too overconfident, and thus Obi-Wan quickly put an end to that. But apart from that, yeah, we just seem to make it a kind of meme or series of jokes, and I can't quite personally wrap my head around why, but that's okay. Each to his own. That is the best I can do on the high ground one. I yield to JC and to his greater expertise.
We got a minute and a half out of you, Erik. I think that'll
pathetic.
JC will throw the same to you. Obi-Wan's version of the high ground.
You know, I think in Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan says, "Don't try it, Anakin. I have the high ground." And you know, Anakin's arrogance, he thinks he can jump over Obi-Wan and it's no problem. But I think what that really set off Obi-Wan along a different path where he felt like he could just lie for the rest of the series about whatever it was he felt. Like when Luke is like, when Luke was like, "Hey, tell me about my father, old Ben." And Ben's like, "Well, he was a great pilot, but I had the high ground." Like, I feel like, and then in Return of the Jedi, when Luke is like, "You told me Vader betrayed and murdered my father. Like, you liar." Obi-Wan's like, "I did have the high ground." Meaning he doesn't literally have the high ground throughout the rest of his life. It's a more of a metaphorical high ground in that, like, I'm the only Jedi who survived, and that means I can do whatever I want.
Wonderful.
That wasn't as exciting as it could have been, but that's what I'm
Can
going
I-
to go with.
Can I supplement that by saying that, yes, if we were to build on that, that is simply one more piece of evidence that the Jedi Order itself, and indeed its representatives, Obi-Wan being one of them, had succumbed to corruption bit by bit over time, and that this is part of the manifestation of that. Something that continues to be a theme going throughout the saga up until Luke basically uses it as a revolver and says, "Now, having seen all this, give me one good reason why I shouldn't pull the trigger on the Order right here." Interesting payoff to the theme.
I also wonder, you know, like Obi-Wan must have been in little Jedi camp the day that they learned about having the high ground, but he missed the day when they're like talking about planets, and it's like, well, this planet isn't in the computer, so it must not exist. And then Yoda must have been like, "Oh, Obi-Wan, you were ditching school again to go and flirt with the Duchess." Simply somebody deleted it off of the hard drive of the Jedi archives. Like, I don't think Obi-Wan, I think, had a very selective education. You know, he's like, "Oh, Yoda trained me for 8 minutes," and then Qui-Gon did. I don't know. I don't get the Obi-Wan love that everybody has. I don't think he's the greatest Jedi. That's going to get me canceled.
His arc, in a way, is like that of Morpheus in the Matrix film, in that he starts as the Doctrinaire, but ends up having those Doctrinaire assumptions demolished bit by bit over time.
Obi-Wan definitely reminds me of a Bible salesman, by the way. He's kind of like, "You're not supposed to sleep with the people you sell the Bibles with, Anakin." You know, he's kind of like, he's always telling Anakin what he can't do. He's never like, "Oh, but have you seen this cool shit we can do?" Like, he's just fucking, yeah.
Yeah, where was Obi-Wan? You know, because George came out and was like, you know, Jedi can have sex. They just can't fall in love. Where was Obi-Wan? Like, where was that scene where like Obi-Wan sits down with Anakin and be like, "Anakin, as a Jedi, we have this amazing free pass to sleep around and not have to do anything else." Like, where was that talk? Where was the bro talk? Where was the like you know, the the
pet talk,
spacing,
Yeah.
the fraternity talk, you know.
The
Also,
space birds and space bees.
yeah, I think Obi-Wan was not very. He didn't lay the rules down very cleanly.
Right. Okay. I think we can call that one. I mean, getting there. Who won that one, Erik or JC? I don't think we need to find a winner here. We're just having a great conversation, aren't we? I mean, like, there's no reason to do it as a competition, unless you guys really do want to go head to head and smash this one out.
I mean, you play the game to win, guys. You play the game to win.
Okay.
So you're talking to JC, the man that his life goal as a child was to be the person that knows the most about Star Wars in the world.
Okay. So who won that debate? Get in there. Was it JC or was it Erik? I see there's a few people watching. By the way, I want to get up into double figures. Let's get this stream shared, people. Let's get more people watching and let's get some money raised. We're doing this for amazing. You saw Ling and Davis just there. Let's make some money for it.
We'll use Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan was like preseason. That was like warm up.
Yeah. David says JC. We'll let that one build up. Okay, the next one. I'll let Jamie pick one of these. We won't go in order. We'll go in one that you want to pick.
Well, this one is as one of you mentioned, The Last Jedi. This was quite a what's the word I'm after here? A
good film.
Controversial topic
Providing
in that movie. Floating in space, Leia.
I think because we went with Erik first last time, we'll go with JC first on this. What do you reckon?
Yeah. I'm just gonna play devil's advocate. Okay.
Cop out.
I'm gonna say, yeah, okay. Leia Poppins is a good thing. And I'm going to say that Leia Poppins is a good thing because as we learned from James Gunn in Guardians of the Galaxy, that the skin actually does a really good job of insulating yourself from the elements. And we find out in Rise of Skywalker that Leia was trained as a Jedi by Luke Skywalker. So, being out in a vacuum for, 20 minutes or whatever it was before she woke up and flew home. If it's good enough for Star-Lord and we're willing to let that pass, I think we can allow Princess Leia to have a moment out in space, amongst the cosmic dust without getting too critical about that. And also, I guess in like a unexciting, strange way, it's the first time we ever see Leia use her force powers, right? So that's very exciting in that, since Return of the Jedi, or since Empire Strikes Back, and then Return of the Jedi, we have been hearing about there is another Skywalker. And then we find out it's Leia, and Luke is like, if I don't come back, you're the only Jedi left, and you got to pick up from where I left off. And then seemingly she doesn't. And we read a bunch of novels saying that she never trained as a Jedi. And then those got discounted and erased. And now here we are, in The Last Jedi, and look at that, she is a Jedi. So I'll take it as a win from a very like strange childhood certain point of view.
Amazing.
I like that. That was good.
I'm so muted because
I love it.
Yes.
This one I am prepared for, and JC has set me up magnificently. Thank you. Okay, I agree with JC. I like the sequence. I agree with the sequence. I agree with the purpose of the sequence. It is entirely logical that we should want to start demonstrating that Leia actually has force powers and that she uses them if we are going to set up the idea that Leia will be the remaining master to train Rey. Now, why then should it have come up for any kind of controversy? As Alex, you and I have talked about this in the past, there have been unrealistic things in Star Wars before when it comes to matters like this. Didn't we make a joke about Anakin and Obi-Wan fighting on top of lava, standing literally on top of it and being fine? But apparently Leia can't take vacuum.
And then there's Luke. Oh, I seem to have dropped my hand. I'm going to jump through a space station to catch it. See you later. Bye. You know.
Indeed. So adherence to absolute hard physics is not necessary and has never been needed in Star Wars. Why then did it come up for controversy? Obviously because it was execution dependent. And yes. And JC, you said it perfectly. She seemed out there for how many minutes? Now, in truth, I measured that. In screen time, she is not out there for even perhaps a minute of screen time. But considering that other scenes are put in between her being blown out of the Raddus and her pulling herself back into the Raddus, it just feels like she's out there longer. She is out there for too long for the audience to feel like they can accept it. And
also, she's wearing the stupidest costume for space flight.
Also, yes, it gave the impression of flying when we both know that wasn't the case. She pulled herself towards a larger object.
It also looked really cheap. Now I'm changing my opinion. It looked like a 2D After Effects composite as well.
It really comes down to a larger issue. Star Wars is not adherent to hard sci-fi physics. Never was. It was always a callback to the old science fiction serials, Flash Gordon Conquers the Universe, and so on. Those serials were written by people who knew absolutely nothing about physics and cared less, and were making it for an audience that cared less still. So if you're going to make any kind of homage to that format, yeah, Star Wars being space opera can't be hard physics. And worrying like how long Leia's out there before whatever is expected of a human body to happen in a vacuum will happen isn't necessary, and it's aside the point.
I'll make a counterpoint to that in that we did have 12 and a half hours of established rules of the universe set forth by episodes 1 through 6. And then if you want to get really crazy, the Ewok movies and everything else that kind of said like, hey, this is what the physics of the world are. This is what somebody can survive. This is what they can't survive. This is how the Force works. This is how people train. This is how people get access to it. This is how people do this. This is how people do that. For 6 movies that then, was largely ignored in the final 3. So that's just screenwriting 101, right? You set up the rules of your world, and then you have to abide by the rules of the world throughout the rest of it. Because if all of a sudden you throw people, at a right turn and you don't explain how or why, everything in the universe falls apart.
If I may suggest a way of an alternative solution, although we are simply Monday morning quarterbacking, what would make that scene a more functional version of what it's trying to be? Perhaps if it were more like Revenge of the Sith and Anakin and Obi-Wan were themselves exposed to vacuum, but used the Force to hold on, if not their own bare hands, almost immediately. In other words, the psychological feeling that Leia was out there too long contributed to the problem. And if she used the Force to grab onto some part of the bulkhead and pull herself in almost immediately, perhaps that might have felt more acceptable to a certain wing of the audience.
Or just like she's in a little pod of atmosphere, and then she uses the Force to pull herself back.
Indeed. I mean, possibly. Granted, again, Monday morning quarterbacking does no good, but us turning about the issue in a dispassionate way, and certainly a non-ideological way, certainly does no harm. Overall, I love The Last Jedi, and I will stand on it.
I'll always stand with the fact
I would love to stand on The Last Jedi as well.
Well taken. May I ask where you stand on the other two, just out of curiosity?
The sequel trilogy?
Yes, I guess the Abrams 2 as opposed to the Johnson 1.
What's the politically correct way to say this? I have seen The Last Jedi twice. I have seen Rise of Skywalker once. I've seen The Force Awakens like 4 or 5 times. And I've seen the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy 14 million times.
I'd say we're about neck and neck on those films. And
I also love Rogue One.
Me too. Very nicely.
Rogue One. Oh, a stroke to that. I'm telling you, it's amazing.
Good countercasting of Mads Mikkelsen there.
Okay, we're going to go with another subject. I'm going to choose one. Jar Jar.
Oh, this is the one I've been looking for.
Erik Pflueger, start with Jar Jar, please. I'm going to give you 5 minutes and go.
Hello. Misa liking Jar Jar Binks, and Misa tell you why.
For reasons that have almost little to nothing to do with the show, but the fact that I met and courted my wife by first meeting her at a mall food court, and a mutual friend of ours said, "Hey, you do voices, you do Jar Jar, right?" "Oh, do Jar Jar, do Jar Jar." "Oh, okay." But nevertheless, I broke it out.
Hello, Misa Jar Jar Binks.
And I'll be damned if that wasn't enough to get a first date. And then another
Good
date.
for you, Erik. Good for you. That's great.
You know, I'll do what I have to in order to woo. And Yvette loved it.
Shane goes, a man's got to do what a man's got to do. Yeah.
Damn right.
And to be truthful, okay, he may not have left a good impression at first, but he did eventually fall into a proper role for himself, particularly when the Clone Wars got started, when he became essentially Parsifal, the pure fool. And we began to like him a lot more in that respect.
Ooh, you still got three and a half.
Oh.
Minutes. Keep going, buddy. You got 5
Well,
minutes.
okay. Well, the question is, do we like Jar Jar Binks or not? I like him. He just was admittedly a hard sell. But like everything with the prequels, you turn it around in your head, roll it around on your taste buds, and eventually you do settle into some nice feeling there and go, yeah, I do get it. I like it.
What about the stuff we saw in Clone Wars? Do you feel like that added to his character?
Well, as I say, that's what kind of pushed him further into the Parsifal archetype, and he ended up doing some of his best stuff as a character there. There was that brief window where Ahmed Best was not playing him, and we said, hey, what is this? No,
That's
bring
probably the
Best
point where it's like,
back.
fuck you, Star Wars fans. I can't stand you no more. Go away. Leave me alone. I got my money. Leave me alone.
Who could blame him? But you know what? I'm glad that he stayed, and I'm glad he's here, and I still maintain that there's work to be done with his character, even now.
Erik, Sith or not?
Oh, yes. Alec loves to play around with the theory that, in fact, Jar Jar Binks is some kind of secret Sith who's really playing the Game of Thrones. And I agree with JC. Look at that face. That is my face. Sorry, Alex. You and your Joker beard are wrong.
You want to know how I got these scars?
Nice. Right, so you did 3 minutes. JC?
Okay, I'll take his other 2 and add my 5 plus.
I've been
some.
looking forward to this.
So Jar Jar Binks. Just in case you don't know, I have a life-size Jar Jar Binks in my dining room. I'm a very, very big cheerleader for Jar Jar, and I've actually written a Jar Jar prequel that takes place before the Phantom Menace that I want to do as a cartoon. But ultimately, the dislike for Jar Jar is not real. It's not real. And here's the reason why I say the dislike for Jar Jar is not real, or the hatred for Jar Jar is not real. Jar Jar is a character that was designed for kids. And if you speak to a child or you speak to somebody who was a kid in 1999 when that movie came out. I was 18 years old. I wasn't a kid. But if you talk to somebody who was like 7 or 8 years old, they love Jar Jar. And you talk to them now and they're like, Jar Jar sucks. But I loved him when I was a kid. And it's like, well, why don't you like him anymore? And it's always like, well, my dad called him Jar Jar stinks, or my older brother said I was an idiot for liking Jar Jar, or kids at school who had older brothers who told them they were dumb for liking Jar Jar told me I was dumb for liking Jar Jar. So I stopped liking Jar Jar, right? But he was made for kids. He succeeded in being on the screen for kids. He was their access to that world. And was extremely successful. So why doesn't the guy who was 18 years old when Star Wars Episode 1 came out like Jar Jar, right? Or 15 years old, or 14 years old, or 28 years old? Why doesn't that age group like Jar Jar? And I have a theory that when you meet Jar Jar, he is unabashedly who he is. Jar Jar is a character that when you first meet him and it's like, hey, Jar Jar, why were you banished? Oh, I'm clumsy. Oh, I'm not cool. Oh, I'm just who I am. I'm Jar Jar. And they kicked me out of town for it, right? And throughout the course of the movie, Jar Jar succeeds and wins people over by being true to who he is, not true to the shitty looks that Obi-Wan gives him or the threats from Boss Nass or anything like that. Jar Jar stays true to who he is inside. You know, Joseph Campbell wrote a lot about like the masks we wear, right? You are a different person when you're at home with your family than you are when you're at the bar, than you are at work. You wear a mask based on who is around you. And who are you really inside? Who are you in your own head? Jar Jar represents the person you are in your own head on screen in front of the entire galaxy. And that makes me uncomfortable, and it makes you uncomfortable, and it makes your older brother uncomfortable who told you were an idiot for liking Jar Jar. And that uncomfortableness also comes from when you are a kid, you are a certain way, and then you go to school and you're taught in school, not by teachers, but you're taught on the playground and you're taught in between classes and things like that, that the people who are different than you are to be teased. And either you're going to be the person who teases the people who are different, or you're going to be lumped in with the kids who are teased. And which one do you want to be? And nobody wants to get teased. So ultimately, there's like the one or two kids, the Jar Jar Binkses, who get teased because they show up to school and they like don't know what this word means, or they don't know what this is, or they don't know what that is. And instead of the class being like, look at how wonderful this person is, who's not afraid, who doesn't lie because he doesn't know what, you know, some weird sexual term is or something like that, they get teased. They get teased for showing up and being innocent, for being true to who they are. And then they learn that who they are isn't good enough. And so then they hide it, right? And then maybe in a couple years, the new kid comes to school and that kid, now you have a chance to tease that kid, right? So you
don't want to stop him.
Anyway, you're taught from a very young age that either you conform or you're teased, right? And Jar Jar never conformed. And because he never conformed, well, we're watching him on screen. We know at age 18, at age 15, at age 28, that's the person you lash out against, or else you will be lashed out against. So if you don't hate Jar Jar and you show up to school wearing a Jar Jar with a Jar Jar Binks backpack and a Jar Jar Binks floppy ears, you're going to get teased because he's different, and being different is bad. And that's why I love Jar Jar.
That was one of the most amazing things I've ever heard. Honestly, I was so
He's the most pure part of
Here, here.
anybody in all of Star Wars. All of Star Wars.
So yeah, David was like, JC wins.
I agree completely.
Ryan
I
was
agree
like,
with those statements completely.
I was 9 in 99, and he was.
How old's your older brother, Ryan?
Yeah.
What did your older brother think of Jar Jar?
The peer pressure, yeah. It's the Nickelback thing, right? It's the Nickelback thing. People say, "Oh, I hate Nickelback," so they're like, "Oh yeah, you hate Nickelback. I hate Nickelback too." He hates Nickelback. Well, I hate Nickelback too. Nickelback are an amazing band. You're saying that because you want to fit in, you fucking idiot. Like, make your own ideas, make your own decisions, right?
Can I tell a Nickelback story?
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
There's a band that used to be called Metal School. They changed their name to Steel Panther. They're kind of like an 80s cover parody band.
I love Steel Panther.
And I live in Los Angeles, and they used to play every Monday night at a club called the Key Club. And I would go and see them every Monday night. And this was even before they had their own songs. They would all play covers. And it was kind of like the Monday night spot where celebrities would also go. So like I saw Pink get up and sing with them. And I saw like Janie Lane from Warrant. And I saw Slash get up and play with them. Everybody, right? And one day, Chad from Nickelback was in the audience. And they were teasing him the entire show, trying to get up on stage. And Nickelback was the butt of every fucking joke, the entire concert. And finally, at the end, they finally got him up on stage to sing a song, right? And they like go into like, this is how you remind me, right? And he's like, no. He's like, let's do CCR. Let's do some Creedence. And he sang Born on the Bayou. And when he was done, 1,000 people in the club had to pick their jaws up off the floor because it was the greatest like rendition of that song that anybody will ever hear live that wasn't alive in like 1962. It was so good that even the band, even Steel Panther, who makes oodles of money making fun of people, was just like, well, everybody put their hands together for Chad because we can't even make fun of that because it was so damn good.
They're not a bad band. It's a peer pressure thing. Stephanie Henson says, keep up the great work, guys. I love you, Stephanie. Love the work you do. And David says, nope, everything JC was said because that was like, only child. My parents never watched Star Wars movie as far as I know. I love you.
By the way, JC described aesthetic arrest to a T there, Alex. We talk about that a lot on my show, Yelling at Clouds. A Joseph Campbell concept, at least Campbell absorbed James Joyce and therefore spouted it in lectures of his own. Aesthetic arrest, where you're so caught by something that you're literally held in place.
Like I was when I was trying to eat that cheese pasty while I was trying to. By the way, I'm sorry, I had to eat. This is the one thing I've been trying to learn when we're doing a 24-hour podcast is eating on it. I hate people seeing me eat, so I've got this plate. I'm trying to eat this pasty, and I'm like, fuck you! Stop looking at me. All right, Jamie, you've got two things to choose from. By the way, yes, listen to Yelling at Clouds. Erik works amazingly hard at that show. I'm sorry we can't go into more detail about that, but just listen to the show. It's amazing.
I've got to say, before we move on to the next subject,
okay.
JC mentioned his prequel comic for Jar Jar, that he wrote. When he was on Chronicles with us, he told us the entire story. I will not lie to you, I had a tear in my eye. It is one of the most beautiful things I have ever heard in my life.
I can't wait
cannot
to
encourage
see that.
anyone to go out, find it either on the channel, the YouTube. Just go find that interview and listen to that.
Well, Disney are making in any old shit at the moment, so I'm pretty sure you just throw it to them. There you go. Just chuck us a few quid, Disney. You know.
You shall have a role for Brian Blessed in this and history.
Right, Jamie,
Anyway,
choose the next subject.
Next, we shall go with midichlorians.
You want to go first?
Oh yeah.
We'll keep going with Erik first.
No, JC did so magnificently with Jar Jar, and I like the fairness of alternating between this guy first, that guy first. So,
okay. If it makes the great Pflueger happy, JC first on midichlorians.
I mean, I think we're going to actually agree on midichlorians, which doesn't make for a very interesting debate. But
Watch us.
I actually am like a big fan of midichlorians, and I know that and like it just sounds like I'm a prequel shill when I like talk about Jar Jar for 15 minutes and then I'm raving about how wonderful midichlorians are. But I think people didn't like the idea of midichlorians because I think they thought it took the mysticism out of the Force. It took the like the magic out of the Force. But I didn't think that. I think the Force is still the energy field that is created by life that binds the galaxy together. And midichlorians are literally like the antenna that allows Yoda and Anakin and Obi-Wan and Darth Maul and Darth Sidious to harness that power, right? And I like the idea that there is like a mechanism to explain why I can lift shit with my hands and use a lightsaber and you can't, right? And it's everybody has midichlorians in their blood. Everybody in the galaxy does. Every living thing has midichlorians in their blood. I think it just makes sense that the people with the highest concentration of midichlorians can manipulate that energy field. It'd be like, there's the idea that like everything on Earth vibrates at a frequency, right? So you can if you're an opera singer, you can break a crystal glass with your voice because you can hit the frequency. That's all midichlorians are. It's that ability. And on Earth, who knows? Like if you were able to vibrate at a certain frequency, you might be able to move stuff around or you might be able to do stuff, right? So that's the way I always saw midichlorians is it's like, and I guess people are like, well, it didn't need an explanation. Well, okay, cool. But like Rogue One didn't need to be a movie either. We didn't need to explain how Death Star plans were stolen. And we didn't need to see how Darth Vader became Darth Vader. And we don't need to see any of it, right? So like the guy who made up the Force wanted to explain how it is that size Snoodles can't, do backflips off of a thing and defeat the Sarlacc, but Luke Skywalker can.
That would have been very interesting to see. I don't know how graceful Sai is, but I would love to have seen that.
Okay, Erik, you'll go.
I wish you could punch up any images of my poster of the Force because midichlorians, my God, that is my bread and butter now. I agree with JC. I have not the slightest issue with them. What did you think of the Clone Wars episodes where Yoda goes on this vision quest and himself learns a hell lot more about how the Force is put together, the relationship between the cosmic Force and the living or personal Force? The midichlorian is the thing in between these two, the natural energy that you yourself generate in the act of living, and the great network of accumulated energy that is the cosmic Force. And the midichlorians are simply the sluice or floodgate by which you're able to access that greater power, and if you're sufficiently loaded with them, actually do things. The point is to simply have a soft science reason for why Anakin should be so powerful and how they would know that, and certainly to provide an explanation for why certain characters can move things with your mind and why you, the audience, can't. That said, I like it, and if there was a certain amount of controversy regarding midichlorians, a controversy I don't share in, neither does JC, I can only imagine what they would have thought of George's thoughts regarding the wills. What little has been released indicates that would have been even more interesting, more fascinating than the midichlorians themselves. And like JC, I find this particular aspect to be so wonderfully emblematic of George's greater worldview, which is perhaps the most beautiful thing to be discovered in his work, as it is for any artist of great talent or standing.
I'll say the other thing about midichlorians is it's not over explained, right? he gives you just enough to give you a taste, and then it's still all open to interpretation. Which, you mentioned the Clone Wars, Erik. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of like the Mortis episodes of the Clone Wars, because I felt like they crossed the line in some ways that that a lot of people accused midichlorians of crossing. But I was ultimately okay with the Mortis episodes of the Clone Wars because they did it in such a way that, in my personal views and love of Star Wars and canon and what is and what isn't and how things should be, they still left it in a way that it could have been a shared Force vision amongst the people in that cockpit that was instigated because they were at a point in the galaxy where the Force had incredible influence on these people who have access to the Force.
How did I know this would come up? I knew
where
this
I
would.
think they took it too far was with the end of Rebels and like Ahsoka time traveling and things. That's where I was like, you made this, you took what George had done and what I know Dave did Clone Wars and then again did Rebels, but he did Rebels without George. And I feel like they made it a little bit too literal there. So if I'm gonna like harp on like the idea of like fuck midichlorians or whatever, like I feel like the end of Rebels is where they finally pushed that a little bit too far.
I would love to rebut that good-naturedly, of course. I feel somewhat differently about the Mortis trilogy, mostly because I was grokking onto the pure, straight-up Campbell no chaser vibe that was going on there. Also, Sam Witwer's work is simply sublime in it. My friend Chris Vasco said he exchanged a couple of jokes via you and your friends and Sam Witwer last night, strictly as an aside. He thought you had a certain resemblance.
Oh yeah, there's a whole story on that.
Indeed, he said as much. He's like, this guy's basically the missing Witwer brother.
Well,
and I'm
like, I mean, Sam and I grew up like 2.5 miles away from each other, but he was on the different side of the road, so he went to a different high school than I did. So we never knew each other until like a few years back. Very strange. I probably would have been teased a whole lot less if I knew Sam when I was younger.
That's time on that one, but Erik, I've just realized you sent me the pictures of your Force painting, so I can bring it up now so we can talk about it just a little bit before we go on to the next subject.
Yes, that is on the bottom my representation of the living Force, the life cycle of an average individual from birth to death, and the way they generate that personal or living Force. In the center is the midichlorian, right there in the center, in the middle of that representation of your basic eukaryotic cell, and in the top third, the cosmic Force, the great network of all these individual living forces.
It's fascinating stuff, Erik. Honestly, your work, it really is beautiful. You're making a bigger, huge version of this that you've been working on for how long have you been working on the larger version of this?
Far too long, and my father didn't live to see it. But hopefully I will have the honor of knowing that George has seen it when it is done, and he says it is well. That's more honor than I could ever hope to achieve, but that's my hope.
What we're going to do is we're going to do one more debate subject.
I am ready.
You did.
Yes, your turn.
Which one should I go for? I've got two here to choose from. I'm going to go for Ahsoka or Anakin, and why? And we'll go to Erik to start off that one. And I'll start the clock as soon as you start talking, Mr. Pflueger.
Would you? Somebody is trying to text to me, and that's why you keep hearing these wonderful magical noises. I apologize. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, it was Ahsoka or Anakin, and why?
Well, with regard to who and why, how are we meant to regard him? Are we simply saying which character do we prefer?
Who do you want to have a beer with?
That's a great idea. Yeah, there you go.
Much better way to put it. Easily Ahsoka then, and because there's something about Anakin that just fundamentally doesn't seem approachable. And that's part of the whole issue with the performance that Alex and I had talked about in the past, that the whole notion of the way Anakin's voice works is actually an attempt to deconstruct the James Earl Jones voice and find out what would have happened were the machinery of the mask not present. And if we were to add that machinery in our imagination, the lines would make more sense, and so would the delivery.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Now,
never gets old. Amazing. I love her.
Now, with regard to Ahsoka, she is absolutely approachable. She was adorable from minute one, and I found myself liking her right away. She was never a hard sell for me, and the further they continue with her character, the more intrigued I am. And I find myself very excited to see where this goes with regard to the Ahsoka series coming, including how it follows through on all the points that JC has mentioned with regard to the world between worlds and what her interactions with the father, son, and daughter have resulted in her. Hopefully there'll be more payoff.
We've still got 3 minutes, but we can call it time if you like. Yeah.
Well, with only 8 minutes in the hour, give or take, I want to make sure that everyone has a voice.
Are we done at 5?
We'll do one more. This is the last one.
Are we done in 8 minutes? This is only an hour show.
This is only an hour. Yeah, I'm very sorry. And actually the feed. This is the last show of this feed. So at exactly 8 hours, Facebook goes "fuck you" and cuts it off. So
yeah.
we go to the feed. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to have your spin on this, JC. Ahsoka or Anakin?
Anakin, because I mean I don't even need 8 minutes to tell you he's the chosen one. I mean, also. Let's just dissect Anakin a little bit. One, he helps other people without any thought of reward, so he's picking up the tab. 2, if you get flirty with him, he'll feed you. We know that because of episode 2. And 3, if at the end of the night you've all had a little bit too much and you're walking home, he's the one that you want to get in the bar fight with.
And 4, if he gets a bad dream, he'll slaughter innocents. He'll go King's Landing on them.
If you're under 14, then it's probably not a good idea to hang out with Anakin. I'm just saying,
Would we want him to have that beer and even less self-control?
It might lighten him up.
Maybe.
We've got a couple of comments coming in. Alice, I'm not going to do that. That's my mom. I can't call her by her name. She says, only 8 hours left. You're doing great. Thank you very much. We are doing all right. Joel Campbell from Shrewsbury Prison. How's it going, Joel? What are you doing up this late or early or whatever you want to say? Thanks for tuning in. And David says, Erik gets this win for Anakin and Ahsoka. Who would you go for, Jamie, quickly?
I'd say Anakin as well, to be honest.
I like Ahsoka a lot. So I'd say Ahsoka, probably.
Also, which Ahsoka? Like Clone Wars Season 1 Ahsoka? Because that would be like babysitting.
Yeah,
like
fuck that
Clone
shit.
Wars Season 7 Ahsoka, maybe.
Just left the temple. Let's dish out the dirt. Let's really talk about shit. Ahsoka. She'll tell you everything you need to know about Anakin.
Quite different character between 14 and 17, that's for sure. And don't even get us started on her Rebels age or God knows her age on Mandalorian.
Well, and in Mandalorian, it's I don't know if I'd want to hang out with her. She seems like a real downer.
When you talk about Rebels Ahsoka as well, I saw this thing on, by the way, the fight between Ahsoka and Darth Vader was a draw. Darth Vader, when it carried on living, Ahsoka fucking died and had to be pulled back from life by Ezra. So how's that a draw? Darth Vader survived, didn't he? Ahsoka died. Ezra pulled her out the fucking portal thing. Yeah.
That's Deus Ex Machina mechanics or nothing, man.
So I mean, like, Darth Vader won that fight. I mean, Ahsoka kicked his fucking ass, but then Vader went no, pulled everything down on top of her and killed her.
He'll do that.
I mean, so it's not a draw. Darth Vader definitely
It's
won
his
that.
way.
Although it was great seeing Ahsoka kick the fuck out of him. To be fair, right, we've got 7 minutes left. By the way, I kind of was and wasn't keeping score on that. I think we're all winners. That's a real cop out, but
It's an honor just to be nominated.
I think that was fantastic because nobody got a pissy. I mean, there's a couple of comments that I wasn't going to bring up. Oh yeah, David puts it binds us, surrounds us. The tree, a rock, a cock, luminous beings. But he didn't say that. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter.
Are the negative comments like JC's a shill for Gungans? That guy doesn't know anything.
There's that one. Time, JC, stop talking because he was like, you did enough to win, basically, and that was all about the Jar Jar. Yeah.
David is acting like the Mortal Kombat host.
Yeah, fatality.
JC wins.
JC, tell us about in about I don't know, 4 minutes or something. Tell us about you and what you have, what you're working on, and how can people find you?
Hit me up on Twitter. It's at Reifenberg, which is my last name, or Scum and Villainy or SV Cantina, or Scum and Villainy Cantina on Facebook. I mean, I'm still doing Scum and Villainy Cantina stuff. I'm currently working on Clerks 3.
Really?
For all the people who are jealous of that. Yes, I've seen it.
Is it good?
And
Twice.
What else am I doing? Yeah, I've seen it twice. What else am I doing? Raising my daughter, which is really fun. And I do like a bunch of work for Hollywood Reporter. That's probably like the least interesting thing I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound that exciting, but like
it is.
Oh, it is. It is.
Just
Trust
running
me.
a bar, working for Hollywood Reporter, hanging around with Kevin Smith.
Just
Nothing exciting.
just worked on Clerks 3. It's fine.
I mean, I've worked with Kevin for 10 years now. So like it's less like I'm working on Clerks 3 and it's like, okay, round 4, here we go. You know.
Yeah. Oh man, just putting a good word for us. Yeah, come on the show sometime. You know? We kind of surrounded Kevin Smith in a way. We've had Ralph on. We've had you, JC. We've had a few people surrounding Kevin Smith. I wish these guys would just fuck off and leave me alone. Like, you know, but hey, he's a great guy. He's a massive influence to many people. Erik, what would you like to tell people about a little bit about you and how they can find you and what you work with?
Well, I am a fine artist, a painter, an illustrator. I have a little company called Cygnus Arts that you can find my website for on www.cygnusartsinc.com. Now, if anything, I owe Kevin and Ralph entirely for what cachet I have been blessed with. His willingness to support my doing a coloring book for Hollywood Babylon, the award-winning podcast series with him and Ralph, was perhaps one of the times of my life. It was the thing that I shall be honored to say that I had a hand in, probably till death. I look forward always to what Kevin produces. I look forward to Clerks 3 for the same reason I look forward to Clerks 2, because comparing the second to the first film, I found, and I've mentioned this, it is rather like comparing Salvador Dali's painting, The Persistence of Memory, 1931, with his follow-up painting, The Disintegration of the Persistence of Memory, in 1954. They're the same image in a great way, but the time between Salvador Dali of 1931 and Dali of 1954 is apparent. And the difference between the two paintings displays the difference in growth and evolution of the artist. That is what I saw in Clerks 2 when comparing it to Clerks 1. There was a certain disintegration and deconstruction with a certain amount of melancholy in addition to the comedy. And I hope to continue to see that process in the third one. Indeed, making a film about the making of Clerks, in a sense, is deconstruction in its purest sense. And I look forward to seeing what that means in terms of the film and what that says about Kevin, the continuing to evolve great artist.
Amazing. Erik, I love you. I love you so much. Honestly, I love working with you. The podcast we make together is beautiful. JC, it's been amazing meeting you. We've had such fun tonight, and I would love to invite you, obviously, back on you so I can and speak to you about what you're working on properly. We've spent a couple of hours really getting to know you. And Jamie, thanks for bringing JC with you, man. Honestly, it's been really nice.
Next time you book people who spend a lot of time with Kevin Smith, 2 to 3 hours is the proper amount of time.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I think we spoke for 2 hours when we spoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. That guy can talk. It rubs off.
It catches, doesn't it?
We've got about 30 seconds before Facebook actually cuts us off because it's only 8 hours. Don't think we'll have time for a video, but we're going to end this stream now, guys, and we're going to move on over to the final stream of the whole thing, stream 3. We're going to be speaking to John Shaw, who is a magician, a great guy. Tom, Shane, and Jamie are going to be doing this one while I tap out for an hour. But JC, Erik, thank you very much. Everybody that's watched this stream, thank you very much. Join us on stream 3.
Thank you. And thank you, JC, for the honor. It's a pleasure and an honor.
It was awesome.
Thank you very much, guys. I'll try playing a video. It might cut out halfway through, but I'll see you on stream 3. JC and Erik Pflueger, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can find a video quickly before this thing fucks us. Videos, Bosh. We'll go for a podcast video and we'll do one from Gemma Williams. There you go.
Hi guys, this is Gemma from Talking Codswallop podcast. You might be able to tell because of the t-shirt, you know. T-shirts available. Site unavailable at the moment, but you know, I'm sure we'll get one sorted for you. Anyway, so I'm not here to promote my own show, but I am here to discuss the Lyndon Davis Cancer Fund, which these guys here, they're everywhere. They're doing an amazing thing, and they're doing pod aid. And you guys, if you can, please donate to the Cancer Fund, because cancer is a fucking asshole, if I'm honest. Took my dad. So that's quite sad. It was 10 years ago, so I feel a little bit better now. But still, fuck you, cancer. Fuck you. And it's things like this that actually mean a lot to people who have suffered or people who have, well, lost people. Also survivors as well, because it's really important that we actually come together and we try to raise money to defeat this evil disease. So please donate if you can. Obviously, if you can't, I'm sure nobody's gonna, come at you with a pitchfork. Maybe. Anyway, signing out. I am Gemma from Talking Codswallop podcast. Thank you ever so much for listening, and I hope this is acceptable. Over and out.